The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Black News 3. Red Keep, Meester Tower. Meester Pycelle was all smiles, and said respectfully, "Lord Green, the old Meester is at your service." Green smiled, and said, "Grand Meester Pycelle, you must have been very busy these days." After hearing Green's words, Pycelle seemed worried. "There are many seriously injured people. I can only do my best." "Alice, gods bless them." Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you mean that there may be more deaths?" Pycelle sighed and said, "The main reason is that the injuries are too serious. No one can guarantee that they will all wake up. If they can wake up, it's good. If they can't wake up, they may never wake up. We can only pray for the mercy of the gods." After saying this, Pycelle shook his head regretfully. Green's brown eyes moved, stared at Pycelle for a while, and said, "Grand Meester, please be merciful. It seems that Tyrion Lannister is also among the injured who will never wake up." After Green's voice fell, Pycelle's body couldn't help but stiffen. Pycelle showed a hesitant look on his face, and he said tentatively, "Lord Green, do you mean, what an old fox?" Green took a few steps, approached Pycelle, and reached out to grab his shoulder. After Pycelle stumbled a few steps, Green pressed him to sit on the chair. "Meester Pycelle, you are not honest enough." Green pointed to the quill and parchment, and then said, "It's only been a few days. How could you do bad things again? Come." Green picked up a blank parchment and placed it in front of Pycelle, saying, "Write it all down. If there is concealment and dishonesty, you know the consequences." Grand Meester Pycelle, Lord Green, Pycelle looked at Green, who was looking down at him and couldn't say anything. The hand covered with age spots trembled and picked up the quill. After writing a few lines, Pycelle suddenly burst into tears and cried, "Lord Green, I can't betray Queen Cersei." Green pulled out the dagger that Pycelle was familiar with, and he immediately calmed down. "Meester Pycelle, are you trying to put the blame on Queen Cersei?" Pycelle explained in panic, but I'm telling the truth. In order for the little devil's injury to heal as soon as possible, let him sleep more, preferably all the time. That's what she hinted to me." "Really?" Green pulled a chair across the table and sat down. "Meester Pycelle, a hint is not the same as a direct order. The Honorable Queen Cersei cannot have any stain on her." Pycelle looked like an ordinary old man who was in a panic, but in his heart, wasn't Earl Green a man of Duke Stark? Pycelle was very confused. Was Earl Green actually always a man of Queen Cersei? Or was he betting on both sides? Or, was there another big man standing behind him who was even more hidden? Who is that? Could it be Targaryen? Pycelle said cautiously, "Then how should I write?" "Just write the facts. Did you want to secretly kill Tyrion Lannister?" "I was. I am a doctor. If I wasn't forced by others, I would have no reason to do something harmful." A flash of cold light passed by, and Meester Pycelle's white beard that grew to his chest was cut off in half by Green's dagger. "Don't test my patience." Green frowned as he said that. He smelled the smell of urine. "Meester Pycelle, do you know how to write now?" Meester Pycelle was desperate. He could feel that the young man in front of him had murderous intentions towards him. "I am the minister of the royal court." Isn't this young earl worried? He remembered the evidence that he had unloaded under coercion at night, and Prime Minister Stark. Pycelle was desperate to find that he was not afraid of killing himself. "As long as I can live, one day." Pycelle choked up and said, "Lord Green, I will be your loyal servant in the future. Please forgive my ignorance. I will write it now." Pycelle wiped his tears from time to time while writing, and he looked very pitiful. Green touched the hilt of the sword, and Meester Pycelle shook his body, and his pitiful posture disappeared immediately. "Lord Green, I finished writing. Rewrite it. Don't forget that you and Tyrion have no grudges against each other." "Lord Green, I finished writing. Rewrite it. How dare you slander Sir Jaime? Rewrite it, rewrite it, rewrite it. Woo, woo, woo. Lord Green, please give your poor servant some advice." Green tapped the table with his slender fingers and said, "Meester Pycelle, you should know that Lord Tywin doesn't like his dwarf second son, right?" Green finally showed a trace of satisfaction, and Meester Pycelle finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if he didn't write well this time, he would have to explain himself here. Fortunately, He finally saved his life. Green took the parchment written by Pycelle and said, Pycelle, thank you for your trouble. This is very good. You have another way out. Pycelle tried hard to force a smile and expressed his gratitude respectfully. Green shook the rolled parchment in his hand and said, Don't worry, this is a secret between the two of us. The Prime Minister is not interested in such things. Pycelle was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and knelt in front of Green, saying sadly, Lord Green, I don't want to put on black clothes, I don't want to go to the wall, please, save me. Lord Green did not dislike the strong smell of urine on Pycelle. He stood up and helped Pycelle up himself. After all, you still have to remain loyal to the Lannisters. It is difficult for you to go against Queen Cersei's wishes. After a pause, Green said, We are family. I will not send you to the freezing cold wall. Just sit at your seat in the royal court. A light flashed in Pycelle's cloudy eyes, and he burst into tears. Thank you, Lord Green. Pycelle will always be at your service. Green nodded his chin slightly and said, One more thing. Pycelle, with his head down, moved his eyes and said respectfully, Please give your orders. The corners of Green's mouth curved slightly. He put his hand on Pycelle's shoulder and said, Mr. Pycelle, I thought we were family, but your previous performance disappointed me. Green noticed that Pycelle's body stiffened for a moment. It seems that you also realized that it was a mistake not to be honest with me, and you actually made a mistake. Pycelle's eyes were filled with fear, and he hurriedly said, Lord Green, under your teachings. I will never dare to do this again next time, I promise, I swear to the gods. Green patted Pycelle's hand. Very good, I believe you once. Before Pycelle could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, This time, you can choose for yourself. Pycelle's heart skipped a beat, and he said tremblingly, Sir, choose, what to choose? Green looked out the window, paused, he retracted his gaze, and said, Before sunrise tomorrow. Green looked at the old Pycelle, and said, Be it a finger or an ear, you can choose a body part by yourself and send it to me before sunrise tomorrow. Pycelle said in horror, Lord Green, I already. Green interrupted, I can also help you choose. Pycelle slumped on the stone slab on the ground like mud. Green looked down at the pale-faced Pycelle and said in a cold voice, The premise of being a good man is to be honest enough. Otherwise, how can we trust each other? Without trust, how can we let you continue to sit in the seat of the imperial meeting with confidence? Pycelle raised his head suddenly and said through gritted teeth, I am the minister of the imperial court. Green did not mind Pycelle's rebuttal. He just looked at Pycelle quietly. Pycelle quickly realized what he had just done, and he was heartbroken again. Green watched Pycelle's performance patiently until Pycelle could no longer cry, and then he said, Master Pycelle, I will respect your choice. Pycelle said with some reluctance, Lord Green, I know a lot of secrets, I can tell you all, as long as you forgive me this time. With a bang, Green drew out the long sword at his waist, and the cold light on the sword made Pycelle scream. I'll help you choose, I choose. Green's eyes moved to Pycelle's neck. Sit still, don't move, it will be fine soon. Pycelle peed again. My lord, I made a mistake and must be punished. I will tomorrow. No, I will do it now. Pycelle stretched out a finger with a painful expression and begged, I will cut off a finger now, and I will never dare to do it again next time. Please spare my life. After a moment of silence, Green said with some disappointment, Next time, you will not have the right to choose. Pycelle seemed to be crying with joy. There will definitely not be a next time, I swear to the gods. Green patted Pycelle, who was still trembling with fear, because there are too many injured people. You hurt yourself in order to treat them. Mr. Pycelle, thank you for your hard work. Don't let me down. Green sheathed his sword, and no longer paid attention to Pycelle, and walked away directly. Tyrion suddenly found that he had no mouth, and the smooth skin covered his teeth without any gaps. He was terrified. How could he live without a mouth? So he started running towards the city not far away. He was terrified. Am I dead? No, I am not dead. Although my mouth has disappeared, I am still alive. No, I am a lion, a lion. When Tyrion woke up, it was dark. His eyes were confused and the outlines of the surroundings were vague. Tyrion felt dizzy and felt that he was feverish and very exhausted. Even raising his hand could cause pain all over his body. He dared not move. There was a soft feather bed under him, a goose feather pillow behind his head, and a velvet canopy above his head. Where am I? Why am I here? Tyrion tried to recall. Sword, I was stabbed, my face. Tyrion lost consciousness. Tyrion came to a wonderful place, a comfortable cottage located on the seashore of Sunset. The walls were a little crooked and full of cracks, and the floor was compacted soil, but it was warm. Tyrion didn't know why he was always laughing, and he always forgot to add wood to the fireplace and let the fire go out. Every time the fire in the fireplace went out, the girl with the blurred face teased him about it. Her voice was crisp. "My Tyrion, I thought you could do anything," he defended awkwardly. "That's the servant's errand," the girl chuckled. "We don't have servants," he grinned. "You have me, I am your servant," the girl snorted. "You are lazy servant. In Caen City, how do you deal with lazy servants, Lord Tyrion?" He laughed. "Whoever is lazy will kiss." The girl was amused. "No. They will be beaten, I bet." He approached the girl. "No, let's kiss him, just like this." As he said, he demonstrated. "First kiss your fingers, kiss one by one, then kiss your wrist, yes, and then to the inside of your elbow, then kiss their fun ears. Our servants have fun ears." He was so happy that he deliberately said, "Don't laugh." Then, we kissed their faces and their noses, with a small mole on them, here, like this, and then kissed their cute foreheads, hair, lips, their, mouth, Time flies so fast here. He and the girl lazily lean on the bed, the sun shines on her hair, and she sings for him. He falls in love with a girl as beautiful as summer. Before falling asleep at night, the girl whispers in his ear, "I love you, Tyrion. I love your lips, I love your voice, I love what you say to me, I love your tenderness to me, I love your face." He is a dwarf. "My face," the girl smiled. "Yes, yes. I also love your hand, love its warmth." His love is deeper, it loves you too, my lady. The girl is wondering. "I love to say your name, Tyrion Lannister. It suits me very well. I don't mean Lannister, but the other half, Tyrion and Tysha." Tysha and Tyrion. "Tyrion, my lord Tyrion." Tyrion saw clearly that the girl he fell in love with was Tysha. Tyrion was furious. He was roaring. "Lies, all fake, all for money. She is a branch girl found by Jaime, a gift from Jaime, my lady of lies." Tysha's face gradually disappeared, melting in tears. Even so, Tyrion could still hear her distant and weak voice, calling his name. The dream was broken. "Mr. Pycelle, these tears, why is he crying so sadly?" Tyrion's eyes moved slightly, and he vaguely heard a familiar voice. "Lord Green, I think he may be dreaming." "Green? The other one is." "Tyrion, why are you crying? Your hand, are you worried that you will become Varys' companion?" It was indeed Green, that kind of gloating tone, he was very familiar with it. "By the way, where is Tysha? Where did she go? Why did she dare to show up?" Tyrion shook his mouth with difficulty. "Tysha, Tysha, Tysha." Green listened for a while with his ears close to his ears, his eyes trembling slightly. He turned his head and said, "Mr. Pycelle, Tyrion keeps repeating the name Tysha. Who is she?" "Tyrion, yes, it's Tysha. Help me catch her and don't let her run away." Mr. Pycelle observed Tyrion, whose head was almost wrapped in gauze, and said, "Lord Green, he may be waking up soon. Tysha. I wonder if it is some branch girl he is in love with." "Tyrion, no, she is my wife." "Yes, she is actually a branch girl. She is a gift from my brother to amuse him." Tyrion opened his eyes suddenly. 1 week later. Tyrion, who was leaning against the head of the bed, threw the mirror aside and said, "Beautiful." He brought the wine glass in his other hand to his mouth, took a sip, and said, "This is the real Lannister little devil. My father must love me to death." Green, who was sitting next to the bed, smiled with his face raised. "That's a pleasant surprise. You can expect a kiss from Lord Tywin. Sir Jaime will be jealous and crazy." Tyrion wanted to laugh, but it pulled his wound, which made him feel both painful and happy. When he stopped moving, Green picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Tyrion. Hiss, the dream was so wonderful. As he said that, he took a sip of wine and continued, "I dreamed that blue monsters all over the mountain surrounded Casterly Rock and were in danger. There were red corpses everywhere, and the fearless little devil walked through there alone. Tyrion took another sip of wine and said, "The blue monsters trembled in front of the little devil, and they avoided it, leaving a road that seemed to have no end. I walked through it with my head held high. Then, I saved Casterly Rock." Green smiled and joked, "It seems that the monsters all over the mountains were swallowed by the little devil. Haha, hiss, the process is not important. What's important is that I saved the Lannister ancestral castle alone. Hey, don't interrupt me, it's more exciting later, Green shrugged. A grand celebration banquet was held for me in the hall of Casterly Rock. I sat on the high platform. Everyone raised their glasses to salute and cheer for the hero who saved Casterly Rock. The bard sang the heroic deeds of the little devil. After the song was over, Jaime left his seat, asked me to kneel down, and then touched my shoulders with his golden sword. When I stood up, the Lannister little devil became a knight. My father also smiled in approval. I won't mention this. His smile was so loving that it almost scared me awake. The beauties were waiting to embrace me. They called me the Lannister giant. As he spoke, Tyrion's expression changed. Although Tyrion's face was tied with a lot of bandages, Green still saw the obscene look. Tyrion lowered his voice and said, "My sister actually tried to seduce me. She tried every possible way, but the little devil remained indifferent. Although it was just a dream, I still feel comfortable all over when I think of the way she tried to please me." A smile appeared on Green's face, and he said, "Tyrion, it was indeed a wonderful dream, very beautiful. I wish your dream will come true." Chapter 152 Black News 4. Haha, hiss, I really don't want to wake up. It's rare that our family loves each other, Tyrion said with a sarcastic tone. It doesn't have to be in the dream, just exclude me. Father loves brother, younger brother loves sister. No wonder father and sister don't like me. It turns out that my existence hinders the harmony of the family. After a pause, he laughed again. It's a pity that the Lannister giant didn't die, Green said unhappily. Mr. Giant, remember to bring guards when you go out in the future. Tyrion smiled and said, when I can get out of bed, I will choose a few people myself. I cherish my life very much and I dare not gamble on my luck again. Green smiled, picked up the wine jug and poured wine for Tyrion. Tyrion raised his glass and took a big sip of wine. He was silent for a while and said solemnly, Green, thank you, I owe you a life. Green's eyes trembled slightly, and his handsome face showed some doubts. I think you should thank the old meester, sister is so lucky, Tyrion murmured, and then said, Mr. Earl, my brother has a sharp sword, but I have a big head. The damn Mr. Pycelle kept feeding me poppy milk until I heard your voice and I could wake up. Green looked at Tyrion and sighed softly. Tyrion, I underestimated your wisdom. I'm sorry, sometimes the truth is cruel, and you still need to heal your wounds. Now is not a good time to tell you the truth. Tyrion grinned. I thought you would cover up for Cersei. Green shrugged. If such things are concealed, the unprepared will lose their lives sooner or later. Tyrion, we are friends, and I don't want to see you being taken care of by the Silent Sisters. Hiss. Haha. Tyrion grinned for a while and said, please keep an eye on it for me when the time comes. I don't want to. Forget it, that's my honor. After saying that, he showed an obscene look again. Green, after chatting for a few words, Tyrion suddenly said, Green, aren't you worried about the roar of the lioness? If Cersei knows that someone has interfered with her good deeds, she will definitely not let you go easily. Green spread his hands. Tyrion, do you think I have any other choice? I can also find Sir Jaime, but unfortunately, the Warden of the East was not in King's Landing at that time. Tyrion laughed as if he was very happy. What a pity. After laughing, he said seriously, what should I do? I think you must have thought about how to deal with it. Green tapped his chin lightly, and said slowly, it is common for doctors to be injured by seriously injured people who are unconscious during treatment. The unconscious little devil is still very alert, and seems to have noticed something wrong. He suddenly woke up and struggled violently, resulting in the old meester losing a finger. As a result, the noise was too loud, and he had to stop the action. You are really my good sister. Tyrion sighed first, then his eyes moved slightly, and said, did Pycelle lose a finger? Green looked at Tyrion. Gods bless you. Tyrion grinned. Then I really have to thank the gods. Tyrion lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, won't Pycelle tell on you? Green shook his head slightly. Tyrion, you are a Lannister. Pycelle is more afraid that someone will reveal this matter to the old Lion of the West. You should know better than me what it means to repay a debt. Moreover, our queen has never issued a direct order from beginning to end. It can also be said that Pycelle is being smart. So, he will do his best to persuade Queen Cersei. Tyrion's eyes trembled. He took a sip of wine and said, for your own good, his good, and everyone's good. It seems that I have to forget about this matter. With a sneer, he continued, it's too impressive, and my head is big, but I still have to be a well-behaved brother like before. It's really embarrassing. Green leaned back in his chair and said, "It's a smart choice, unless Lord Tywin stands on your side, my father? I would rather believe that the White Walker kissed me." Although Tyrion's voice was teasing, Green could sense the suppressed anger. The atmosphere in the room became a little heavy. After a pause, Green smiled and said, "Tyrion, you are indeed a lion." Tyrion raised his eyes and looked at Green in confusion. Green spread his hands, with a little disgust on his face. "When I came over, you were still unconscious. But not long after, you kept saying the name of a beauty. I had to say at that time that the injured lion still did not forget his preferences." Tyrion frowned. He had a vague impression. "If I bring that beauty here, maybe it will help you recover. So, I specifically asked Mr. Pycelle for his opinion, but he told me, according to your injuries, even a beauty can't do anything in front of you. The lion can only roar." Tyrion grinned. "Why do I feel that you have bad intentions? Do you really want to see that scene?" Green's lips curled slightly, and he joked, "Tyrion, this is a rare opportunity. I also ordered my men to bring her here to encourage you to recover soon. It's a pity that they have searched all the women's branches, big and small, in the past few days, but they couldn't find the beauty named Tysha." Tyrion's smile froze, and he remembered the dream of seeing Tysha. Green glanced at Tyrion, whose face was not natural, and said, "Tyrion, you have woken up. Don't think of me running errands for you, and you need to continue to recover. Now is not a good time to show the majesty of a lion, Tysha." That dream was too clear, and the memories that he deeply buried and didn't want to recall emerged one by one. He recalled his first time with Tysha. She didn't know what to do, not much better than him. The two of them kept bumping noses, and when they finally touched, he remembered that she was trembling all over. Tyrion's expression was bitter. "Green, there's no need to look for her, and I won't look for her either. She's my former wife." Green was surprised and said, "Wife, are you married?" Tyrion nodded slightly. "Well, I remember that wedding. The host was a drunk monk and the witnesses were a group of pigs. My wife and I used our witnesses to organize the wedding banquet. Tysha fed me bones, and I licked the grease from her hands. After eating and drinking, we rolled onto the bed with laughter." Green frowned slightly and said, "It sounds wonderful, but the expression on your face tells me it's not wonderful." Tyrion's voice was sarcastic. "It was wonderful for a while." "Huh, my wife, Lady Tysha." Green poured wine into the glass in Tyrion's hand. "Did something happen? I've never heard you mention her." Tyrion drank most of the wine in the glass in one gulp, and then said thoughtfully, "My Lady Tysha is from the Sylpheth family. Their family emblem is 101 coins on a blood-stained bed sheet, 100 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Our marriage was very short. For a dwarf, this is probably retribution." Green murmured, "The Sylpheth family." He thought for a moment, and then said, "A handful of silver coins? Tyrion, this is a very strange family name." Tyrion said angrily, "Earl Green, this is the first time I hate smart people. Red Castle, throne room. The Iron Throne is a chair made of steel and full of hideous sharp horns and weird twisted metal. It is large and old. It is said that Aegon the Conqueror had Balerion the Black Death melt thousands of swords discarded by his enemies in their surrender, and that it took 59 days to hammer and pound the throne. The final product is the hunched black monster with razor-sharp edges and barbs and tangles everywhere. Lord Eddard sat on the high iron throne. He was wearing a white linen coat with a dire wolf emblem of the Stark family embroidered on his chest, and a black wool cape pinned around his neck with a silver hand emblem of the position of hand of the king. The crowd of petitioners gathered at the door. Knights and ladies stood under the tapestries, and civilians were in the corridors. The throne room was surrounded by fully armed guards, who stood majestically with gold or gray cloaks on their shoulders. The back of the Iron Throne was covered with sharp teeth, and it was impossible to lean on it. Lord Eddard thought that this chair could kill people. If the legend was true, it really did kill people. Lord Eddard felt that just as Robert had warned, this was a particularly uncomfortable iron chair. It is said that when Aegon the Conqueror ordered his blacksmiths to use the weapons discarded by the enemy when they surrendered and melted them into a large chair, he said, "A king cannot sit comfortably." The more Lord Eddard sat, the harder his butt became. Damn this arrogant guy Aegon. Damn Robert and his hunting games. Robert was not in King's Landing, and Lord Eddard had to temporarily sit on the Iron Throne in Robert's place to deal with petitions from his subjects. Varys under the throne whispered, "Are you sure they are not robbers?" A group of villagers knelt on one knee, regardless of gender, age, or status, all dressed in tattered clothes, covered in blood, with fear engraved on their faces. The middle-aged knight who brought the villagers in to testify snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "Bandits? Lord Varys, well said, of course they are bandits. They are bandits of the Lannister family." The atmosphere in the throne room became tense, and everyone present, regardless of their social status, held their breath and listened attentively. The knight accused, and the villagers testified. It is said that a village on the northwest border of the Reach was burned, killed, and looted, and it is suspected that it was the old subordinates of the mountain. The middle-aged knight's eyes were full of sorrow. He pointed at the villagers kneeling on the ground and said, "Prime Minister, these are the only people left in the village. All the other villagers are dead." Duke Eddard glanced at the group of people below and ordered, "All of you get up. The wolves of the north never believe what a person says when he's kneeling." Everyone struggled to get up, and one old man had to be supported by others to stand up. "My lord, those masked men set fire to the house. They wanted to kill me, but they didn't catch me. They came from the north in the middle of the night. They burned the fields and houses. Anyone who dared to stop them would be killed. But my lord, they are not robbers, because they didn't come to rob. They slaughtered my cows and left the bodies there to feed the flies and crows. They also trampled my child to death. They laughed on their horses, chased him around, and poked him with guns, as if they were playing a game. The child ran and screamed, and finally fell to the ground and was stabbed to death by the guy. My lord, they also killed my mother. Then the middle-aged knight added, they even didn't spare women with babies in their arms." Varys was amazed. "Oh, it's terrible. How could someone be so cruel?" Lord Eddard leaned forward, his voice filled with anger. "What evidence do you have that they are Lannisters? Are they wearing red cloaks or flying lion flags?" The villagers shook their heads. The middle-aged knight replied calmly, "Prime Minister, they all ride on horses and wear armor, holding steel spears and swords in their hands, and axes to slaughter the villagers." After that, he pointed at a person in the group of villagers and said, "You? Yes, it's you. It's okay to say it, just tell the Prime Minister everything you said to me." The villager lowered his head and said, "Sir, they all ride war horses. I used to work in a stable for many years and can see the difference. None of the horses they ride have plowed the fields. I swear in the name of the gods." Pycelle under the throne said tremblingly, "Prime Minister Ed, those horses may have just been robbed from somewhere else by the robbers." Duke Ed ignored Pycelle and asked the villagers, "How many people are there in this group of bandits?" "A lot of people, fewer than the people in the village, and they have a lot of horses." 50 people, right, hundreds of people, sir." The villagers talked one after another. The middle-aged knight first waved his hand to signal them to be quiet, then said, "Prime Minister, there are at least 100 people, and each of them has a horse. You said they didn't carry a flag. What about the armor they wore? Has anyone noticed the patterns or decorations on it, or the family emblems on the shields and helmets?" The middle-aged knight shook his head. "Prime Minister, as far as I know, the armor they wear is of ordinary style." But, he glanced at the crowd around him and said loudly, "I heard that group of people shouting several times while they were burning and killing. Revenge for Lord Mountain. Only the old subordinates of the mountain would call Gregor Clegane Lord Mountain." Buzz! Whispering sounds came one after another under the windows and at the far end of the hall, and uneasy voices also came from the corridor outside. The necklace on Mr. Pycelle's body that symbolized his position kept colliding. Mr. Knight, other people may also know the custom of addressing, because others can also deliberately call him that. Varys also echoed, "Yes, this will make our Prime Minister very embarrassed. You'd better have more direct evidence." Lord Mace Tyrell, who had been sitting quietly on the side, stood up. The golden rose emblem on his body gleamed brightly. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and the hall gradually became quiet. Lord Mace's face was gloomy. He straightened his chest and said coldly, "Pycelle, Varys, your doubts are not important. Lord Stark, Tyrell maintains peace in the River Reach in the name of the king. No matter whether the person who destroyed the peace is a Lannister or not, I demand blood for blood in the name of the Duke of Highgarden and seek justice for the villagers of the River Reach." Chapter 153 Black News 5. Sitting high on the Iron Throne, Eddard Stark pondered and said, "Lord Tyrell, I will send someone to investigate and give you a satisfactory answer. Before that, I hope you can act with caution." Mace Tyrell did not speak. He gestured, and soon a group of rugged men, women, old and young followed a young knight in. They were also covered in blood and looked terrified. "Lord Stark, They arrived in King's Landing last night. These villagers came from 2 neighboring villages, and only these few people survived." Lord Mace still spoke slowly, but everyone present could feel the suppressed anger in his voice. In the throne room, exclamations of varying sizes came one after another. Varys exclaimed, "Oh, it's terrible, so cruel." Duke Mace said again, "Duke Stark, there are more people in the Reach who will suffer misfortune. Is this something that ordinary bandits can do? People in the Reach are bleeding every day, blood debt must be paid with blood, fight till death." As soon as the voice of Duke Mace fell, the nobles of the Reach stood up and echoed loudly. After a moment of silence, Duke Ed looked at the group of villagers who had just been brought in. He stretched out his hand to signal the people present to be quiet, and said, "Tell me, are the bandits you met the same group of people?" The middle-aged knight nodded first, then turned around and talked to the villagers. After a while, he answered loudly, "Prime Minister, they are also masked, well-equipped and riding war horses." The young knight said angrily, "It must be Lannister. I followed them with a few people. I found that the group ran into the hills of the Lannister family. They must be the lackeys of Lord Tywin." Pycelle said stiffly, "I want to remind this young knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our queen." The young knight's face turned red with anger. At this time, the voice of the Duke of Mace came over. "Pycelle, even without your reminder, we know that Tywin is the father of the queen. Green, Duke of Mace, the gods can also feel the sadness in your heart, but I have to remind you that you are the leader of the River Reach, and the harassment on the border is a very rare opportunity. The noble character of the Duke of Wolf is known to all the 7 kingdoms. If you can justify it, Casterly Rock will be isolated and helpless. Green, if things go well, the Golden Rose will become the first noble in the 7 kingdoms in your hands." Lord Mace stroked his beard, and then stared at Grand Maester Pycelle. "The Golden Rose of the Reach is not afraid of the Golden Lion of the Westerly." Pycelle glanced at Lord Mace. He moved his lips, but said nothing. From the high throne, Lord Eddard saw someone quietly slipping out at the end of the hall. He thought that the rabbit just ran away. No, it should be said that it was a mouse that coveted the cheese of the Lannister queen. Lord Eddard has already investigated the murderer who killed Jon, and he has begun to plan how to clean up the little mice in the Red Castle. Lord Eddard's position can see the following actions clearly, and everyone is talking about it. The things in front of him must also be dealt with. Duke Mace, please give the order. I am willing to mobilize all the troops in the territory. We will fight back and let the people of the Westerlands taste the power of the people of the Reach. Yes. Let the cowards of the Westerlands taste the power of the people of the Reach. Yes. One person from the Reach can beat 5 cowards of the Westerlands. Please, Duke Mace, shut up. Duke Mace glanced at the vassals of the Reach, and the nobles of the Reach soon stopped shouting. After a pause, Duke Mace turned his gaze to Duke Eddard on the throne. "Prime Minister Stark, before getting the permission of King Robert, the people of the Reach will only capture those bandits in the Reach, and I will restrain them." Duke Eddard's gray eyes trembled slightly. He nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you for the wisdom of the Duke of Highgarden." Today, Run Wolf really looked up to the head of the Tyrell family, who was not well known. Duke Eddard felt that Tywin Lannister was more like a fox than a lion. If he really sent the Mountain's old men to kill and burn, he would have specifically told them to act like ordinary bandits, without flags and carefully. If the Reach fought back in the same way and killed and burned in the West, Cersei and her father could insist that it was the Tyrells, not the Lannisters, who destroyed the peace. Only the gods knew which side Robert would believe. He thought that the wise Lord Mace had considered this, so he asked the victims to ask the Iron Throne for justice. Maester Pycelle stood up again. He touched his chest and said to Lord Eddard, "Prime Minister, if these villagers firmly believe that the group of masked bandits are the old followers of the Mountain, please let them go to see the Lord of the West and complain to him. The crimes they described have nothing to do with the king, and they should ask Lord Tywin to uphold justice." Lord Eddard said coldly, "Pycelle, these are of course related to the king. No matter east, west, south or north, we act in the name of Robert I." Pycelle's cloudy eyes moved, and he said, "It is related to the king. This makes sense, then we should wait for the king to come back." Lord Eddard interrupted, "The king is hunting now. Waiting will only make things worse. Robert asked me to handle the affairs of the kingdom on his behalf in the name of Prime Minister, listen with his ears, speak with his voice, and I should perform my duties." After a pause, he said, "But I agree to report today's events to him, Sir Robert." Sir Robert Royce took a step forward, touched his chest and saluted. "Prime Minister, what do you want?" Duke Eddard said, "Your father, Bronze John, went out hunting with King Robert. Could you please go there and inform them of what happened today?" Sir Robert gladly accepted the order. "Yes, Prime Minister, I will set out today." After Sir Robert stepped down, the young knight from the River Reach stepped forward and saluted. "Fair Prime Minister, can we directly seek revenge on the mountain's old men?" "Revenge?" After asking, Duke Eddard shook his head. He continued, "I thought we were talking about justice. Setting fire and killing people in the West will not restore peace in the kingdom. It can only slightly make up for your damaged self-esteem." Before the angry young knight could refute, Duke Eddard turned his gaze away and moved to the group of villagers. "Fellow villagers of the Reach, I cannot return your homes and crops, nor can I bring the dead back to life, but perhaps I can give you a belated justice in the name of our king, since they are masked and even hide their identities when committing crimes. There must be a dirty purpose behind it," Lord Eddard said as he slowly stood up from the throne. Every eye in the hall was staring at Lord Eddard, waiting intently. Lord Beric Dondarrion, Sir Gladden Wilder, Lord Beric and Sir Gladden, whose names were called, strode out, stood in front and looked at Lord Eddard. "Please lead 50 cavalrymen to investigate the incident in the River Reach. I will also send 20 Stark Guards to accompany you. Lord Beric, you will be in charge of this mission. You must work with a vassal of Duke Mace to capture the bandits. Remember, help me find out the identities of those people." The golden red-haired Lord Beric stroked his chest and said, "Handholder Eddard, I will obey your orders." Lord Eddard nodded his chin lightly, then swept his sharp eyes over the people below, and said in a loud voice, "In the name of Robert I of the Baratheon family, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. I, Lord Eddard of the Stark family, in the name of the Hand of the King, hereby order you to immediately raise the King's flag and go to the northwest border of the River Reach to capture the bandits who have committed murder, arson and all kinds of evil, regardless of life or death. May the gods have mercy on their souls." Lord Eddard sat back on the throne and said, "Today's petition ends here." After Lord Eddard walked down the steps, Varys came up to him with light steps. "Prime Minister Eddard, you are much braver than I am." Lord Eddard was in no mood to play word games. His grey eyes moved slightly and he said, "Varys, just say what you want to say." Varys first raised his head and glanced around, then whispered, "Prime Minister Eddard, if I were in that position, I would send Sir Ilan. After all, he is the king's law enforcer. Asking others to do his job may be interpreted as a malicious insult to him." Lord Eddard frowned and denied, "I mean no offense." After a pause, he said, "Varys, the Payne family has been vassal of the Lannisters for generations. I think it would be more appropriate to choose someone who has not sworn allegiance to Lord Tywin to handle this matter. Don't forget that the people of the Riverlands almost believe that those bandits are the old followers of the Mountain of Lannister." Varys nodded slightly. "Prime Minister Eddard, your approach is undoubtedly very cautious, but..." Varys glanced around cautiously again, and seeing his cowardly behavior, Lord Eddard couldn't help but frown. "I happened to see Sir Ilan standing at the back of the hall, his pale eyes staring at us. I must admit that he didn't look very happy." Varys couldn't help shrinking his neck as he spoke. He continued, "Our former judge has always been taciturn, and his inner thoughts are not easy to guess. I also hope that he will soon forget the unpleasantness of today, and don't let it affect his beloved job." Outside the throne room. "Jon, I heard that your leg injury is not light." Green tilted his head. He glanced at Jon Snow's left leg, and then said, "But you don't take good care of your injury. Do you want to be called the crippled bastard? It sounds like a good nickname. Your courage is worthy of praise. I wish you to achieve your wish soon." Jon was very angry, but he endured it. It was not because of the difference in status. Because the descendants of the ancestors like to speak with swords regardless of their status. The main reason was that he really couldn't beat the Earl in front of him, who was about the same age as him. Whenever they met at the training ground of the Tower of the Prime Minister, Lord Green would always call him to compete in swordsmanship. During that time, Lord Green almost became a shadow in the growth of the young man in the north. Montenweir looked at Jon with an embarrassed face and smiled silently. Jon was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He finally couldn't help but retort, "My lord, I am here to protect Lord Stark." Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you going to limp behind Lord Eddard? Others will definitely praise your loyalty behind his back, eh?" Jon opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything else. At this time, Jon also understood the kindness in Green's words, but he was still very angry. "Lord Green, A soft and pleasant voice came from the other side. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he turned around to greet, "Good day, Lady Margaery." Although Margaery Tyrell had a sweet smile, she couldn't hide her haggard face. She was wearing a light grey round-neck dress, with no other jewelry except a golden rose emblem. Margaery's beautiful eyes swept over Jon and Monton, and she nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Jon just glanced at them, then lowered his eyes and touched his chest to greet them. Monton scratched his head and chuckled. "Can you walk with me?" Green turned sideways and stretched out his hand to the front. "It's an honor, Miss Margaery." During the walk, Margaery was very quiet, and Green could easily feel her sadness. He took the initiative to say, "There is an old soldier in my territory. Now he is responsible for teaching some soldiers sword skills. He is one of the best coaches in Crab." Margaery looked over with a pair of wet eyes, revealing just the right amount of doubt. Green continued, "Before I was born, he lost his right arm in a battle, but relied on his remaining left arm to fight for the Crab family for more than 10 years. After regaining the old land, I appointed this almost 50-year-old old soldier as the coach of new recruits." Margaret paused. "Earl Green, you mean?" Green nodded slightly. "He is responsible for teaching swordsmanship to all left-handed soldiers in the Crab territory. Believe me, he's experienced in battle and has excellent swordsmanship." After a pause, a smile emerged on his face. "Miss Margaret, if you are willing, when the time is right, I can arrange for him to meet Sir Garland." Margaret and Green looked at each other for a while. She lowered her eyes slightly, and started again. After a moment's silence, she said softly, "Thank you, Earl Green." She added, "After being injured, Brother Garland was in a bad state. I have never seen him so depressed. My heart breaks every time I see him. Brother has always been the pride of the whole family. Everyone calls him the brave Garland." Green comforted her. "Warriors are fearless. Give him some time. I believe that we will soon see a braver Sir Garland." Margaret nodded slightly. She looked at Green and smiled. "Earl Green, you are always thoughtful. Thank you again for your help. I also believe that my brother will be able to hold the sword and fight again soon." Chapter 154 Black News 6. Green Crab smiled and nodded. Margaery Tyrell, who was good at talking, closed her rosy lips again, just walked slowly without speaking again. Green accompanied her silently, and he was thinking. If he didn't take the initiative to comfort her at this time, would it make Little Rose feel embarrassed? He was thinking again. Maybe Little Rose needed quietness, and someone would accompany her silently. Allies need to reassure each other so that people can cooperate more confidently. Most of the noble ladies in Westeros like this, and nothing can make people feel more at ease than the night they love. It's a little headache, but it doesn't bother Lord Green. Green's eyes closed and opened, and his eyes were full of heartache and worry, and also contained restrained admiration. Margaery noticed that Green's eyes stayed on her from time to time, and her lips curved slightly. Margaery's little face turned slightly towards Green's direction, and their eyes met. She saw that Green, who is always calm, was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he quickly concealed the emotions in his eyes and looked away. Margaret understood Green's gaze, and when Green coughed unnaturally, she chuckled. It seemed that because of Green's contribution, Margaret's steps became lighter. "Earl Green, can you tell me about the Red Castle?" As she spoke, her big eyes swept around, and then she said, "Sometimes I am curious about what is happening here. I think it is at least different from the places I am familiar with." Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "It is my honor, Miss Margaret, so this is why Little Rose wants to see him." Yes, Green has long known in his heart that the daughters of the Duke are very busy, and they will not take the initiative to find a small family earl without important matters. Margaret started the conversation well. At this moment, the familiar environment made her sad. She wanted to listen to the things in the relatively unfamiliar place to temporarily forget the pain in her heart. Recently, the biggest hotspot on the Red Castle is that Duke Ed suddenly locked up the former Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Black Prison. In addition to Duke Ed himself, the only people who know the specific inside story are Green and Varys. Of course, other people could not know that Green knew the inside story or was one of the participants in this matter. Green left Margaery with the impression that he had a keen sense of smell, and she knew the special relationship between Crab and Stark. They were almost natural allies. She also heard that Duke Ed trusted Earl Green very much, and it was said that he was a frequent visitor to the Prime Minister's tower. Therefore, Little Rose judged that Green must have mastered a lot of intelligence, or knew the specific reasons. The new prime minister, who is like a regent, directly ordered the imprisonment of an important minister in front of the king, and there was no explanation to the outside world, so all kinds of rumors were naturally flying all over the sky. Green selected a few embarrassing things that happened in the Red Castle and told Margaery, and she smiled more and more. Margaery, who was in a better mood, took the initiative to say, "Earl Green, I heard our Duke Stark and Earl Baelish really rivals in love." After saying that, she seemed a little embarrassed, but her beautiful eyes could not hide her inner curiosity. Understand, girls like gossip. The considerate Lord Green planned to satisfy Margaery's curiosity and, by the way, just by the way, let the world know more about the unbearable secrets of the ruling family of the Vale. Step by step. Green's face was a little hesitant. Margaery's eyes trembled slightly, and she whispered, "Earl Green, what's wrong?" Her voice was full of concern. Green shook his head slightly and said, "Miss Margaery, that's not the truth." Actually, as he said that, he sighed and continued, "Lord Ned is also in a difficult situation. After all, Lady Lyssa is the sister of the Lady of Winterfell." The clever Margaery seemed to have thought of something, her pupils shrank, and her eyes widened unconsciously. After a pause, Green explained, "Miss Margaery, we are family, and I don't want to see you being misled by wrong information." After a moment of silence, Green said, "As an ally, I am honest with you, but I hope you can keep it a secret from me." As the two walked and talked, Green told the story in detail from the first time Petyr Baelish and Lyssa Tully met. Finally, Green lowered his voice slightly. "This matter will not end simply. I think there will be many people who will come out to question the bloodline of young Robert, so Lord Ned is also in a dilemma." The Prime Minister's Tower. Syrio Forel looked at Arya Stark sitting on the steps and said, "Resting girl, do you know why Syrio Forel can be the chief swordsman of the Sea King of Bravos?" Arya wiped the sweat from her face casually and answered casually, "Because your swordsmanship is the best." Syrio tapped his chin lightly. "That's right, but why me? There are many people who are stronger, more agile and younger than me. Why is Syrio Forel the best? Now let me tell you." As he spoke, he touched his eyelashes lightly with his fingertips, and then continued, "The trick lies in insight into the truth of things." Arya made a face. "Isn't insight just seeing with your eyes?" "Syrio, I'm staring at you every second, girl. Watching does not mean insight. Bravos ships go wherever the sea breeze blows. They have been to many strange places, and every time they return, the captain will offer animals from afar to the Sea King's menagerie. They were all kinds of exotic animals you had never seen before, like striped horses, spotty creatures with long necks like stilts, hairy rat boars as big as cows, stinging sphinxes, tigers that carried their cubs in their pouches, and horrible lizards that walked around with sickle-like claws." Syrio grinned. "I've seen them all." Arya's eyes lit up and she listened with great interest. "The day I mentioned had just passed away, and the Sea King of Bravos summoned me, because according to Bravos tradition, an heir must be chosen immediately. Many assassins had gone to see him before, but they were all sent away, and no one could tell why. When I went in, he was sitting peacefully, with a fat yellow cat lying on his lap. He told me that it was a gift from one of his captains from an island farther away than the rising sun, and he asked me if I had never seen an animal like it." Syrio grinned again, "and I told him that I had seen thousands of animals like it in the alleys of Bravos. The Sea King laughed and appointed me as the first swordsman that day." Arya's little face wrinkled, and she said, "Syrio, I don't understand." Syrio spread his hands and said, "It was just an ordinary cat. Others thought they would see exotic animals, so they only saw exotic animals. They said that the cat was big, but the cat was not particularly big. It was just because it was lazy and Aquarius often fitted with things on its own dining table, so it gained a little weight. They also said that its ears were small and delicate, but in fact they were bitten off because they were bitten off when fighting with other cats. It was obviously a male cat, but when Neptune called her, they thought the cat was a female cat. Do you understand, curious girl?" Aelia thought about it carefully, then her eyes lit up. "Syalio, you have insight into the truth of the matter." Syalio touched Arya's head and said, "That's it. The most important thing is to keep your eyes wide. The heart will lie, the mind will fool us, but only the eyes will be bright. Look with your eyes, listen with your ears, taste with your mouth, smell with your nose, feel with your skin, and finally think with your head, so that you can understand the truth." Arya nodded and laughed. "That's it." Syalio picked up the wooden sword and brushed a sword flower. "I was thinking, at most 3 months, You can change your own iron sword to practice. A smart girl, Arya cheered. Great. I can't wait. The sound of footsteps came, and the tall figure of Lord Eddard appeared at the door. Arya, you should be eager to eat. Syrio nodded slightly in the direction of Lord Eddard. Arya said excitedly, Father, I will be able to use the iron sword soon. Lord Eddard's serious face showed a smile. Congratulations, but we should go to dinner? Sansa is still waiting for us. At the dining table, Sansa Stark glanced at her father quietly, and then lectured Arya. Arya, why can't you be more ladylike? You make yourself dirty all day long. Today, someone asked me if you are my brother. After saying that, Sansa raised her little chin proudly. A few days ago, her sister stepped on her favorite deerskin slippers and she wanted to take revenge. Although she complained when her father was around, she really didn't understand her sister's behavior after coming to King's Landing. She loved the magnificence of the Red Keep, the noble men and women in silk and satin, and the people of all kinds in the city. The tournament was the most wonderful time in her life, and she hadn't seen many things yet, such as the harvest party, the masquerade, and the pantomime performance. Arya, however, had no interest in so many wonderful things. She made herself look like a little beggar all day long. She even doubted whether Arya was her biological sister. Arya said angrily, Sansa, you are complaining again. You are so annoying. Sansa felt that she could finally get revenge, and she was very happy. She snorted lightly, and said in a relaxed tone, My sister, I am helping you. The northern man glanced at his little daughter and then retracted his gaze. She was not too dirty, but she could not practice sword well if she was clean, which also showed that Arya was a diligent and good child. After waiting for a while, Sansa still didn't see her father's response, and she was a little anxious. She called softly, Father. Lord Eddard looked at his eldest daughter with a serious face. Sansa, what's wrong? Is the food not delicious? Sansa said obediently, My sister never listens to me. I need your help to manage her. She gets herself dirty all day long. I'm worried that someone will say something bad to hurt my sister. Seeing her father nod, she said, and, the noble Stark family should not be talked about because of such things. Lord Eddard frowned slightly. Starks are not noble. We just shoulder the responsibility and obligation to protect the North. This is the tradition of the Stark family for thousands of years. Lord Eddard suddenly felt that he really shouldn't bring the children to King's Landing. His little wolf was being corroded by the hypocrisy here. Arya pouted, Noble sister, winter is coming, and the Stark family has to practice swords. Hearing Arya's words, Lord Eddard's brows loosened and his mouth curled. Arya, remember to take a bath after sword practice, and change into clean clothes. Then what? Sansa opened her eyes wide. Was she going to let Arya go? Sansa felt wronged. Her father loved Arya the most, but he never taught her a lesson when she made a mistake. She missed her mother. Sansa's eyes turned red, and she said angrily, Arya, you only know how to flatter your father. Arya deliberately stuck out her tongue. You are a follower. You only know how to follow Joffrey all day long. Sansa's eyes were wet. I'm not a follower. Joffrey loves me. We are in love. Sansa and Joffrey are together every day. How old is she? Lord Eddard frowned. Sansa, you are still young? Lord Eddard had met Joffrey several times. Although Joffrey was Robert's child, he didn't want to have prejudice against the child, but he really looked down on the blonde boy. Duke Eddard said gently, I don't think Joffrey is worthy of you. When you grow up, I will help you find a noble who is most worthy of you, who is brave, gentle and strong. You will be happy in your new family all your life. For her prince, Sansa shed tears and said bravely, Father, please don't do this. I love Joffrey, Father, really, just like Queen Naerys loves Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight and Jonge loves Florian. Joffrey's mother also likes me very much. She said she would take me hunting recently, and she also blessed Joffrey and me. Duke Eddard was shocked. When did this happen? Lord Ed looked at his daughter with tears on her face and felt distressed. He comforted her softly, Dear Sansa, we can discuss it slowly. Arya muttered, You just cry. Sansa wiped her tears and said, Father, please believe me, Joffrey and I will live a happy life forever as the ballads say. I will help him give birth to a beautiful blonde son. One day he will inherit Joffrey's Iron Throne and become the greatest king in history, as brave as a wolf and as proud as a lion. Seeing that Sansa stopped crying, Arya rolled her eyes and said, You and Joffrey can't give birth to a lion. He is not a lion, he is a deer. Sansa screamed in anger, He is not a deer. He is not like that drunk king at all. After the eldest daughter finished speaking, Lord Ed, who was originally worried about how to comfort her, suddenly froze. Sansa's words kept repeating in his ears. He is not like that drunk king at all. He is not like Robert at all. Robert's child is not like Robert himself at all. Lord Ed's pupils shrank. Chapter 155 Black News 7. In the Prime Minister's study, Eddard Stark sat with a frown on his face. Sometimes, the ignorant eyes of children can see facts that adults turn a blind eye to. Sansa's words cleared up many doubts for him. The simple truth surged in his chest, and his heart was as cold as death. With a strong character, Duke Eddard understood Jon Arryn's words before his death. Every illegitimate child of Robert he investigated had hair as black as night, including the little girl in the valley. Duke Eddard's grey eyes looked at the book genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms opened on the table. Maester Melian recorded the last union between the Stag and the Golden Lion more than 90 years ago, when Tya Lannister married Gwen Baratheon. Their only child was a premature baby boy who did not have time to be named. Maester Melian's book described him as big, good appetite, and full of black hair. 30 years ago, a man from the Lannister family married a woman from the Baratheon family. She gave birth to 3 daughters and a son for him, all of whom had black hair. Golden hair can only yield to carbon black and disappear. A look of pain appeared on Lord Eddard's serious face. Although Lord Eddard wanted to deal with this matter secretly and let Robert continue to be a king without worries, he could not choose to hide the truth from Robert for the sake of honor. After Robert learned the truth, would he become the second Mad King? Lord Eddard recalled the scene more than 10 years ago, the little girl and baby boy wrapped in the red cloak of the Lannister family. Prince Rhaegar's daughter was barefoot and wearing pajamas, and Prince Rhaegar's son was in the cradle, and the blood and brains were not dry yet. Lord Eddard clenched his fists. He must not let such a thing happen again. Robert was indeed a man who could show mercy. As long as the other party was brave and acted upright, Robert would regard him as a brave opponent and respect him. After the battle more than 10 years ago, Ser Barristan, the captain of the King's Guard, was not the only one pardoned by Robert. Maester Pycelle, Master of Intelligence Varys, Balon Greyjoy. They were all enemies of Robert, but once they swore allegiance, Robert could let them keep their honor. However, the situation was different this time. Secret poisoning, stabbing in the back. Robert could never forgive such things, just like he could never forgive Rhaegar. Even if he killed him completely, it might not extinguish Robert's anger. The kingdom cannot have another cruel king, and it cannot withstand another bloody storm full of hatred. Even so, Lord Eddard still couldn't remain silent. He was the Prime Minister, he was responsible for the king and the entire kingdom, so the royal bloodline must not leave any hidden dangers. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking on the door interrupted Lord Eddard's thoughts. My lord, Lord Green is visiting, let him in. The door was pushed open, and Green entered the study. He greeted and said, "Good night, Lord Ned." Lord Ned's mood immediately improved when he saw Green. Fortunately, the grudges between the adults did not affect the child. Green grew up well. Not only was he excellent in swordsmanship, but he was also capable in doing things. Lord Eddard trusted Green very much. Lord Eddard could not help but feel relieved. The child won the tournament championship. He was busy with the affairs of the kingdom and had not praised him yet. Lord Eddard felt that he could never be as meticulous as Catelyn. He recalled a sword with a story of honor that Jon Arryn gave him when they were in the Vale. He planned to give it to Green as a gift for Green's winning the tournament championship. This might be the inheritance of honor. The grudges between adults are matters between adults, and the children are innocent. He had already decided in his heart. Even if he was blamed by Robert afterwards, he had to find a way to protect the 3 children. Duke Ed looked at Green and smiled. Those 3 children could be like the child in front of him, not being involved in the grudges between adults. They have the right to have a new life of their own. What's the result? Green's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the books on the table, and said, Duke Ned, Duke Mace has decided to leave King's Landing tomorrow and go to the Reach to personally take charge of Haggerton. Duke Eddard thought for a moment, frowned and said, is he planning to give up his seat on the Privy Council? And, is he going back to start a war? Green shook his head. The Golden Rose will not give up her seat on the Privy Council easily. Duke Mace recommends Garth Tyrell to be the Chancellor of the Privy Council. Duke Eddard murmured, Garth Tyrell, Duke Ned. Garth Tyrell is the uncle of the Duke Mace. He has served as the steward of Haggerton since the Duke Mace's father. After a pause, Duke Eddard asked directly, Green, What do you think? Green replied respectfully, Duke Ned, Garth Tyrell's ability is unquestionable. I think he is qualified to be the Chancellor of the Privy Council. And, Green sighed and continued, you should be very clear about the situation of the kingdom's treasury. Tyrell wants a seat on the Royal Council, and the kingdom's finances need the support of the High Court. Damn it, Duke Eddard thought of the kingdom's debt and couldn't help but curse. Green shrugged, the king dreams, the Prime Minister builds dreams. Duke Eddard paused for a while and sighed, the king eats, the Prime Minister shits. Green smiled first, then said seriously, Duke Ned, Petyr has been imprisoned, and the kingdom's finances need the support of the Tyrell family. I have to tell you that this is a rational choice. The reason is naturally not that simple. There is also a balance in transaction between the two parties that may not be spoken. Green only told the most direct reason, but it was enough. If he said more and deeper, Benlang would feel a headache. Benlang has a unique way of doing things, and Green's assistant is considerate. Sure enough. Duke Eddard nodded and said decisively, that's it, I'll arrange it tomorrow. Green picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine and handed it to Duke Eddard. Regarding the war, I think you can rest assured that the Duke of Mace is not an impulsive person. It can be said that he is calm enough. If it were an ordinary person, the war would have broken out in the south long ago. Duke Eddard took the wine glass and took a sip, agreeing, well, he did a good job. Green also poured himself a glass of wine and said leisurely, whether there will be a war in the south actually depends on the Duke of Lannister in Casterly Rock. It depends on how he will decide in the end. When Green was about to leave, Duke Eddard withdrew his gaze from the book on the desk and said, Green, I will arrange an errand for you outside in a while. Green's current position is the Queen's Affairs Officer. When the time comes, the furious Robert may vent his anger on this child. Therefore, he plans to find a suitable opportunity to let Green leave King's Landing for a while, and then recall him after the things here are settled. Green paused, his eyes trembled, and said, Duke Ned, I am at your service at any time. Green glanced at the books on the Prime Minister's desk again, and then saluted and left. Red Castle, Godswood. Lord Eddard handed his captain of the guard, Jory, an envelope sealed with the wolf's seal. Take this to Cersei at Meagher's Tower, go. The heavy walls outside the Godswood blocked the noise of the people and horses in the castle. Lord Eddard heard the chirping of insects and birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was peaceful and quiet here. The heart tree here was a brown oak. Although there was no face carved on it, Lord Eddard could still feel the old gods he believed in. The Godswood was empty, and Lord Eddard was immersed in the silence here for a while. He didn't know how long it had passed. At sunset, the clouds on the high walls of the tower were covered with red clouds. Cersei Lannister appeared. She came alone as promised, and Lord Eddard nodded slightly from a distance. Queen Cersei walked closer and looked down at Lord Eddard, who was sitting on the grass. Her tone was still familiar and arrogant. Stark, why did you ask me to meet you here? When she received Lord Eddard's letter, Cersei guessed that Wolf had asked her to meet him for marriage, so she deliberately waited until sunset before coming. Queen Cersei's curly golden hair danced in the wind, her green eyes were like the lush leaves in midsummer, and her fair skin seemed to emit a light red luster. Lord Eddard raised his eyes and looked at Queen Cersei. She was still very beautiful. He had not seen Cersei's beauty for a long time, and now it was awakened again. Lord Eddard said calmly, it is for the gods to witness. I hope the gods are free today. After that, Queen Cersei sat down on the grass next to Lord Eddard. Her every move was very elegant. Duke Eddard looked into the distance and said, the race is strong. These are Jon Arryn's last words. I didn't notice. Queen Cersei examined Duke Eddard's serious face and said coldly, Prime Minister Stark, I'm not in the mood to play riddles with you. Did you call me here for this? Duke Eddard looked at Queen Cersei, his eyes became sharp. Is the other party Jaime the King's lair? I'm not asking about your brother, but your lover. Queen Cersei turned her head to look at Duke Eddard. There was no change on her face at what Eddard said. Queen Cersei said frankly, he is both my brother and my lover. In order to maintain the purity of their bloodline, the Targaryens have been marrying brothers and sisters for 300 years. We have been together since childhood, so why not? Jaime and I are not just brother and sister, we are basically two halves of the same life. When he was born, he was holding my feet to come into the world. As she spoke, a faint smile flashed across her lips. When we are together, I feel complete, maybe because of Cersei's honesty. When he confirmed the answer in person, he was not as angry as he imagined. It seems that the 3 children are all Jaime's children. Thank the gods for being free." After a moment of silence, Duke Eddard couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. "Cersei, you have been married for more than 10 years. Why don't you have your own children?" Queen Cersei's expression was arrogant. "Your siblings made me pregnant once, and my brother found a doctor to help me get rid of the child. That person didn't even know about it." As she spoke, her tone became contemptuous. "Stark, I'm going to tell you the truth. I can't stand that person touching me at all. I haven't been with that person for many years. If that person stays away from those women, he can still stumble into my room after drinking. But I have other ways to satisfy him. Anyway, no matter what we do, that person is usually drunk and forgets everything the next day." After Queen Cersei finished speaking, Lord Eddard frowned even deeper, and his doubts in his heart were also deeper. Lord Eddard felt her deep hatred for Robert from Cersei's words. Did something happen that he didn't know? No matter what he felt in his heart, Lord Eddard's voice remained calm. "I remember what Robert looked like that day. He charmed almost all the women present. You received everyone's blessings that day," he added. "Cersei, what did he do to make you hate him so much?" Hearing Lord Eddard's words, Queen Cersei's eyes suddenly ignited with green fire in the twilight, like the lioness on the Lannister family emblem. "Why hate? On our wedding night, when we slept together for the first time, he called your sister's name. He was on top of me, smelling of alcohol, and he even whispered the name Lyanna in my ear." Blue roses. Sadness flashed across Lord Eddard's face. "I really don't know whether to pity you or him," Queen Cersei said coldly. "Beowulf, a lioness does not need sympathy. That is an insult to me." Lord Eddard stared at Queen Cersei with his grey eyes for a while, and said, "Cersei, you know very well what I must do." Eddard was originally only prepared to find a way to save the 3 children, but after talking with Cersei, he changed his mind. Just like that wrong spring, maybe the union of Robert and Cersei was a wrong marriage. Let her leave with her 3 children. "Stark, what must be done?" Queen Cersei asked as if talking to herself, and then she stretched out her white and tender hand and placed it on Lord Eddard's thigh. "A real person, he usually does what he wants to do, not what he has to do," Queen Cersei said, her fingers slowly brushing against Lord Eddard's thigh. Queen Cersei gently approached Lord Eddard. Her voice was unusually gentle. "Prime Minister Eddard, Joffrey is still many years away from adulthood, and the kingdom needs a strong prime minister. No one wants to restart the war, especially me." Queen Cersei's hand brushed against Lord Eddard's face and hair, and then said, "If friends can turn against each other, why can't we turn enemies into friends? The Lady of Winterfell is thousands of miles away. You need me. You can get more pleasure from me." Queen Cersei's hand was around Lord Eddard's neck, her body exuding a gentle hint. "Ned, be nice to me. I swear I will never let you regret it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Black News 8. Eddard Stark looked at the beautiful face so close to him. His expression turned cold. "Cersei, beauty cannot buy forgiveness." Forgiveness. The tenderness on Cersei Lannister's face disappeared in an instant, and her voice was filled with anger. "Who do you think of me? What right do you have to ask me for forgiveness?" Then she stood up and sneered. "Don't you have a bastard yourself, and you brought that bastard into the Red Castle?" Her eyes became contemptuous. "I'm curious about who the mother of that bastard is. Was it a farm girl whose home was burned down by you and then raped by you? Or a branch girl? Or the sad Miss Ashra? I heard, after you returned the Dawn of the Excalibur to her, Miss Ashra jumped into the sea from the city wall. What was the reason? Was it because of the brother you killed, or the child you stole?" Queen Cersei looked directly at Lord Eddard and said angrily, "Noble wolf, tell me, what is the difference between you and Robert, or me, or Jaime?" Lord Eddard slowly stood up. He looked at Queen Cersei with a face full of resentment and said calmly, "Cersei, please listen carefully. I will only say this once. When Robert comes back from hunting, I will tell him everything. Before Robert comes back, I will not stop you from leaving. You can take your 3 children with you." After a pause, he said, "I promise you, no matter how far you run, Robert's wrath will follow you. If I were you, I would not go to Casterly Rock. I would take a ship to the free trade cities, or go further, as far as I can." After Lord Eddard finished speaking, Cersei's body obviously stiffened. Cersei asked in disbelief, "Stark, you want me to exile myself? Let me and my children become wanderers?" Lord Eddard shook his head slightly. "Cersei, you should know what happened to Rhaegar's children." After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei lowered her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes covered the flickering eyes underneath. The corners of Queen Cersei's eyes were slightly red. "Stark, do you know? I am the Light of the West, the proud Lannister lioness. I married that man, but that man treated me no different from those lowly women." As she spoke, Cersei raised her eyes, and the light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. "Ned, what should I do about all this I have suffered? My hatred, my anger." Lord Eddard pondered, and he sighed. "Jaime can also leave with you. I think no matter where you go, he will protect you. If I am still here, I will try my best to stop Robert from hunting you down. Originally, he just wanted to save the 3 children, and now Cersei and Jaime have been added. Maybe Robert will not forgive him." The wolf had shown his best kindness, but the lioness did not feel grateful. She showed a mocking smile. "Stark, you are such a good man. I just did it out of honor." Lord Eddard stared at Queen Cersei and said nothing. Queen Cersei continued, "Jaime told me about what happened that year. On the day King's Landing fell, you only had to climb the stairs to sit on the Iron Throne. That was your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but you missed it like today. It's so sad," Lord Eddard said coldly. "The mistakes I have made in my life are beyond your imagination, but this is not one of them." The wolf was still very stubborn, which made the lioness very annoyed. Queen Cersei pretended to wipe her tears and turned around, with her back to Lord Eddard. Cersei had a blank expression on her face, but her voice was filled with sadness. "Ned, can you give me some time? The children are different from me. They love that man very much. The children have been preparing for several days, and tomorrow is the day to set off. At least until this hunt comes back." Lord Eddard hesitated for a while, and finally sighed. "Just do as you think. Sorry, I can only do this." After a pause, Queen Cersei turned around, and her green eyes looked at Lord Eddard's serious face. "Stark, please keep your promise." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes looked at the godswood, and continued, "The gods are witnesses." Lord Eddard nodded his chin lightly, and Queen Cersei lifted her skirt and took a step. After walking a few steps, Queen Cersei paused, and she looked at Lord Eddard with her side face. Cersei's voice was cold. "Stark, in the Game of Thrones, if you don't win, you will only die. There is no middle ground." Without waiting for Lord Eddard's response, Queen Cersei left quickly. At night, King's Landing, Iron Gate. Iron Gate is one of the 7 gates of King's Landing, and it is located in the northeast of King's Landing. Iron Gate is close to Blackwater Bay, and Rossby Road entered King's Landing through this gate. The commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Janos Slynt, was tall and strong, with a double chin and a body like a big barrel. He wore a black brocade coat and a half-cloak of gold thread tied with a small red glazed gun at the tip. He touched his bald forehead and said with emotion, "It feels like I haven't been here for a long time. Before I was promoted to the commander of the garrison, I served as the captain of the Iron Gate Guard for a long time." Green Crab winked at Perpili, who was standing beside him. Perpili arrived in King's Landing this morning. He looked tired, but in good spirits. Per glanced at Green, nodded his chin lightly, and strode away. "It is rumored that Janos Slynt's father was a butcher, and he looks like a butcher when he laughs." Lord Crab, "Don't worry, no one in King's Landing dares to refuse the kindness of Queen Lannister. At least I certainly don't dare." Green glanced at Janos, who was smiling a little obscenely, and put his hand on the hilt of the longsword at his waist. "Lord Slynt, not everyone is qualified to serve Her Majesty the Queen. I don't want to hear such words that are easy to cause misunderstandings." As he said that, he tapped the hilt with his slender fingers and continued, "I hope it's a joke." Janos's face froze for a moment, and he laughed. "Of course it's a joke." Hearing Janos' explanation, Green's eyes softened a little. Janos approached, and Green smelled a strong smell of alcohol. "Lord Crab, although we are using the name of replacing old equipment, but..." Janos lowered his voice and continued, "Actually, they are all new things. How dare I hand over old things to Queen Lannister?" Janos saw that the arrogant Queen Steward finally smiled, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, "Humph, just a running dog of the Queen." Janos laughed happily. If it weren't for taking this opportunity to join Lannister, He wouldn't try to please a small steward. Why is Genos in a hurry to join Queen Cersei? Although Genos Slynt usually behaves rudely, he has noticed that the new Prime Minister Eddard Stark is very dissatisfied with his performance. The new Prime Minister is not the former Prime Minister. Duke Stark has a great influence on King Robert. Genos is very worried about losing his position as the Commander-in-Chief of the Gold Cloaks. He urgently needs the support of big people to keep his current power. When Genos was in distress, Queen Lannister extended her hand to him, and he felt that the gods were blessing him. Per came over, my lord, 1,000 pointed helmets, 1,000 chainmail hoods, and 1,000 breastplates. Green raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Genos on the side. Rubbed his fat hands, Genos hurriedly explained, Earl Crab, please report to Queen Lannister on my behalf. There are many eyes staring at the garrison. In order not to arouse others' vigilance, I prepared 1,000 sets of equipment first. Green nodded in agreement. Earl Genos, you are very thoughtful. Her Majesty the Queen does not like unnecessary trouble. Genos' smile deepened. I have arranged for people to prepare the rest of the equipment. At most 3 days, my golden robe will replace those old things. In the night sky, the full moon is high. On Rosby Road outside King's Landing, Green and Per rode in front, followed by transport wagons. Green pulled the reins to adjust the direction of the horse. Per, you will temporarily camp near the forest east of Rosby Road. The Lannister merchants will deliver the food and fodder needed by the Legion from Rosby City in the north. Per nodded in response. Green added, Butler Rossell will also prepare a batch of food and fodder to be stored near the steel gate. Seeing Per's puzzled expression, Green smiled and asked, Sir Per, don't you like the steel gate? After thinking for a while, Per tentatively said, My lord, do you want to? Green nodded, we must control a city gate, otherwise I will not be at ease. He shook the reins and continued, Per, you must be ready at any time and wait for my orders. Also, you must remember that the enemy who prevents us from guarding the city gate may not be outside the city, but inside the city. Yes, my lord. The next morning, the Red Castle, the Maester's Tower. Nine-fingered Maester Pycelle smiled and said, Lord Green, welcome. Pycelle is at your service. Green pointed to the chair in front of the table and said, Sit down, Grand Maester Pycelle. The old Pycelle sat down tremblingly, and then he almost jumped up from the chair. The reason was, Green put a blank parchment in front of his table. His favorite thing had now become one of the protagonists of his nightmare. Pycelle wanted to cry, Lord Green, I have been recuperating from my injuries recently and have not done anything. What I said is true, I swear to the gods. Green leaned back in his chair, folded his legs, and sighed softly. This morning, when our queen left the Red Castle, I noticed that she looked very bad. Pycelle was stunned for a moment, then spoke cautiously. I think everyone knows that the relationship between the queen and the king is not very good, and our queen has never liked hunting, so she is not in a good mood. Green shook his head slightly, his eyes moved and he stared at Pycelle. Our new prime minister seems to suspect that there is a problem with the royal bloodline. I mean the 3 children. Pycelle's sleepy eyes suddenly widened and he showed a look of shock. Green smiled. My guess is right. It seems that you already knew it. Pycelle nodded blankly at first, then shook his head quickly and said, My lord, I really don't know. Pycelle suddenly stopped talking. Another protagonist of the nightmare, the dagger, appeared in his sight. Green put the dagger on the table and said, Master Pycelle, please speak slowly. I will listen. Pycelle took a deep breath and said, my lord, I did have doubts, but I didn't dare to think deeply. Green showed a look of understanding. You have read the book written by Master Marion a long time ago, so you have such doubts, right? Pycelle replied in a low voice with a sad face. Yes, Master Green. Green smiled and said leisurely, so, in order to gain the trust of the new Prime Minister, you deliberately gave the book to Duke Ed, implying that there is a problem with the royal bloodline, is that right? Pycelle was so scared that he shook his head and denied, no, the Prime Minister took the initiative to ask me for that book. Green stared at Pycelle quietly for a while. And when Pycelle calmed down a little, he spoke, many people in the Red Keep saw your servant take the initiative to deliver the book to the Prime Minister's tower, and I also saw the book in the Prime Minister's study. Mr. Pycelle, this is irrefutable evidence. Pycelle burst into tears immediately. At that time, he had some hidden thoughts, but it was really unfair. Pycelle was the servant of Lord Tywin. How could he harm Queen Cersei? Green comforted, don't worry too much, I will protect you. Mr. Pycelle cried, Lord Green, I am really wronged, I swear to the gods. Green frowned, he seemed a little impatient. Right, what to write? Pycelle thought for a while, and said in panic, Lord Green, I really. Seeing Green picked up the dagger, Pycelle didn't dare to speak any more. He picked up the quill pen tremblingly, but he didn't start writing. Green became very patient again. He said slowly, you must have done this to keep your seat in the council, because you know something about Prime Minister Stark. He doesn't trust you. If you don't make outstanding achievements, you will leave the council sooner or later. So, you deliberately gave the book to Prime Minister Stark and intentionally hinted at Prime Minister Jon's last words, that the race is strong. When the matter of the black hair and the golden hair is revealed, Queen Cersei and the heads of the 3 children will be enough to keep your position, and you can also exchange for the absolute trust of the new Prime Minister. Green finally praised. Great plan, isn't it, Mr. Pycelle? Mr. Pycelle looked at Green with a gentle face. He was shocked beyond words. Who does Green belong to? What does he want to do? He knows best. Green fabricated his own crimes. He is absolutely wronged, but there is already ironclad evidence of coincidence. He knows that if he writes down the facts fabricated by Green himself, he will never be able to escape the control of the person in front of him. Unless Duke Stark is willing to testify for him, but is it necessary? I don't want to die, I want to live. Chapter 157, The Dragon's New Nest. Essos, Cantus City-State, Governor's Mansion. In the meeting hall, Viserys stood beside the governor's chair at the highest point, looked around slowly, and a slightly sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Dany, my dear sister, you are so lucky. Daenerys turned her face away, and everyone could see her sadness, except Viserys. Jorah Mormont on the side couldn't help but say, Your Majesty Viserys, luck alone can't take a city. Princess Daenerys' decisiveness allows us to stand here. Viserys was in a good mood for the time being, so Jorah Mormont's rebellion did not awaken the wrath of his sleeping dragon. Viserys sat on the governor's chair, and he looked down at the people below from a high position. He raised his voice and said, In the name of Viserys I, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and protector of the realm, I declare that the city of Candace is renamed the city of Viserys, in the name of the true king of the Iron Throne. Grant glory to this city. Viserys' excited voice fell, and the hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned. Seeing that no one echoed his declaration, Viserys' handsome face twisted, and he said angrily, Are you deaf? Are you going to disobey the king's order? Viserys became more and more angry. He stood up suddenly and screamed, How dare you disobey the king's order? Still no one spoke, and no one knelt down to beg for mercy as Viserys imagined. The war had just ended, and most of the people below were still covered in blood. No one was afraid, and no one was angry. They just gathered around his sister in unusual silence. They looked at him calmly, as if they had no emotions, but this situation made Viserys, who was angry, panic. Viserys' face flushed red, and he quickly expelled the inexplicable fear in his heart. He was a real dragon, and a real dragon was fearless. Viserys' body was trembling with anger, and he needed someone to vent his anger on. He slowly scanned the faces below, and finally, his sight was fixed on Daenerys, who was lowering her head. Viserys' face was a little distorted, and a sneer crept up on it. Dany, sister, Viserys' cold voice came, and among the people present, only Daenerys trembled unconsciously. Daenerys, who had been heartbroken because of the loss of too many soldiers, came back to her senses, and she looked up at her brother who was high above her. Daenerys' eyes were red. During this period, her brother no longer scolded her or beat her. The two of them could be said to have ushered in a rare peaceful coexistence after growing up. But for some reason, the brother in her heart who took her to play and told her stories, became more and more blurred in her memory. That was the warmest place in Daenerys' memory. She had been praying that her brother would come back, but why could she remember his appearance less and less? Was that brother going to abandon her? A tear of Daenerys' eyes flowed from the corner of her eyes and slowly slid down her cheek. Viserys naturally saw Daenerys, who was scared to tears by him, and his eyes were full of abnormal excitement. This was the consequence of awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Viserys laughed strangely and sat back in his chair. He raised his chin proudly and said contemptuously, My dear sister, did you hear my order? Sir Jorah noticed that something was wrong with Daenerys. He turned his head and looked over. Her Royal Highness's eyes were empty. She was crying silently, drop by drop. Sir Jorah felt a pain in his heart, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Viserys' voice. "Dany, why don't you speak? Do you want to awaken the wrath of my sleeping dragon?" As Viserys' voice fell, Daenerys' petite body trembled again as if out of control. Daenerys' hollow eyes gradually disappeared, and a glimmer of light appeared in her violet eyes. Daenerys raised her hand, and she lowered her eyes to look at her palm. This was her own hand, and it was still trembling slightly. It was going against her will. Daenerys closed her eyes, and she seemed to have found the answer. That brother was a memory left in her heart, but the current brother, abuse and beating, did Viserys leave painful memories in her body? Why did the brother who accompanied her through the days of fear leave her? She now understood that the brother found another person who could replace him. The brother did not abandon her. The thin and small brother finally showed a relieved smile. Ser Jorah's tall and strong body moved, blocking Viserys' sight. "Your Majesty Viserys, I want to remind you that this is Essos, not Westeros. Your claim will only bring us more and stronger enemies." Viserys was furious, and Ser Jorah raised his head and stared, not giving in. Viserys gnashed his teeth and said, "Mormont, I will chop off your head sooner or later." Why was Viserys so eager to claim the city-state of Cantors? Because Viserys had long been dissatisfied with everyone who only obeyed Daenerys but ignored the true king of the Iron Throne. He felt that today was the best time for him to seize power. Why did Viserys feel that today was the best time to seize power from his sister? He had no reason that he had carefully planned and calculated. He was a real dragon, and if a real dragon thought it was the best time, then it must be the best time, and this reason was enough. As for the hidden dangers described by Jorah Mormont, it had nothing to do with him. For Viserys, seizing power was to gain the majesty that a king should have, and had nothing to do with anything else. Because Daenerys had promised him that within the agreed time of 1 year, he would get 10,000 troops to fight back to Westeros. In short, his taking over the power in Daenerys' hands and his obtaining troops from Daenerys were two different things. Dick has been standing respectfully beside the governor's chair. He is now trusted by Viserys. He can also be said to be the only subordinate of Viserys to demonstrate the king's majesty. When Viserys and Ser Jorah were in a stalemate, Dick quietly looked at Daenerys. At this time, Daenerys was wiping her tears with a towel. She seemed to feel Dick's gaze, paused, and nodded her chin imperceptibly. After receiving Daenerys' order, Dick's eyes turned habitually. He approached Viserys, bowed and whispered, "Your Majesty Viserys, it is more important to deal with the people's petitions. The people will know who is the master of this city." After listening to Dick's advice, Viserys paused. As long as he sat here to deal with the petitions, he could let the people know who is the real master. This is a smart way to seize power. Viserys first gave Dick a satisfied look, and then he said, "Mormont, I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. Go and inform the outside world that I will personally meet with the people here and handle the petitions starting tomorrow." Ser Jorah's face darkened instantly. He was once the Lord of Bear Island, and he certainly understood what it meant to let Viserys handle the petitions. Ser Jorah clenched his fists. Princess Daenerys had finally conquered the city-state of Cantors, but he wanted to steal Princess Daenerys' power without any concealment and scruples. "Ser Jorah, please step down." Hearing Daenerys' crisp voice, Ser Jorah immediately loosened his fists, stepped aside, and stood aside. Ser Jorah raised his eyes and glanced at Princess Daenerys, who was straightening her waist, and then quickly lowered his eyes. At Ser Jorah's suggestion, Daenerys decisively extended a helping hand to Governor Cantors, who had not waited for reinforcements. As a result, more than half of the new recruits who were born as slaves and the guards of the Crab Claw Peninsula were sacrificed, and Asina and Ange, whom Daenerys trusted, were also seriously injured. In the end, Daenerys and Governor Cantus fought off the invaders with the internal and external cooperation. The enemy retreated, and Governor Cantus, who was already seriously injured, handed over the responsibility of protecting the city to the silver-haired princess on his deathbed. So the Princess of Dragonstone, the breaker of shackles, obtained when rescuing a slave merchant ship, and Daenerys Targaryen, who was born in the storm, took over the responsibility of protecting the city-state of tens of thousands of people from the original governor as a savior. Daenerys' life of cheating does not need much explanation. Please automatically fill in the blanks for more details. Daenerys stood in front, and her eyes first touched Dick. Dick nodded slightly. "Your Highness, please rest assured. He is a clever Dick." When he was in King's Landing, he followed a crowd into the Red Keep and saw how the high and mighty hand of the king dealt with petitions one after another. Dick felt that he would never be able to handle those complicated and troublesome problems. Dick was very familiar with Viserys. He couldn't handle it, let alone Viserys. Lord Green told Dick that he was the bridge between Crab and Targaryen, and the Crab family was not betting on Viserys, but Daenerys. Dick kept his mission in mind. It seemed that he was helping Viserys, but in fact he was digging a pit. The real purpose was to wait for Viserys to cause resentment among the people, so that Daenerys would stand up and win back the hearts of the people. This was what Dick learned when he was hanging around Fleece Street. He found that some people used similar methods when doing something. Although Cants had repelled the invaders, no one dared to say that the danger had been lifted, because those invaders might come back tomorrow, so the former governor smoothly handed over the responsibility of guarding the city to Princess Daenerys. Dick couldn't guarantee whether the invaders would come back, but he knew that they were outsiders and the city couldn't be allowed to live too comfortably. Otherwise, after a period of peace, the city would soon forget the kindness of Princess Daenerys and turn to treat these outsiders as invaders. Therefore, the city needed a bad guy, and Dick thought that Viserys, who was crazy all the time, was very suitable. Later, Dick would ask Princess Daenerys to give him a few executioners. He must stay close to Viserys to prevent him from accidentally causing a riot and losing his life here. Daenerys looked at Viserys and said, "Brother, I will arrange for someone to inform that the governor's mansion will accept petitions from the people starting tomorrow." Daenerys couldn't guess what Dick was up to, but she chose to believe Dick, and she also needed some time to consolidate the defense of Cantus. During the time in Pentus, the man who was as warm as the summer sun told her why the army was the foundation of power and the guarantee of security. Green's gentle voice and simple and easy-to-understand words are still ringing in Daenerys' ears. Viserys smiled. "Dany, my good sister, you are indeed my good sister. I will not forget your contribution, and I will definitely reward you when I regain the Iron Throne." Daenerys nodded and left. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Viserys. "Dany, don't forget the name change." Daenerys showed a puzzled look. Facing the death of so many familiar people for the first time, Daenerys was immersed in grief and did not hear Viserys' words. Ser Jorah explained, "Princess Daenerys, His Majesty wants to change the name of Cantus City to Viserys City." Daenerys frowned slightly, and she raised her eyes to look at Viserys, who was leaning against the armrest with a smug look on his face. Ser Jorah said, "Princess, this action will easily cause dissatisfaction and hostility from others. We can't handle so many enemies right now." Daenerys' purple eyes moved slightly, and she said, "Ser Jorah, thank you for your advice. Let's go. Take me to see the wounded." Viserys was stunned when he saw Daenerys leaving with the others. Just as he was about to get angry, Dick came over. "Your Majesty Viserys, you don't need the princess's help for such a small matter. After a period of petitioning, everyone will know that you are the master of this city. Then you can just announce it directly." It made sense, and Viserys smiled. A bedroom in the governor mansion. Daenerys saw Asanna with a pale face and walked over quickly. Daenerys grabbed Asanna's hand with both hands, her beautiful eyes moistened. "Asanna, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Asanna opened her cracked lips and whispered, "Your Highness, there will be casualties in war. I'm just injured. I need to rest for a few days." Hiss. Damn it, it turned out that Verona saw that the atmosphere was too heavy, and stretched out her fingers to press Asanna's wound. Asanna and Verona glared at each other, and Daenerys couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips as she looked at them. Prime Minister's tower, Prime Minister's bedroom. Dong 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 dong. The rapid knocking on the door startled Eddard Stark, who was sleeping, and his heart was beating wildly. Someone outside the door shouted, "Lord Stark." Duke Eddard felt deeply uneasy for some reason. He got off the bed, walked through the dark room, and opened the door. Outside the door was Guard Tommen, who was knocking on the door with his fist raised, Guard Cain, who was holding a candlestick, and the butler standing behind him. The butler said expressionlessly, "Prime Minister, His Majesty the King summons you to an audience immediately. Has Robert finally decided to come back?" Chapter 158 Black News, End. The Red Keep was dark and silent. Outside the king's chamber, Lord Eddard saw 3 king's guards led by Ser Barristan. Their expressions made him feel strangely cold. The butler opened the door and said loudly, "Lord Eddard Stark, the hand of the king, bring him in." Robert's voice was very muddy, and Lord Eddard's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. He strode in. The fires in the symmetrical fireplaces at both ends of the chamber were burning fiercely, filling the room with a gloomy red light. The heat in the room was suffocating. Robert lay on the bed with curtains, Mr. Pycelle was beside him, and Lord Renly paced anxiously in front of the closed window. Cersei Lannister sat by the bed, her hair disheveled, as if she had just woken up from a dream, but there was no sleep in her eyes. Robert's feet were stretched out of the blanket, and he was still wearing boots, which were covered with mud and hay. Lord Eddard looked down and found a green coat thrown on the carpet. It had traces of being cut and discarded, as well as brown red dirt. The room was filled with smoke, blood, and the smell of death. King Robert looked at Lord Eddard and whispered, "Ned." His face was as pale as milk, and his injuries were very serious. "Who?" Lord Eddard stepped forward. He wanted to ask who did it, but his throat seemed to be clamped by pliers, and he stopped talking. He reached out to hold the bedpost. Renly came over, his clothes were all covered in blood. "It was a wild boar." King Robert's voice was hoarse. "It was a damn demon. Ned, I was drunk and missed the arrow. I deserve to go to hell." Lord Eddard turned his head and asked angrily, "Renly, what are you doing?" "Where are Sir Barristan and the King's guard?" Renly explained bitterly. "Ned, my brother ordered us to stand aside so that he can deal with the wild boar alone." Lord Eddard reached out and uncovered a blanket covering Robert. The wild boar must have been a terrible creature. It tore Robert's chest and abdomen with its two long tusks. The gauze used by Mr. Pycelle to bandage was already stained with blood, and the smell was even more horrifying. Lord Eddard loosened the blanket weakly. How could this happen? If death was inevitable, Robert's end should be on the battlefield. King Robert said angrily, "It stinks. This is the stench of death. Don't think I can't smell it. I'm in a bad situation this time, right? But I didn't let that boar have an easy time either, Ned." As he spoke, King Robert showed a smile that was as shocking as his wound, and his teeth were blood red. "I stabbed the boar's eye with a knife. Ask them if it's true." "Where to ask?" Lord Renly murmured. "Yes, I followed my brother's instructions and brought the boar back. Its wound can prove it," Robert whispered. "Use it for your dinner." After a pause, he continued, "I want to talk to Ned. Let us be alone for a while." "You all leave." Queen Cersei was like a wife who was reluctant to leave her husband. Her voice was sad. "My dear." The crowned stag was as majestic as before. He scolded. "I said, leave. Which word don't you understand, you bitch?" Queen Cersei's face changed. She stood up unwillingly, glanced at Lord Eddard meaningfully, lifted her skirt and walked towards the door. Others followed her and left. Only Eddard and Robert were left in the room. Grief blurred Eddard's vision. He cursed. "Robert, you damn thing," King Robert said in a rough voice. "Huh. Fuck you, damn Ned, I beat that wild boar, I didn't lose." With a tap, 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 Green quickly walked up the wall of the Red Castle. He soon found Queen Cersei standing alone at the corner of the wall. After Green approached, he stroked her chest and said, "Your Majesty." The moonlight sprinkled on Queen Cersei, who was standing quietly, as if she was covered with a veil, like a beautiful statue. Green took a few steps and stood beside Queen Cersei. Following her gaze, he saw the direction of the king's bedroom. After a long while, Queen Cersei spoke. Her voice was very cold. "Lord Green, Robert is dying. Don't call me a drunkard anymore." Green's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded. "On my way here, I met Duke Renly and others, and overheard some news." Queen Cersei turned her head and looked at Green beside her. "Earl Green, do you think my son, Joffrey, can inherit the Iron Throne smoothly?" Green said casually, "Of course." Then Green turned to Queen Cersei and said, "Queen Cersei, you seem worried." Queen Cersei said sarcastically, "Mr. Pycelle told me that the king will not survive tonight. That man is also very clear about his condition, but he drove the queen out and left only Duke Wolf." Green frowned and said, "Queen Cersei, please rest assured, Prince Joffrey is the undisputed heir to the Iron Throne." Green's eyes became sharp, and he continued, "If something happens against your wishes, Queen Cersei, my troops are on standby outside the city." Queen Cersei raised her arm and stroked Green's cheek with her tender hand. Her voice was rare and gentle. "Earl Green, I believe in your loyalty." After saying that, Queen Cersei stepped forward and leaned on Green. Green's body shook noticeably, but Queen Cersei's voice was still gentle. "Green, you can hold your queen tightly. This is the queen's reward for loyalty." After a pause, Green's hands moved stiffly and placed on Queen Cersei's shoulders and waist. Green's voice was a little hoarse. "Thank you for your reward, Your Highness Cersei." The night was very quiet, and Queen Cersei slowly said, "Lord Green, Janos Slyne took the initiative to surrender to your queen. Green's eyes trembled, and he whispered, "Your Highness Cersei, this is good news. The 6,000 gold cloaks in the hands of Earl Slynt can be said to be the guarantee for Prince Joffrey to successfully inherit the Iron Throne." Queen Cersei left Green's arms and looked up at Green. "Lord Green, I can't believe that you trust Lord Sterling as much as he does. The lioness will not entrust her and her son's safety to him." Queen Cersei's pair of green eyes shone in the moonlight, and she stared at Green's face closely. "Your Highness Cersei, you are worried that he will betray us." As he spoke, Green's eyes moved slightly, and he looked directly at Queen Cersei. "What do you want me to do?" Queen Cersei curled the corners of her lips imperceptibly and said, "Your troops cannot be left outside the city." Queen Cersei knew very well in her heart that although she successfully dealt with Robert first, the lioness and the wolf would eventually decide the winner. Queen Cersei did not lie. She had bribed Janos Slynt, the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. Slynt was now the key for Cersei to deal with Duke Stark. Janos Slynt was born a commoner. Although his title was Earl, it was an Earl without fiefdom, which was equivalent to an empty title and could not be recognized by the nobles. Queen Cersei promised Lord Janos that she would reward him with a fiefdom he had always dreamed of and the status of a noble. For various reasons, the two hit it off, but as Queen Cersei said, she would not absolutely trust Lord Janos, who had just surrendered. She needed Green's troops to contain the Golden Cloaks, so that it would be foolproof. In the game of power, if you lose, there is only one way to die, and Cersei will do whatever it takes to become the ultimate winner. Queen Cersei left a warm feeling on Green's cheek, and she asked gently, "Green, have you thought of how to be loyal to your queen?" Green's Adam's apple rolled, and he nodded slightly. "Your Highness Cersei, I will bribe the captain of the city gate guard, and my troops will enter King's Landing quietly and be ready for your dispatch at any time." Queen Cersei showed a satisfied look, and her white and tender fingers touched Green's cold, ancestral armor. King's bedroom. Robert's voice was very weak. "Ned, I should have killed you too. You don't even let people hunt in peace. Robert came to me and said you wanted to capture the bandits in the west. I was so happy. I thought there was finally a war. Those people needed to be taught a lesson. Damn wild boars. The gods are punishing me." King Robert coughed up a pool of blood. "Varys. Pycelle. My brother. Ned. Don't trust those bastards. My eldest son. I don't like him. But I love him. Take care of Joffrey for me. Help my son. Don't let that stinky woman chatter in my son's ears all day. I only trust you." Lord Eddard felt a pain in his heart and murmured, "Robert, Joffrey is not your son." Lord Eddard wanted to tell the truth, but he couldn't. The pain Robert was suffering was clearly written on his face, and he couldn't bear to inflict more pain on him. King Robert was in extreme pain, making it very difficult for him to even speak. "Damn it, don't look at me with such a sad face. This face doesn't suit you. Go get some paper and a pen." With a creak, Duke Eddard moved a small round table in the room to the side of the bed. He spread out a blank piece of parchment and picked up a quill. "Robert, I'm ready." King Robert took a deep breath before speaking. "The following is the will of Robert I of the Baratheon family. By the way, don't forget to write down all those damn titles of mine." After a pause, he continued, "I hereby appoint Eddard, the Duke of Winterfell, the current Prime Minister, and the Stark family as Regent and Protector of the realm. After my death, rule the 7 kingdoms on my behalf, until the heir Joffrey comes of age." Duke Eddard paused while waving the quill, and he changed Joffrey to legitimate heir. The deception made Duke Eddard feel the stain on his personality. He comforted himself that he was deceiving for love. May the gods forgive him. Duke Eddard put down the pen with a complicated expression and said, "Robert, it's done. Give it to me for signature." King Robert signed his name casually and handed it to Duke Eddard with trembling hands, saying, "Ned, give this to the Privy Council when I die." Duke Eddard's tone was full of sadness. "Robert, don't be like this. Don't leave me. The kingdom needs you." Robert held his hand tightly and squeezed it hard. "Ned, you really can't lie. I know very well. I'm a bastard king, as bastard as the Mad King. Gods forgive me." Duke Eddard sadly comforted his dying old friend. "No, you are much better than him." King Robert forced a smile. "At least, people will say, the last thing I did in my life was not wrong. You won't let me down. This kingdom is handed over to you. You will hate governing more than I do, but you will do a good job." King Robert coughed up another pool of blood, and it suddenly became easier for him to speak. Remember to use that wild boar as the main course at my funeral. Roast the skin until it's crispy and eat the whole bastard. I don't care if you die of stuffiness. Promise me, Ned. Promise me, Ned. Lord Eddard seemed to have heard Lyanna's voice. I promise you, Robert, Ned, make Joffrey a better man than me. Please have mercy on me, gods. I will, my friend. King Robert seemed to relax a little. He closed his eyes, muttered to himself, in the end, I was killed by a wild boar. If it wasn't so painful, damn it, I should have laughed. Lord Eddard couldn't laugh. His face was sad. Robert, shall I call the people outside in? King Robert nodded weakly. I've seen enough of your face now. Let Pycelle get something to relieve the pain. Why is it so cold here? The people waiting outside entered the room one after another. Lord Eddard found that Queen Cersei had left, which was a little comfort to him. If Cersei still had some sense, she should have taken the 3 children and fled the Red Castle before dawn. King Robert did not ask about Queen Cersei's whereabouts. He asked Renly and Pycelle to be witnesses, took the king's seal, and sealed the will written by Eddard. Then, King Robert drank a glass of milk of the poppy that Maester Pycelle had prepared. Robert's black beard was covered with thick white drops of liquid. He asked, "Will I dream?" Eddard answered him with a heavy heart, "Robert, you will have a sweet dream." Robert smiled, "That's good. Ned, I will give you my regards to Lyanna. Take good care of my children for me." Robert's words were like a sharp knife in Eddard's heart. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't force himself to lie. But then he thought of Robert's illegitimate children, Varys still in the girl's arms, Maya in the Vale, and Gendry forging iron by the hearth. Lord Eddard said slowly, "I will take care of your children as if they were my own." Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Eddard watched the milk of the poppy wash away the pain on his old friend's face, and Robert sank weakly into the pillow and fell asleep. Chapter 159. A Long Night. Father, brother, sister. Eddard Stark has bid farewell to many of his loved ones. Those people have been gone for a long time. Every time he thinks of them, his heart is still filled with unspeakable bitterness. Robert, his good friend, his brother, another close relative, is about to leave him. Eddard closed his eyes painfully. His heart was broken. Winter is coming. Lord Eddard opened his eyes. Now is not the time to allow him to indulge in sadness. His eyes gradually became sharp. The maid was wiping Robert's face carefully. Lord Eddard took a deep look at his sleeping old friend, as if he wanted to deeply engrave Robert's appearance in his heart. After dealing with things here, he will immediately leave King's Landing, which is full of painful memories. He will mourn his old friend in the Godswood of Winterfell. Duke Eddard turned around and asked Pycelle, "How long can he live?" Pycelle replied with a gloomy face, "Prime Minister, I will do my best to treat him, but the king's injuries are too serious. I can only alleviate his pain. The rest can only be left to the gods. May the gods have mercy." Although he knew the answer, Duke Eddard still felt a pain in his heart when he heard the answer. "Take good care of the king," Duke Eddard instructed and strode towards the door. Before opening the door, he couldn't help but look back at his old friend on the bed. "God bless." Duke Eddard retracted his gaze. Outside the king's bedroom, the captain of the King's Guard was loyally on duty. Duke Eddard said, "Sir Barristan, Robert has just drunk the milk of the poppy. No one may disturb his rest without my consent." "Yes, Prime Minister." The old and strong Sir Barristan seemed to have aged a lot. "I have failed my sacred duty." Duke Eddard thought of the past. When hunting wild boars, Robert with a spear in his hand always stood still without flinching, and often cursed loudly when the wild boar charged, and only when the wild boar was about to pounce on him, he would accurately and neatly stab it to death with one shot. Lord Eddard patted Sir Barristan on the arm and said, "Sir Barristan, the king has told me the reason. No matter how loyal and brave the knight is, he cannot stop a drunk Robert." Sir Barristan still couldn't forgive himself. "When we drove the wild boar out of the den, King Robert was too drunk to stand, but he still asked us to stand aside, and I foolishly followed his orders," Renly said sadly. "No one can disobey his brother's orders." Lord Eddard silently patted Renly, who looked very similar to Robert. He was right. No one could stop Robert at that time, not even if he was there. Varys walked up from behind Lord Eddard. He nodded slightly before speaking. "Sir Barristan, I am a little curious. Who gave the king this wine?" Barristan frowned and said, "King Robert drank the wine from the wineskin he carried with him." Varys clasped his hands together, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Then I am even more curious. Can a bag of wine make King Robert unable to stand?" His drinking capacity is well known in the Seven Kingdoms. After Varys' swords fell, the people present couldn't help but frown. This was indeed a suspicious point. Before everyone thought deeply, Barristan explained, Varys, His Majesty must have drunk more than one bag. As long as he asked, his servants would give him a new bag. I didn't count the exact number, but I know it was a lot. Varys nodded. And his smile became natural. What a good boy who is loyal to his duty. King Robert will never worry about not having wine to drink, he said again. Sir Barristan, can you tell me which servant was with him that day? Before the old knight could speak, Lord Ringley's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Varys, the squire that day was Lancel of the Lannister family. Varys first nodded to Lord Renly to express his gratitude, then sighed and said, so it was him, King Robert's new squire, the son of Sir Kevin Lannister, the nephew of Lord Tywin, and the cousin of Queen Cersei. Lancel is a strong boy. I really hope that this good child will not blame himself too much. Children are always fragile at their innocent adolescence. I have a deep understanding of this. Everyone must believe that Varys also had a teenage period, but they all doubted whether the octopus spider had ever been innocent. Everyone stopped talking and left. There was no speech all the way. When Lord Eddard was about to reach the Prime Minister's tower, Renly's voice came over. Ned. Lord Eddard paused and looked over. Renly's clothes were still covered in blood. Renly, you need to rest. Renly shook his head bitterly. I'm not on the mood yet. Duke Eddard patted Renly on the shoulder as if to comfort him, and said, what do you want to talk to me about? Renly glanced around and said, Ned, I want to talk to you alone about something. Okay. Duke Eddard trusted Duke Renly very much, and agreed without hesitation, and waved his hand to let the guard step back. Renly approached Duke Eddard and said, Ned, is the sealed will letter related to the regent? Did my brother appoint you as the protector of the whole realm? He lowered his voice and continued, Ned, I have 30 personal guards, as well as other knights and noble friends. Give me an hour, and I can give you 100 men. Duke Eddard stared at Duke Renly for a while, and asked in confusion, Renly, what are you going to give me 100 men for? Duke Renly said anxiously, Ned, of course it's a preemptive strike. Act now, while everyone is still asleep. Lord Eddard's face turned a little cold. He frowned and said, Renly, what do you want to do? Lord Renly did not notice Lord Eddard's abnormality. His eyes revealed an excitement that Lord Eddard could not understand. We have to snatch Joffrey from his mother as a bargaining chip. It doesn't matter whether he's a guardian or not. Whoever holds the king hostage can command the Seven Kingdoms. We also have to hold Myrcella and Tommen in our hands. As long as we control Cersei's child, she will not dare to act rashly. Ned, by then the Royal Council will recognize you as the regent of the Seven Kingdoms and let you be Joffrey's guardian. Lord Eddard interrupted coldly, Renly, Robert is not dead yet, and it is unknown whether the gods will spare his life. If Robert passes away, I will also immediately convene a royal council, publish the will, and discuss the matter of succession. After a pause, he glanced at Renly, who had become a stranger, and added, I will not kill and shed blood in Robert's last moments, and commit the crime of forcibly pulling a panicked child away from his sleep. Lord Renly was stunned for a moment, his face flushed with anxiety. Ned, now is not the time to delay. Cersei will definitely not sit there and do nothing. If you don't act in advance, once Robert dies, it will be too late. And our situation will become very dangerous. Lord Eddard didn't want to argue any more. Then let's pray that Robert doesn't die. Lord Renly advised again unwillingly. Ned, we can't deceive ourselves at this time. We know Robert's condition very well. We must never sit and wait to die. Lord Eddard said coldly. Renly, sometimes the gods will be merciful. Lord Renly stared at Lord Eddard, gritted his teeth and said, Ned, the Lannisters will not be merciful to us. After saying this, Renly flicked his cloak and strode away. In the Game of Thrones, if you don't win, you will die. Back in the Prime Minister's study, Lord Eddard thought of what Cersei Lannister had said to him before she left the Godswood that day. Lord Eddard couldn't help but wonder if it was wise to reject Renly's proposal. Lord Eddard had no interest in power struggles, and he despised using children as a bargaining chip. If Cersei refused to go into exile and resisted as Renly had guessed, he would need more than just Renly's 100 men, which was far from enough. Lord Eddard brought more than 50 people from Winterfell, 20 of whom he had sent to the Reach to catch bandits. He only had 30 people now. If it were normal times, these people would be enough to serve as guards for him and his 2 daughters, but now they were completely insufficient. There were at least 300 Lannister red robes in the Red Castle. Lord Eddard thought of the children who lived with him in the Prime Minister's tower. What would Cersei choose? No matter what choice she made, Lord Eddard decided to send the children back to the north first. He would not let the Stark wolves be in danger. After the rapid knocks on the door, without waiting for Lord Eddard's response, Jory, who is always steady, pushed the door open in a panic. "My lord, King Robert has passed away." Lord Eddard's tall body shook, and Jory hurried forward to support his lord. Damn it! Before he had time to pray for Robert, who loved him more than his brothers, in the Godswood, Robert left forever. Renly was not wrong. In fact, everyone knew that Robert would not survive tonight, and Lord Eddard knew it too. After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard slowly said, "Jory, Rune Wolf could not fall into sadness. He had the trust of his old friend. Jory, ask King to hire a ship, the sooner the better, arrange someone to invite the High Septon. Our king needs him. Let Lord Renly take charge of the matter there first, in my name, close all the gates of the Red Keep. No one is allowed to leave or enter without my consent." After Duke Eddard finished his instructions, Jory left in the same hurry as when he came. Duke Eddard sat quietly at the table for a while. He pulled out a blank piece of parchment and spread it flat, took a pen and dipped it in ink, exhaled, and waved the quill. "To King Stannis of the Baratheon family, when you receive this letter, your brother, Robert I, has passed away. He was injured by a wild boar while hunting." Duke Eddard stopped writing after writing the reason why Robert was seriously injured. "Stannis is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. He must come to King's Landing as soon as possible, sit on the Iron Throne and rule the kingdom." Duke Eddard's quill started moving again. After finishing the letter word by word, Duke Eddard signed at the end, "Protector of the Realm, Prime Minister, Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark." After writing the letter, Lord Eddard felt relieved. His regency would be very short. The new king would appoint a new prime minister, and he would be able to return to Winterfell. The thought of returning to Winterfell made him forget the pain of losing his friend. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter again, to go out with Robb to fly hawks, to watch Rickon play and frolic, and to sleep peacefully with his wife in his arms. His current task was to stabilize the situation before Stannis arrived at King's Landing. Stabilize the situation. Thinking of this, Lord Eddard became alert. He must not ignore Cersei's resistance. For the sake of honor, he could not leave the trouble to Stannis. Stannis would definitely come with the army of Dragonstone. By then, Cersei and the three children had not fled. He knew Stannis's temperament. Cersei and the three children would all die. He could not give Cersei any more time. At least the three children were innocent. He had 30 men, 10 of whom had to escort his children to leave first, leaving 20 men. Together with Renly's 100 men, they only had 120 men in total, while there were more than 300 Lannister red robes. Lord Eddard thought of Green, the child who had more than 200 blue robes. Lord Eddard quickly gave up the idea of contacting Green. No matter how outstanding Green was, he was still a child. He had been working for Cersei, and he should not be made to bear such a difficult choice at such a young age. Green had been helping him out of his inner honor, which was already rare. What he should do now was to get Green out of the way, so that Stannis would not be implicated because of Cersei after he sat on the Iron Throne. Lord Eddard would keep Green and his blue robes away from the storm. As for whether Green would turn against him, Lord Eddard had never considered that possibility. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Lord Eddard's thoughts. "My lord, Lord Janos Slynt wants to see you." The voice of Guard Kane came from outside the door. Outside the Prime Minister's tower, Green saw Janos Slynt leave, so he walked towards the Prime Minister's tower. Duke Ed looked at Green, who came to visit late at night, and showed a little surprise. What happened? Green was wearing armor, holding his helmet in his left hand, walked to the table, and said, "Duke Ned, the atmosphere outside is very unusual. You left too few northern guards. You need my guards." Duke Ed looked at Green with concern on his face, and he was relieved. "Green, something happened in the Red Castle. I hope you will leave King's Landing early tomorrow morning and you go to Riverrun for me. My wife's father is not in good health. I treat you as my own child. You visit him for me." Green sighed secretly. He was silent for a while and said, "Duke Ned, there are no secrets in the Red Castle. This is something everyone knows." Damn it. Duke Ed couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chapter 160 A Long Night, and Glenn Crab first pulled a chair and sat opposite Eddard Stark, then put his big feet on the table. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Lord Eddard, Queen Cersei ordered me to leave here and lead the Blue Robes to wait outside the Red Keep." Lord Eddard naturally thought that Glenn was referring to the 200 blue robes in his hand. "Glenn, don't worry about going to Riverrun, nothing will happen." Janos Slynd, who had just left, had helped Lord Eddard solve the biggest problem. The commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks came with Robert's last will. Lord Janos and his 6,000 gold cloaks would fully assist Lord Eddard. He could be said to have taken control of the situation in the Red Keep. Even if Cersei Lannister wanted to resist, she couldn't make any waves with only her 300 red robes. Green rubbed his hair and said, "Duke Ned, I see that you are in danger, but you want me to leave? You should at least tell me the reason, otherwise I will refuse any order from you. I will stay in the Red Castle to protect your safety." Duke Eddard felt Green's determination, and he also rubbed his hair with a headache. There was a silence in the study. Green did not give in. Duke Eddard was moved and reluctant to reveal the truth. Green, after Robert's death, there was no biological son to inherit the Iron Throne. Those 3 children were illegitimate children born by Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister. Green's waist straightened up immediately, his eyes slowly widened, and he stared at Duke Eddard's serious face, as if to confirm whether it was a joke. After a long while, seeing that Duke Eddard's expression remained the same, Green moved his lips in disbelief, but could not say anything. Lord Eddard sighed and said, "So, Stannis is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. That's why I want you to leave King's Landing temporarily. I will take care of everything and will not implicate you because of Cersei's affairs. When you come back, you can serve the new king with peace of mind." Lord Eddard always spoke briefly. In order to convince Green, he broke his usual habit. Green exhaled and murmured, "No wonder." After a pause, he left his feet on the table and sat up straight. "The truth is, cruel and hard to accept." Lord Eddard couldn't help but feel sad for Robert again when he mentioned this. His old friend passed away in a hurry and didn't know the cruel truth in time. It was a kind of mercy. Green stood up and paced back and forth for a while. He stood in front of the table. "Lord Ned, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but please allow me to speak frankly to you." Lord Eddard looked at Green with a serious face and nodded slightly. "Lord Ned, if Lord Stannis inherits the Iron Throne, the whole kingdom will be a river of blood." Lord Eddard frowned and interrupted, "Green, Stannis is Robert's eldest brother. He is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. I don't want you to make a mistake." Green did not back down. "Please allow me to finish, Lord Ned. We all know that Lord Stannis has a tough personality and will never compromise. Once he sits on the Iron Throne, unless Cersei and her illegitimate children are all dead, Stannis will never be able to sit on the Iron Throne safely. King Robert is willing to pardon those who served Ares II as long as they swear allegiance to him, but Stannis will never do that. According to Lord Stannis's character, he will not forget the siege of Storm's End. While the Tyrells and Redwynes dare not forget it. Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock will definitely raise an army, and they are by no means alone. At that time, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will be in panic. As long as someone holds high the Targaryen flag, the Reach, the Westerlands, and the Iron Islands will all unite, and even the Stormlands of the Baratheon family will join them." Seeing that Lord Eddard frowned and said nothing, Green sighed secretly. After a pause, Green said, "Lord Ned, Viserys, the second son of the Mad King across the Narrow Sea, has already grown up. I am not exaggerating. You and Robert will be called usurpers by them. They will invade the north and kill into Winterfell, just like you and King Robert did when they went to the Iron Islands. Those people will try to please the new King Viserys. The tragedy of Targaryen will be repeated on Stark." After Green's advice, Lord Eddard hesitated only for a moment when he heard about the tragedy of Targaryen. Lord Eddard stared at Green. His tone was firm. "Stannis is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, and I will not make any other choice." Lord Eddard did not deny Green's speculation, but Rune Wolf would never tarnish his honor for his own selfishness. Green sighed and said, "Sansa, Arya, Jon, what are you going to do?" Hearing that Green would not continue to persuade him, Lord Eddard felt relieved. The child's tongue almost shook his heart of honor. Lord Eddard was always more tolerant of children, and he could feel that Green had no other selfish motives. Green's purpose was to protect his safety. Lord Eddard did not hide it. "I have arranged for someone to hire a ship. I will let the children leave King's Landing first." Green stretched out 3 fingers and said, "Lord Ned, I have 3 questions about the children. Lord Eddard looked at Green and nodded his chin slightly. The first question is, are you sure you want Jon Snow to return to Winterfell? Lord Eddard remembered Catelyn's attitude towards Jon. He did neglect this issue. Green spread his hands. It seems that you have temporarily forgotten Jon's dilemma. Lord Eddard pondered. I can't deny my carelessness. Green smiled. Lord Ned, if you have no objection, you can let Jon be my squire. His character and sword skills are excellent. As long as he can continue to work hard, there is a great chance that he will be canonized as a knight of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Lord Eddard knew Green's strength, and he had to admit that this was a good way out for Jon and the best choice at the moment. Lord Eddard did not hesitate. I will talk to Jon about this tomorrow morning. Thank you, child. Green smiled modestly at first, and then said, the second question, do you think Sansa and Arya can leave safely? Although Green was young, he was very calm. Lord Eddard believed that Green was not a person who shot without purpose. Green, are you worried that someone will hurt my child? Lord Ned, there is no doubt about that. When you chose Duke Stannis as the heir to the Iron Throne, you were surrounded by enemies. There are no secrets in the Red Castle. Before a new king is established, or before the winner is decided, those who are interested will keep a close eye on your child, and may even take him as a hostage if necessary. Duke Eddard thought he had made all the arrangements, but after listening to Green's words, he realized that he was still too careless and had not considered it carefully. Green said solemnly, Lord Ned, please hand Sansa and Arya to me. My blue robes are enough to protect them. I will hand them over to Lady Catelyn safely. I swear, Green, I believe you. After a pause, Lord Eddard said with emotion, thank you, please rest assured. One last question, Green said bluntly, are you sure everything will go well? Lord Eddard looked at Green for a while, and the corners of his lips curled slightly, saying, child, don't worry, I will take care of things here, just in case. As he said that, Green picked up a blank parchment and placed it in front of Lord Eddard. You should have a way out. Please appoint me as the captain of the Iron Gate Guard in the name of the Protector of the Realm and the Prime Minister. Lord Eddard shook his head. Green, you should leave King's Landing as soon as possible. Lord Ned, we have all been on the battlefield. Except for the gods, no one dares to guarantee absolute victory. You need to leave a way out. Green picked up the quill pen, dipped it in ink, and handed it to Lord Eddard. My retainer knights will stay at the Iron Gate with the soldiers. If anything happens, please join them and leave King's Landing directly. Lord Eddard, Green said again, if you don't agree to my request, we will all stay and advance and retreat with you. Arya feels that her sword skills have improved a lot. Hearing Green's threat, Lord Eddard couldn't help but smile. He took the pen from Green. Winter is coming. Lone wolves die, and pack wolves survive. Green put away the appointment letter and said, Lord Ned, I will pick up your children tomorrow morning. Lord Eddard nodded slightly. Grim, thank you. He seemed to have just remembered. How did you know that I was appointed as the guardian of the whole realm? Green shrugged. Very hint. I still say that there is no secret in the Red Castle. Please be careful. Damn it, Lord Eddard cursed. Green nodded and left. When he was about to reach the door, he was stopped by Lord Eddard. Green turned around and looked at Lord Eddard. Duke Ed walked over, patted Green's arm, and said gently, good boy, the North will never forget. After a pause, a smile appeared on Green's handsome face, and his palm was placed on his chest. Crabble will never forget. The rocky coast under the Red Castle. Green looked up at the night sky. It was estimated that it would be dawn in an hour or two. It was really busy tonight. Hearing the movement, Green retracted his gaze and turned around. When the person came closer, Green smiled and said, good night, Lord Petter. Petter, who had been in the black cell for a while, looked a little embarrassed. Petter's voice was hoarse. Good night, Earl Green. I didn't expect it was really you. Green took a wine bag from the Sailor Mountain Way and waved to let others leave. Lord Petter, I kept my promise. You can leave in a while. Petter took the wine bag, pulled out the cork, and took a sip. Huh? Petter couldn't help but let out a refreshing sound, and said self-deprecatingly, what a familiar taste. This is the taste of the first time I tasted summer red. I thought I would never taste it again. Green's eyes trembled. The more things you have, the more bland they will seem. When you lose something, you find it precious. Petter took another sip of summer red. Petter's cheeks were much thinner, but his gray-green eyes were still shining, and he looked in the direction he came from. Lord Green, I didn't expect you to have mastered the secret passage to the Black Prison. Green also looked over, as if sighing, what a pity, it can't be used starting tomorrow. Petyr looked at Green and said, Lord Green, I'm really curious, when did you and Varys become friends? Green spread his hands. Lord Varys may have taken a fancy to something of mine, but I don't know yet. Petyr shrugged. It's really an unexpected answer. Green smiled first, then pointed in the direction of the coast. There is a small boat over there. They are reputable mercenaries. They will be responsible for escorting you to the Eagle's Nest. After a pause, he said, they will listen to your command. After a moment of silence, Petyr's eyes moved slightly, and said, Lord Green, can you tell me what has happened recently? Green nodded and said slowly, because of Prime Minister Eddard's raven, the Vale is starting to become a little lively. It is said that Countess Waynwood of Runestone City, Earl Belmore, Earl Redford, Earl Hunter and Knight Simon Templeton of Nine Star City have formed the League of the Righteous, saying that they will use all necessary means to make the shameful traitor Lysa Tully receive the justice she deserves. By the way, Bronze John is still in King's Landing. When he returns to the Vale, he should also join the League of the Righteous. Petyr raised the corners of his lips and said, it's really lively. After a pause, he looked at Green and continued, Earl Green, the liveliness you are talking about is the League of the Righteous. It also includes Lysa Tully. In the name of the guardian of the Duke of the Eyrie, she declared the League of the Righteous to be rebels in the Vale, and ordered all the nobles in the Vale outside the League of the Righteous to form a true League of the Righteous to fight the rebels. Petyr sneered, the true League of the Righteous. Green shrugged his shoulders. Yes, that's the name. Just like Lysa Tully asked people to call the young Duke the true East Warden, it's almost the same meaning. Petyr suddenly said, Lord Green, has Prime Minister Stark taken back my title and fiefdom? Green pointed in the direction of the boat, and the two of them started walking. Lord Petyr, the Prime Minister is waiting to try Lysa Tully in King's Landing. Your crime has not yet been announced, so your title and fiefdom remain the same. Petyr's tone was a little sarcastic. Not announced yet? I think almost everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knows it. Green smiled and said, Lady Lysa has blocked the Eyrie. No matter what others have objections, there is no better way now, unless, Petyr added, use force. The Alliance of the Righteous will sooner or later gather heavy troops under the Eyrie. Green glanced at Petyr, who looked relaxed, and said, Lady Lysa needs your help more than ever. I think she will support you wholeheartedly, Lord Petyr. Chapter 161 Dawn of King's Landing. Grim Crab stood on the reef, watching the boat that Petyr Baelish was on leave. Not far away, Varys walked out of the darkness, and he walked likely to stand beside Grim. Varys clasped his hands together, as if sighing, it's so sad. I don't know if there will be a chance to work with Lord Petyr again in the future. Green smiled and said, it's a pity that Lord Petyr can't hear me, otherwise he would be very touched. Varys smiled and shook his head. He paused for a moment and said seriously, Lord Green, as agreed, let's wait for the result next. Green raised his eyebrows slightly. Lord Varys, you seem to have determined that the winner is Queen Cersei. Varys looked at Green, his eyes flashing. You are the only variable, Lord Green. The hesitation on Green's face flashed by, and he sighed lightly and said, I tried my best, but Lord Ned's sense of honor cannot be shaken. Varys also sighed. No one doubts the noble character of the Duke of Wolf, but good people are not suitable for the Game of Thrones, because good people cannot do whatever it takes to achieve their goals like bad people. Green was silent on the surface, but he was sighing in his heart. As long as you are at the table of the Game of Thrones, is there still a distinction between good people and bad people? Green retracted his thoughts and said solemnly, Lord Varys, according to the agreement, no matter what the result is, Eddard Stark must return to Winterfell safely. Varys' eyes moved slightly, and he smiled. It seems that you have guessed the result, Lord Varys. Perhaps everyone respects Duke Stannis in their hearts, but they don't like him, and they are even more afraid of him. When Duke Ned chose Duke Stannis as the heir to the Iron Throne, he had actually lost. Varys said softly, we can't let Duke Stannis inherit the Iron Throne either. The people of the Seven Kingdoms will put aside their grievances because of him. Green chuckled and said, it will definitely be so. With a common enemy, even if it is for self-protection, no matter how big the grievances are, they will temporarily put them aside. Maybe this is the charm of Duke Stannis. After hearing Green's joke, Varys also laughed. Green and Varys took a step forward. They discussed as they walked, 2 loyal ministers that Viserys himself didn't even know about were working hard to plan for him. Before parting with Varys, Green looked up at the towering red castle and said tiredly, "Lord Varys, this place is too complicated. If possible, I want to leave this place that makes me exhausted as soon as possible." Varys' eyes were bright, he showed a kind smile, and patted Green with his hand, as if silently comforting him. A touch of pink began to appear in the eastern sky, and it was gradually spreading. King's Landing, Iron Gate. Green tightened the reins to stop the horse and looked at the busy crab blue robes. Not long after, Per Pili strode over and saluted. Green sat on the horse, lowered his eyes to look at Per, who looked heavy-hearted, and said, "My most loyal knight Per, is everything going well, sir? We have taken control of the Iron Gate, but the former captain of the Iron Gate Guards is unwilling to hand over the key. He insists that he will never hand it over to us without the order of Earl Jaehaerys. The Iron Gate is one of the 7 gates of King's Landing. Like the other gates, the garrison area of the gate has its own equipment warehouse, stables, granaries, wine cellars, cells, etc., like a military fortress." Per was referring to the key to the warehouse controlled by the former captain of the guard. Green raised his eyebrows. "What is the situation now? That man led a dozen gold cloaks to guard the equipment warehouse and used heavy objects to prop up the warehouse door. Except for them, the other gold cloaks have been disarmed by us." Per had been on standby near the Iron Gate. After receiving Green's order, he held up the appointment letter with the seal of the Prime Minister and led his troops directly into the Gold Cloak garrison area of the Iron Gate. The garrison area of the Iron Gate occupies a large area and is fully equipped with various functions, like a city within a city. However, since it is not wartime, there are usually about 200 gold robes stationed here. Taking advantage of the late night, holding the order of the Prime Minister, Per quickly took control of the Iron Gate, except for the equipment depot where those people were trapped. After listening to Per's report, Green said, "Montan." Hearing this, Montan Wishu urged his horse to come in front of Green, and looked at his lord with a pair of stunned eyes. "You go and send them to see the stranger." After Montan left with a group of blue robes, Green jumped off the horse. "Per, no stranger can be left in this place, and the Survey Corps must check every stone. We can't leave any opportunities for the enemy." Per nodded solemnly. "My lord, I will remember your order. The enemy is everywhere. In fact, another retainer of Kleber, the knight Mason Beck, is better at military affairs such as garrison, but there are only 3 generals in the Kleber territory who can take charge of the situation. Mason Baker was responsible for guarding the Kleber territory, and Impero was responsible for finishing the westward advance of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Knight Per, who was good at attacking, was Green's only choice." Green patted Per's arm. "With the opportunity, perhaps people who were good at attacking could more easily master how to defend against the enemy. Accompany me on patrol." Woo 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 woo. A military horn suddenly sounded from the high tower. The steady Lord Green was surprised. This was the military horn that discovered the enemy's invasion. He had just taken office as the captain of the Iron Gate Guard. Who was so bold? To exit the Iron Gate from the city, you must first pass through a garrison gate that was about the same size as the Red Castle Gate. At this time, dozens of riders gathered outside the Iron Gate garrison gate, and someone shouted, "In the name of the king, open the door." The 2 ironclad doors slowly opened, and the arrogant knights suddenly became quiet. Opposite them were densely packed blue-robed soldiers. The faint morning light attached to their armor, adding a layer of solemnity. The movement on the inner wall also attracted their attention. They found that the soldiers were drawing their bows and arrows. The sharp-eyed people spotted the well-aimed crossbows first. Ta-da-da, the horse under Green walked out, and he found that the riders in front were actually Renly's guards. Green knew that Renly would leave King's Landing and return to the Stormlands, but why didn't he go through the South Gate? Was he worried that someone with ulterior motives would guess the direction of his escape from King's Landing and ambush him in advance, so he deliberately chose the least likely direction to escape? Westeros' version of sneaking into Chekang? Whether it is or not is not important. Duke Renly seems to fall into Lord Green's hands. Well, luck is also part of strength. Behind the riders came the sound of dense horse hooves, and dozens of marigold flags were fluttering. Green stopped his horse and shouted, "Within 5 counts, dismount, lay down your weapons, and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot for disturbing the city gate." After saying that, Green raised one hand, his palm facing the opposite side, and said, 5. The atmosphere was solemn, and the mounts of Renly's guards were in turmoil. 4. The man's impatient voice was interrupted by Green. 3. Green said slowly. 2. Wait. Green's voice and Renly's voice sounded almost at the same time, and then Renly's guards made way for a path, and Duke Renly, wearing a dark green cloak, urged his horse out. Green tilted his head and looked up and down at Renly, who was looking gloomy. So you are Lord Chancellor of Justice. Are you going out of the city? Duke Renly looked at Green with contempt and asked, Cleaver, why are you here? Green kicked the horse's belly lightly, and the horse walked towards Duke Renly. Lord Baratheon, my new position is the captain of the Iron Gate Guard. After approaching, Green stopped his horse and unfolded the appointment letter signed by Ned Stark. After taking his eyes off the appointment letter, Lord Renly said with a fake smile, Congratulations, Crab. Earl. Renly stared at Green for a while. There was not much difference on his face, but his heart was not at peace. Everyone knew that Green was Cersei Lannister's confidant, and the current situation made him think more. Lord Renly couldn't help but look around. He was surrounded. He was in a very dangerous situation now. In order to leave safely, Lord Renly not only dressed low-key, but also deliberately chose to leave King's Landing through the Iron Gate in the opposite direction of the Stormlands. Who betrayed his whereabouts? Who? Lord Renly's first suspect was the octopus spider Varys. Then, he glanced at his personal guards with a sharp eye. Green coughed lightly, drew Renly's attention, and said, Duke Baratheon, in the name of the Queen, from today on, King's Landing can only enter the city, not leave the city. Green had no bad intentions, he thought about it. Next, for Duke Stannis, it was a struggle within the Baratheon family. He couldn't let Duke Stannis lose his first goal because of his intervention. Stannis and Renly were brothers after all, so if there was anything, they should solve it behind closed doors in the Stormlands. Green glanced at the inner wall of the Steel Gate garrison area that had been in disrepair for a long time. Well, it would cost gold royals. So, let Duke Renly misunderstand Queen Cersei a little. After hearing what Green said, Lord Renly stared at Green and said in a deep voice, Lord Crab, I want to remind you that Cersei does not have this power. Green shrugged nonchalantly, Duke Baratheon, if you have any doubts, I can send someone to report to Queen Cersei. Lord Renly, it was already dawn, and Lord Renly could not delay too long. He must not fall into the hands of Lannister. So, he tried to communicate with Green. Lord Renly took a breath and said, Lord Green, my brother has passed away, and the Seven Kingdoms need a new king. Lord Renly's solemn expression changed, and he naturally revealed a free and easy look. My nephew is still young. As the king's brother, I cannot watch Lannister take control of the Iron Throne. You should know Lannister's cruelty. They are destined to be jointly attacked by all people with justice in their hearts, and the evil Lannister will be doomed to fail. Lord Renly spread his hands and continued, Lord Green, I heard that Ned admires you very much. I think those who can be valued by Ned must have justice in their hearts, and the gods will bless the righteous heart. Renly rode alone to Green, ignoring the obstruction of his personal guards. The horses under their crotches were side by side, with their heads facing in opposite directions. Lord Renly showed a hearty smile, his eyes flashing with enthusiasm. Lord Green, there are no other eyes here. I will not forget your righteous act. Sooner or later, we will raise a toast together. Or, Renly's eyes glanced at the blue-robed soldiers who were motionless like statues. These were elites. Lord Renly's eyes moved slightly, and he continued, we can leave together, and from now on, you will be my brother. Green was not moved by Renly's sincerity. He shook his head slightly and said, Lord Renly, Crab is directly loyal to the Queen. This is our tradition. I have to reject your proposal. Green's heart, don't make empty promises, be practical. I don't want to make things too difficult for others. Renly's face froze for a moment. Is it because he is stubborn that Ned likes him? Green's eyes drifted to the dilapidated city wall from time to time, but Renly was silent for a while. Maybe Green's hint was too obscure, and Lord Renly seemed to have no idea of anything. Earl Green. Green heard Margaery Tyrell's voice, his brows frowned slightly, and he looked in the direction of the voice. Margaery, who was also wearing a dark green cloak, rode out from the heavy guards. Green nodded slightly and said, Miss Marjorie? Why are you here? Marjorie lifted the hood of her cloak and said, Earl Green, I am so happy to see you before leaving King's Landing. Marjorie's eyebrows were smiling, and the morning light seemed to have coated her with a layer of soft gold, which was both gentle and beautiful. Green's face showed hesitation, but he just smiled reluctantly and did not speak. Marjorie hid the anxiety in his eyes very well, and said gently, "Earl Green, your queen is a little unhappy." Green raised his hand to stop Marjorie's words, paused, and said, "Miss Marjorie, give my regards to the Duke of Metz." After speaking, Green pulled the reins, turned the horse's head and left, and signaled the soldiers to retreat. Marjorie looked at Green, who left silently first, and tightened the hand holding the reins. Finally, she smiled and pulled up the hood to cover her face. Prime Minister's Tower. Lord Eddard said, "Sansa, Arya. In a while, Green will pick you up and send you back to Winterfell." Arya Stark said excitedly, "Father, really? That's great. I've been missing home for a long time." Then she rolled her eyes and said, "Can I take Syrio with me?" Lord Eddard stroked his little daughter's furry head and said with a smile, "My daughter. You need to ask Green about this matter." Chapter 162, Morning in the Red Fort. Arya Stark ate her soup at ease. In her heart, Grim was her good friend, so it was not difficult. Sansa Stark's eyes were blank. "Why did you let me go back?" "Father, I will never quarrel with my sister again. Please, I don't want to go back." Sansa racked her brains to think of the reason she could think of. She and her sister often quarreled and annoyed her father, so he wanted to send her back to Winterfell. The Duke of Wolf did not react for a while why his daughter suddenly admitted her fault to him, so he looked over with some confusion. "Sansa, my daughter, I don't blame you for her love with Joffrey." Sansa mustered up the courage and prepared to argue with her respected father. As a result, she still shed tears first, and her voice was full of pleading. "Father, I swear, I will be a good daughter. Really, as long as you let me stay. I promise that I will behave as noble and polite as the Queen." Lord Eddard, why does the little wolf girl of Wolf worship a woman like Cersei? Lord Eddard only blamed himself for neglecting to teach his children after coming to King's Landing. "Sansa, I let you go back to Winterfell for your safety," she had a premonition. If they parted this time, she might never see Joffrey again, and Sansa cried even more sadly. The eldest daughter burst into tears, and the big man from the north couldn't help scratching his head with a headache. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a figure wandering at the door. It was Jon Snow. "Sansa, you will know the reason when you get home." Arya, who was originally smiling at her sister crying, restrained the gloating on her face. Did Sansa seem to be really sad this time? It seems that she is not lying. Arya reached out and gently touched her sister's arm. "Sansa, don't cry, our family will be able to live together again soon, and there will be many fun things on the way." Sansa yelled, "I only want Joffrey." After that, she shook off Arya's little hand and left the restaurant quickly. The father and the little daughter first glanced at Sansa, who left angrily, and then looked at each other. "What do you care? You are not my family." Sansa's angry voice came from the door of the restaurant. Arya's little body slammed the table and shouted, "Sansa! Don't run. I'm going to beat you." Although Arya was young, she was very smart. Her sister liked to pretend to be a lady the most. The only people who could make her say such things were her and their brother, Jon. Before Arya could make the next move, she was caught by her father's big hand. "Arya, you don't have much time. Sister Mordain is packing your things. You should go and see." Her father's expression was serious, and Arya reluctantly let go of the hateful Sansa. At the stairs outside the restaurant, Lord Eddard patted Jon Snow, whose face was a little pale. He comforted her. "Sansa is angry with me, my child." Jon forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, Lord Stark." After a moment's silence, Jon, with his head slightly lowered, suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Lord Eddard and said, "Lord Stark, I want to know who my mother is." Without waiting for Lord Eddard's answer, Jon asked again, "Is she still alive? Does she know of my existence? Does she know where I am?" Jon lowered his head and murmured, "Does she care about these?" A sad look flashed across Lord Eddard's face, and he reached out and grabbed Jon's shoulders. "I promise, she loves you the most." Joy appeared on Jon's face, but it quickly turned into anger. His shoulders moved and he broke away from Lord Eddard's hand. "Father. Lord Stark, I am not a child. I don't need a nice bedtime story. I want to know the truth." Lord Eddard hesitated and said, "My child, I did not lie to you." Jon's eyes turned red. "Is she a branch girl? Or?" "Sorry, my lord." Jon turned his face to the other side, wiped his eyes quickly with the back of his hand, and whispered, "I haven't forgotten that I am a despicable bastard. Please forgive my offense." After that, Jon left silently. Lord Eddard stood there, as if he had turned into a sculpture, motionless. Lyanna, your child has grown up, maybe it's time to find a chance to tell him about his life experience. Meagter. Cersei Lannister held Sansa in her arms and said kindly and gently, "Good child, don't be sad, I will help you." Sansa's eyes were red and swollen, and she said, "I love Joffrey so much, but my father didn't even let me say goodbye." Cersei patted Sansa's back gently, and she curled the corners of her lips and said, "Sansa, if you didn't love Joffrey, why would you come to see me and tell me your father's plan to send you away?" Sansa shyly nodded her chin. She has always been an obedient and well-behaved daughter, but when she sneaked away from the Prime Minister's tower and went against her father's wishes, she felt that she was as bad as Arya. She had never acted so willfully, and if she didn't love Joffrey deeply, she wouldn't do this. Cersei let go of Sansa gently and touched her tear-stained face again. "Good girl, I want to thank you for helping Joffrey." At this moment, Sansa admired Queen Cersei so much that she decided in her heart, she must be as noble and gentle as her in the future, and be a good wife and a good queen. Lancel, following Queen Cersei's voice, Sansa saw a young man coming over and standing in front of them to greet them. He was so handsome. Sansa couldn't help but secretly take another look at him. "Lancel, Sansa needs to rest. Please help her find a comfortable room and take good care of my Sansa for me." Queen Cersei stroked Sansa's hair and said, "Sansa, he is my cousin. You go with him to rest for a while. I will call you when Joffrey comes." Sansa nodded shyly. There were only Cersei and Jaime in the room. Cersei took a sip of summer red, paused, and put down the wineglass. She snorted coldly and said, "The wolf is going to take action." Jaime showed a little doubtful expression. From what the little girl said, aren't the Starks planning to leave King's Landing? As he spoke, he picked up the wine jug and poured wine for Queen Cersei. Cersei looked at Jaime with her green eyes. "My Jaime, you are so naive." As she said that, she stood up and continued, "The premise of the wolf's departure is to kill us. Jaime, today is a decisive battle. Either he dies or we die." Jaime's eyes trembled, and he said in a deep voice, "Cersei, has Stark found out the cause of Robert's death?" Queen Cersei raised her chin and sneered, "How could the stupid wolf realize that the drunkard died of my plan? That is, okay, no more guessing." Queen Cersei seemed impatient. She said coldly, "Jaime, the wolf has found out that Joffrey and the others are our children, so he will never let Joffrey inherit the Iron Throne." Jaime's pupils shrank and he was stunned. Seeing that Jaime was still in a daze, Queen Cersei stepped forward and slapped Jaime's handsome face. Cersei said angrily, "Put away those boring tricks of knights. What is glory? Only the winner is qualified to have glory." Jaime touched his cheek and sighed, "Cersei, you know, I only care about you." Cersei then showed a trace of satisfaction. She put one hand on Jaime's chest and gently stroked Jaime's face with the other hand. "Jaime, as long as we defeat the wolf, I will be the regent queen of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, no one will dare to question us. Do you understand?" Jaime closed his eyes. Outside the Red Castle, Green stopped a dilapidated transport carriage. "Earl Green," Arya shouted excitedly, then jumped off the carriage nimbly, trotted a few steps and hugged Green's thigh. Green lowered his eyes and smiled, "Miss Arya, it's obvious that I can help you with something." Arya's eyes widened. "How do you know? Are you a prophet?" Green touched Arya's furry head and said, "I'm not a prophet. I just guessed the answer from your enthusiasm." "Yes, your expression makes it easy for people to guess your true thoughts. You have to be careful, girl." A thin bald man strolled over. When he saw Green's eyes moving towards him, he stopped and saluted gracefully. "Syrio?" Arya immediately let go of Green's thigh and ran towards Syrio Farrell. "Syrio, I was just thinking about how to find you, and you showed up by yourself." Syrio spoke with a free trade gang accent. Your carriage caught Syrio's attention, girl. Arya's eyes lit up. "You are so awesome." Syrio grinned. "Girl, use your eyes to see, your ears to listen, your—" Arya put her hands behind her back and continued, "Taste with my mouth, feel with my skin, and finally think with my head, so that you can see the truth." Syrio shrugged and said, "Arya is a smart girl." Arya raised her head proudly, and took Syrio to introduce her to Green. "Earl Green, his name is Syrio Farrell. He is my swordsmanship teacher. Can I take Syrio with me?" Green spread his hands and said, "Miss Arya, there is no problem if Lord Syrio agrees." Arya looked at Syrio. Syrio nodded slightly. "Girl, your lessons are not finished yet. Syrio can only go with you." Green looked inside the carriage. then sighed to Lord Ned's guard Cain. "Where's Lady Sansa?" Cain said puzzledly. "Lady Sansa got on the carriage in advance. She's not inside, Lord Green. Sansa said she would find you first." As she spoke, Arya's face changed, and she said angrily, "Oh, I was deceived by her again. I shouldn't have reconciled with her." Syrio grinned. "You just listened, but didn't see with your eyes, girl." Jon Snow hurried over from behind. His face was very pale. I'll go find Lady Sansa." Arya discovered her brother's regret. "Brother Jon, this is not your fault. Sansa is the most annoying. She will be angry if you get close to her." Jon shook his head. "Arya, this is not Lady Sansa's fault, and I promised Lord Stark that I would take good care of you." Green rubbed his hair and reached out to stop Jon, who was about to leave. "Leave it to me." In the Prime Minister's study, Lord Eddard walked to the window and looked at the square in the distance. The fully armed Lannister soldiers in bright red cloaks were conducting morning exercises, some fighting with swords, and some riding horses to chop down straw dummies. The tall Sandor Clegane galloped on his horse, crossed the hard mud, raised his iron spear and pierced the scarecrow, and the Lannister red robes talked and cursed beside him. Lord Eddard frowned. "Is this a deliberate demonstration to me? Cersei is more stupid than he thought. Damn it, why doesn't this woman run away? I gave her chances again and again. Must blood be shed?" Lord Eddard retracted his gaze. The following exercises seemed like children's play to him. Lord Eddard walked over and reached out to take down the ice sword hanging on the wall. "Stark never fears war." Jory, as soon as Lord Eddard's voice fell, his captain of the guards immediately pushed the door open and stood in front of him. Lord Eddard said solemnly, "Jory, we may have to fight a battle. Let everyone wear armor." Jory nodded his head and hesitated, then asked, "My lord, who will be our enemy?" Lord Eddard suddenly remembered Green's advice, and replied, "All Southerners may be our enemies." In the morning, the sky was cloudy and heavy. Lord Eddard sent people to invite all the ministers to the Prime Minister's study. Barristan Selmy arrived first, wearing a snow-white cloak and silver armor, absolutely pure and flawless. Barristan greeted him first, and then said, "Prime Minister Eddard, my duty now is to protect the young king. Please let me serve him." Lord Eddard's face was serious. "Sir Barristan, your duty is here." Not long after, Pycelle and Varys walked in one after another. Varys smelled of lavender, his chubby face was scrubbed clean and powdered, and the soft slippers on his feet were soft and silent. "Prime Minister Eddard, the little birds are singing sad songs, and the whole country is crying today." After Varys sat down, he said, "Shall we start?" Lord Eddard glanced at Varys, who was full of sorrow, and said, "Renly hasn't arrived yet." Varys was surprised and said, "Did Lord Renly come without your consent?" Lord Eddard frowned slightly and said, "What happened? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Stark Attack. Varys glanced at the people present and said, "Alice, my little bird told me that Lord Renly left the city about an hour before dawn. I thought you had issued an order." Anger flashed in Eddard Stark's eyes. "I didn't let Renly leave the city." Lord Eddard was disappointed with Renly. Renly only looked like Robert, but he didn't have Robert's character. Lord Eddard had hoped that Renly would support him, but now it seems that he was too optimistic. Recalling the conversation with Renly last night, this brother of Robert, who always behaved generously, exposed his hidden ambition in his eagerness. Lord Eddard sighed secretly. Although Renly's departure from the city was not good for him, he could do nothing about it. "Let's begin." Lord Eddard took out Robert's will. "Last night, King Robert summoned me to his sight and ordered me to write down his last words. When Robert stamped the king's seal, Lord Renly Baratheon and Grand Maester Pycelle were both present to testify. According to the law, this will be opened by the Royal Council after King Robert's death." Lord Eddard handed the envelope to Barristan, captain of the King's Guard. "Sir Barristan, may I trouble you to check it?" Sir Barristan took it solemnly, examined it carefully in front of everyone, and said, "My lords, I can confirm that this is King Robert's seal, and it has not been opened." The old knight glanced around, then opened the will and read out, "Eddard of the Stark family is the regent and protector of the realm. He will rule the 7 kingdoms on my behalf until my legal heir comes of age." Lord Eddard thought that the heir had already come of age. He only needed to continue the previous game quietly, Stabilize the situation in the Red Castle, and wait for Lord Stannis to enter King's Landing with his army. Lord Eddard's grey eyes moved and looked at Barristan. He might have already determined that Joffrey was the new king and insisted on protecting the boy out of honor. Now was not a good time to reveal the truth. He said, I would like to ask the ministers of the King's Council to confirm my identity as regent in accordance with Robert's will. There was a sudden knock on the door, and the door was pushed open. Guard Thomas walked into the study. My lords, please forgive me, the butler insists. Before Thomas could finish speaking, the butler walked in directly and said, My lords, the king requires a King's Council to be held in the throne room immediately. Lord Eddard frowned, his eyes became sharp, and Cersei made the final choice. The woman rejected his kindness and chose to resist. Seeing that Lord Eddard remained silent, the butler said, Prime Minister Eddard, the king's order is to convene a council meeting immediately. Lord Eddard ignored the butler. He stood up and picked up the family sword, lowering his eyes to look at the blade as dark as black smoke. When Lord Eddard raised his eyes, the wolf's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Barristan began to be alert, Varys trembled his fingers, and Pycelle did not dare to touch his eyes. The king is dead, but we will go with you. Outside the Prime Minister's tower, the stark grey-robed guards wearing chainmail and steel helmets were divided into 2 columns, a total of 28 people. Lord Eddard looked at his captain of the guards, and he nodded his chin lightly. Jory, you escort us. Lord Eddard walked in front, followed by Varys, Pycelle, Barristan, and the butler. The grey cloaks of the Stark Guard snapped in the wind. Although there was no red of the Lannisters, there were many city guards wearing golden cloaks patrolling the city walls and gates. Lord Jaehaerys's golden cloaks took control of the Red Keep according to his orders, and Lord Eddard felt relieved. Outside the throne room door, Jaehaerys Slynt stood at the door to greet him. He was wearing black and gold armor with gorgeous carvings and a high feather helmet under his armpit. Lord Jaehaerys first nodded slightly to Lord Eddard, then raised his hand. With a creak, the golden cloaks pushed open the 20-foot-high throne room door together. The butler led the way, singing, Greetings to Joffrey I of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. It was still a long way to the other end of the hall, and Lord Eddard frowned as he looked over. Joffrey was sitting on the high iron throne waiting for them. Lord Ned walked towards the boy who claimed to be the king, and the others followed closely behind. Lord Eddard remembered that when he first walked here, he rode a horse, holding a sword, and forced Jaime Lannister to step down from the Iron Throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down from the Iron Throne so obediently. 6 King's Guards, led by Jaime Lannister, formed a crescent around the base of the Iron Throne. They were fully armed with silver armor and long snow-white cloaks. Cersei wore a burgundy silk robe and a golden circlet on her head. She and her 2 children stood behind the King's Guard. Above them, in a spiked iron chair, sat Joffrey, wearing a gold-threaded coat and a red satin cape. Behind the throne were Sandor Clegane and dozens of Lannister red-robed men with swords hanging from their waists. Lord Eddard glanced around. Lord Jaehaerys kept his promise. There were hundreds of gold-robed men standing on the walls on both sides, holding black iron spears. Lord Eddard and his men stopped, and the 28 grey-robed men of the Stark family gathered around them. I order the council to prepare for my coronation ceremony at full speed. I hope to complete the coronation within 2 weeks. Joffrey stood up from the Iron Throne and said, Today I will accept the oath of service from the minister of the council. Lord Eddard ignored Joffrey and took out Robert's will. Varys, please take this to Cersei of the Lannister family. Varys nodded and took the king's will from Lord Eddard. He walked over and handed it to Queen Cersei with both hands with a respectful look. Queen Cersei glanced at the letter and said contemptuously, Protector of the Realm? With a piece of paper. After that, she tore Robert's will into 2 halves, and then into 4 pieces, and the fragments were scattered all over the floor. Sir Barristan said in horror, Queen Cersei, that is the king's will. Queen Cersei glanced at Barristan and said, Old sir, we have a new king. After that, she turned to Lord Eddard and raised the corners of her lips. Lord Stark, the last time we met, I had to thank you for giving me some advice. Now let me return the favor. Cersei raised her chin slightly and said coldly, As long as you kneel down and swear allegiance to my son, we will allow you to resign as Prime Minister and let you return to the Grey Wasteland to enjoy your old age. Lord Eddard said coldly, I hope so. But your son has no right to inherit the throne. Stannis Baratheon is King Robert's legal heir, Since Cersei insisted on making a break here and now, he had no choice. Lord Eddard gestured to his guards. Joffrey's face flushed as he screamed, "You lied, Stark, you are courting death." Cersei's green eyes moved slightly, and she said to the old knight, "Sir Barristan, take down this traitor." The captain of the Kingsguard looked at Lord Eddard and hesitated for a moment, but was surrounded by the grey-robed Starks who had drawn their weapons. Lord Eddard also looked at Sir Barristan, who was controlled by his guards. "Your Excellency Sir Barristan, I did all this for Robert. I did it out of honor. Please allow me to explain to you later." Sir Barristan believed in the honor of Lord Eddard. He said calmly, "I want a reasonable explanation now." "My honor does not allow you to act now," Cersei immediately said. "Stark, no matter how beautifully you speak, you can't change the fact that you are trying to seize the throne and power." Joffrey on the Iron Throne screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill them all!" With a click, Jaime stood opposite Lord Eddard. He slowly drew out the sword from his waist. "Duke of Wolf, I suggest that you do not reject the kindness of Queen Mother Cersei." Lord Eddard snorted coldly and said, "Kingslayer, you are not worthy of wearing a white cloak. Your glory has long been filthy." Jaime's face changed. He was about to speak, but Cersei said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Stark is a traitor. Take him down." With a swish, the Hound, the rest of the Kingsguard, and the Lannister red robes all drew out their swords. Joffrey screamed again, "Kill them." "Cersei, I wanted to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but you left me with no choice." Lord Eddard looked at the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, and continued, "Lord Janos, please temporarily arrest Cersei and her children, but do not harm them. Send them back to Meagher's Tower and send someone to guard them." Lord Janos put on his high-feathered helmet and shouted, "Capital Guard!" More than 100 gold cloaks lowered their spears, but their spear tips were pointing in the direction of Lord Eddard. Lord Janos said, "The traitor Eddard Stark, the city guards swear to defend King Joffrey to the death." Cersei's voice was full of sarcasm. "Stark, I don't want to see unnecessary bloodshed either. Tell your men to lay down their weapons and kneel down to beg for the king's forgiveness." Joffrey's scream was mixed with excitement. "Kill them. Kill them all." Lord Eddard caught a glimpse of Pycelle and Varys sneaking towards Cersei. Green's analysis was correct, and there were enemies everywhere. Lord Eddard knew at this time that he had been foolishly fooled. The commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks was actually Cersei's lackey, and this was a trap that Cersei had set up long ago. Lord Janos's face was full of pride, and he repeated, "Eddard Stark, lay down your weapons, kneel down and surrender." Stark took the ice giant sword handed over by the servant. He held the hilt tightly with both hands, and took a fighting posture. The captain of the guard, Jory, turned to look at his lord. He smiled and said, "My lord, they have many spearmen, and it's hard to defend." Lord Eddard had been through many battles. He felt that just as Robert said, his blood was boiling. He missed the days of fighting side by side with his old friend. "Jory, the North is not good at defense." "Yes, my lord." Jory waved his arm and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Roar! 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 The pre-war roars of the Stark Grey Robes were deafening in the throne room. Joffrey was standing there excitedly shouting for war, but he was frightened and fell to the Iron Throne. His palm was cut by the sharp thorns on the chair, and blood flowed. "Mom, I'm bleeding." Cersei did not hear her son's cry, but the Hound heard it. He strode over and grabbed Maester Pycelle, who was hiding behind him, and stepped onto the steps under the Iron Throne. Jaime raised his sword and took a fighting stance. "Duke Wolf, put down your weapon." Wolf's grey eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He could no longer hear other sounds. His sight slowly swept over many enemies. Finally, he locked onto the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks. Duke Eddard relaxed his hands a little and gripped the hilt of his sword again. "Winterfell, long live! Long live! Long live, Stark! Attack! Attack! Attack!" Duke Eddard led the Grey Cloaks to attack in the direction of Earl Janos. Duke Eddard's ice giant sword first cut off 3 spear tips, followed by a horizontal slash, and 2 gold cloak heads flew up. Eddard stopped because of the battle, and his guards rushed over him. Janos shouted, "Hold the formation!" Stab! Almost all of the Grey Cloaks who rushed to the front were stabbed by spears, including Thomas, who was nearly 50 years old. The spear pierced into Thomas's abdomen and came out from behind. The tip of the spear was bleeding, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Long live Winterfell!" Thomas shouted at the top of his lungs, and rushed directly along the long pole that pierced his abdomen. He used his last breath to stab the long sword into the enemy's neck. Grey robes fell one by one. After 11 people fell, the battle turned into a melee. Every swing of the ice forged by Valyrian steel would cut off people and weapons. The enemies in front of Lord Eddard fell one by one, and the guards around him used the swords in their hands and their bodies to block the attacks on Eddard. After the close combat, one grey robe replaced at least 3 gold robes. The elite fighting power of Winterfell frightened the enemy. Janus, Lord Eddard roared, and with a diagonal slash of the ice sword, a long cut appeared on Lord Janus's breastplate from the left shoulder to the lower right chest. After a pause, blood spurted out, and Lord Janus fell straight to the ground. Lord Eddard was panting, his face covered in blood. His eyes moved and locked onto Jaime Lannister, who was not far away. The dirty Kingslayer and the Lannister red robes were guarding Cersei. The wolf turned around and got into a fighting stance again. Stark, attack! 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 The remaining 12 Stark grey robes surrounded Lord Eddard and shouted in unison, their morale still high. Chapter 164 Lost Glory. Many gold cloaks stood there in a daze, their commander dead. They held their spears in bewilderment. Attack! Grey and red collided, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lord Eddard swung the ice in his hand, and a red cloak stumbled to his knees, his lion helmet cracked in two, blood gushing down his face. With a clang, Jory barely blocked the attack from Lord Eddard's side and rear with his long sword, and then the ice sword slid over his head, separating the attacker's head from his body. Lord Eddard glanced at Jory, and his captain of the guard grinned and nodded his chin slightly. Jory had followed his lord to fight for many years. He understood the look, or he meant it. Puff! Jaime Lannister's first sword cut off the arm of a grey cloak, and the second sword cut off the neck at an angle. Kingslayer, hearing the shout, Jaime's eyes moved, and his sight collided with that of Lord Eddard. Jaime stared at Lord Eddard, a sneer on his lips, and he strode towards Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard lowered his eyes and glanced at his trembling wrist. He could no longer remember how many enemies he had killed with his ice. The 6-foot-long ice consumed too much physical strength, and he didn't have much time. The two weapons intersected, making bursts of sound. Lord Eddard's ice drew a half-circle in the air and chopped down heavily. Jaime didn't dare to take it head-on, and dodged to the right in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The exquisite throne room stone slabs were already covered with a sticky layer of bright red. Jaime almost slipped and stumbled a few steps. With a bang, the place where Jaime was originally standing was shattered by the ice. Before Jaime could stabilize his body, Jory's longsword attacked him. He narrowly blocked the sword, but his leg suddenly bent and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Lord Eddard placed his huge ice sword on Jaime's shoulder, and Jory stood on one big foot with a grin. Lord Eddard panted and said, "Jory, well done." Jory panted, "HAA." Lord Eddard held the greatsword upright in front of him, holding the hilt with both hands, and said, "You are my prisoner, Jaime." Lord Eddard looked around, feeling grief in his heart. Too much blood had been shed in Winterfell today. He glanced at the few remaining guards around him. His stupidity had killed too many people. He now only wanted to take the remaining people home. Only heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. "Cersei, let us go. I promise not to hurt Jaime." Lord Eddard could only be thankful that he had appointed Green as the captain of the Iron Gate, where Green had left to support him. Now he had Jaime as a prisoner, so at least their retreat was guaranteed. At the same time, Lord Eddard blamed himself very much. He had not thought about his children as well as he had. Joffrey screamed from his high seat, "We can't let them go. Kill them." Cersei sneered and said, "Stark, your behavior now is not honorable." Lord Eddard said in his heart, "Today, I killed many people for honor. Let's stop. That won't work." The king's guard in front of Cersei separated to both sides, and Lord Eddard was shocked. Cersei smiled contemptuously and said, "Sansa, now only you can stop Lord Stark from making mistakes." Sansa was standing in front of Cersei, looking at her father covered in blood with tears in her eyes, and Cersei's hands were on her shoulders. Lord Eddard was panicked, and he said in disbelief, "Sansa, why are you here?" Why was his eldest daughter in Cersei's hands? Did something happen? Was Arya also captured? Did Jon and Green have an accident? Lord Eddard's regret was beyond words, and his stupidity seemed to have harmed the children again. Sansa Stark choked up, "Father, father." Cersei touched Sansa's head with her hand, and she urged gently, "Good child, I will bless you and Joffrey. Now as long as your father lays down his weapons, everything will be fine." Sansa looked back at Cersei, who nodded kindly. Sansa trembled, her voice was low and cautious. "Your Majesty, will you forgive my father?" Cersei smiled. "Good child, we will soon be a family." Lord Eddard roared. "Cersei, you shouldn't involve my child." Cersei's voice was cold. "Lord Stark, pure love brought Sansa here. You should know now what choice is good for everyone." The anger of the wolf and the calmness of the lioness formed a sharp contrast. Cersei gently patted Sansa's shoulder. Sansa burst into tears. "Father, the Queen Mother has promised to let me marry Joffrey. Please, I really love Joffrey." Seeing that her father remained silent, she said again, "The Queen Mother will not pursue your crimes. Joffrey and I also hope to get your blessing." Lord Eddard closed his eyes in pain. "My poor daughter, how can I believe the promise of Lannister?" After a pause, Lord Eddard opened his eyes. "Cersei, I will do whatever you want. Please let my children and my men go." Cersei raised her chin slightly. "Stark, let Jaime go? Let me see your sincerity." Lord Eddard stared at Cersei for a while, and said, "Jory, let him go." Hearing this, Jory and others immediately let go of Jaime. Jaime touched the back of his neck and said, "Running Wolf, you finally made a wise choice this time." Lord Eddard ignored Jaime and said to Jory, "Jory, you first." Puff. 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 Jaime's pupils shrank, and he turned his head in shock to look at Cersei. He saw that Cersei had not yet retracted her gesture. The stark grey robes fell in a pool of blood. Jory Castle looked at the tip of the spear that had pierced his abdomen with difficulty. A ball of blood squeezed up his throat and flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The Stark guards' long swords had not yet fallen to the ground, but they were already dead. No, clank, the Stark swords fell to the ground, and Lord Eddard hugged his captain of the guards tightly. Cersei hugged Sansa, who was trembling with fear, into her arms and comforted her. "Good child, don't worry, Lord Stark will be fine." Sansa trembled her lips and couldn't make any sound. She never liked to touch the dirty Jory Castle, but she suddenly remembered a lot of good things in her childhood. Her heart hurts. Could it be that she killed Jory? Jaime withdrew his gaze from Cersei with a complicated expression. He looked at Lord Eddard, who was sitting on the ground with the corpse in his arms. Jaime sighed secretly, took a step, and stood behind Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard, who was immersed in grief, felt a pain and lost consciousness. Jaime called two people to lift Lord Eddard and left the throne room filled with blood. Not long after, the royal law enforcer Island Payne appeared. He picked up the ice giant sword and took it for himself. Afternoon, without waiting for Cersei's summons, Green Crab led the guards into the Red Keep and came to Meagher's tower. Green learned from Arya that Lord Eddard had told her and Sansa that Green would send them back to Winterfell. The important detail is that Sansa knew that Green was helping secretly, and he needed to confirm in advance whether Sansa had revealed this to Cersei Lannister in order to deal with the situation that followed. Whether to say it or not, it is not a problem for Green. He has a plan to deal with it. He just wants to avoid unnecessary difficulties. Thinking of this, Green couldn't help rubbing his head. The Stark family seemed to be his nemesis, which increased the difficulty of jumping back and forth. Green sighed secretly. It's just a choice. Well, he is a lord who can play five balls with both hands. In Meagher Tower, after Green's golden dragon slid into the hand of a maid, he knew the room where Sansa was. Earl Crab, no one is allowed to see Sansa Stark without the order of the Queen Mother. Lancel Lannister's tone was contemptuous. He had changed. He had forgotten the friendship between the two. Green glanced at the small tuft of beard on Lancel's chin, which looked ridiculous. "Lancel, you?" Lancel interrupted. "Her Majesty the Queen Mother has agreed to knight me, then what should I call you?" "Sir Lancel, who has not yet been knighted." Lancel's face flushed, and his right hand grasped the hilt of the long sword at his waist. Green raised his eyebrows. "Lancel, are you sure?" "I'm happy to do it." After saying that, Green's slender fingers tapped the hilt of the sword and looked at Lancel provocatively. Lancel stood there, his face changed, and finally he let go of the hilt. Lancel said fiercely, "Earl Green, I will report all this to Her Majesty the Queen Mother." Green rubbed his hair. He felt that Lancel had some psychological problems caused by King Robert's pua. Seeing Green approaching, Lancel said in panic, What do you want to do?" Lancel suddenly remembered the scene when Green made the heads of the Queen's district roll. Green grabbed Lancel's shoulder with one hand, and Lancel shuddered. "Why did you mess with me?" "Fortunately, Lord Green is broad-minded and affectionate." Green whispered in Lancel's ear, You don't want Sir Jaime to hear about what you and the Queen Mother did, do you? Green's voice fell, and fine beads of sweat oozed from Lancel's forehead. He was at a loss. Lancel wanted to kneel, but was held by Green's hand. Green patted Lancel and said gently, Lancel, I still have high hopes for you. Go open the door, and I will say a few words. On the night of the tournament, Sansa dreamed that Joffrey was sitting on the Iron Throne, and she herself was leaning against him in a golden dress, with a crown on her head. Everyone she knew came to her and knelt to greet her. She felt that the dream foreshadowed her future. Sansa was now crying for her father. Her face was swollen and her eyes were confused. Before Joffrey left, she asked to see her father, but she was frightened by Joffrey's strange behavior. Did her father's behavior make Joffrey angry? What should she do? Queen Cersei has promised to pardon her father's crimes, so her father should be fine, right? Sansa remembered the tragic death of the Stark guards at the end, and she became flustered. The door was pushed open. Joffrey forgave her, so he came to see her? Sansa looked over with joy, but immediately turned into disappointment. Green paused, and the changes on Sansa's little face did not escape his eyes. Happiness turned into disappointment. And was she still on guard against him? Sansa who fell in love. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly, and he seemed to have guessed the answer. Sansa took a breath and secretly reminded herself that she was the daughter of a duke and could not forget etiquette. Sansa forced a smile and said, Good day, Lord Green. You look so radiant and charming today, Green. Green ignored Sansa's polite words and found a chair to sit down, leaning back and crossing his legs. Green looked at Sansa expressionlessly. No matter what the reason was, it was obvious that the little girl in front of him did not trust him. He needed to change his way of communication. Green arranged everything carefully, but there was a mistake with Sansa. The 3 cooks, 2 grooms and a waiter in the Prime Minister's tower were secretly bribed by Green. Their task was also very simple. If they saw Sansa slip out of the Prime Minister's tower, they would immediately report to Lord Eddard. The discoverer would also receive a reward of 5 gold dragons. As a result, Sansa still escaped everyone's surveillance and left the Prime Minister's tower quietly. In addition to Lord Eddard's family, the people he brought from Winterfell and the people hired by King's Landing were all killed. It is said that the spiral staircase of the Prime Minister's tower was full of dead bodies, and the blood-stained stairs were slippery. Green could no longer investigate whether someone had deliberately let Sansa go, but now that things had come to this, there was no need to make a big fuss. Green wondered if Sansa, like Stannis, had hidden attributes that were easily overlooked. He even considered whether he should set up a special team to keep an eye on Sansa's movements. Green sighed. He had promised Lord Eddard that he would send his daughter back to Winterfell safely, and he naturally had to keep his promise. But now if she was taken away by force, forget it. Lord Green can do anything, so it's just a little bit of hard work. Miss Sansa, your father saved my mother, and I have always been deeply grateful, but why did he deliberately hurt me? Green's voice was very cold, and Sansa was a little scared. She said carefully, Earl Green, you may have misunderstood my father. He is definitely not that kind of person. Green nodded and said, yes, everyone thinks so, and I used to think so too, but before he prepared to mutiny, he asked me to take you away. Do you still think it was a misunderstanding? Sansa opened her red and swollen eyes wide and opened her mouth, but could not refute. After a pause, she lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry. Green's lips curled up imperceptibly and said, Miss Sansa, what's the use of saying sorry? God bless you. Fortunately I didn't send you away, otherwise I would be guilty. After a moment of silence, Sansa suddenly raised her head and asked anxiously, where's Arya? Green glanced at Sansa strangely, his tone containing a hint of anger. Don't you understand yet? I'm just a cover, only the gods know where she is. Chapter 165, The Golden Robe Commander-in-Chief. Sansa Stark shook her head hurriedly, her eyes filled with tears. Lord Green, I didn't know. I only knew that my father was going to send us away. The Queen Mother can testify for me. Green raised his eyebrows. Honorable Queen Mother, why do you testify for the daughter of a rebel? After hearing Green's words, Sansa's hot tears began to slide from the corners of her eyes, and she fell weakly. No. He would never do such a thing. This must be a misunderstanding. Green was aggressive? Didn't you see it with your own eyes this morning? The blood in the throne room has not been wiped clean. Do you want me to take you to recall it? Sansa burst into tears. She was sad and scared. Why did her father do such a thing? Would she really become the daughter of a rebel? Could she still love Joffrey? She yelled, that was his own mistake. It's none of my business, Green wanted to hint to Sansa directly. Crab will never forget. But he has given up his original plan now. Love has blinded the little girl's mind. Before she knew the true face of Cersei and Joffrey, Green could not extend his hand to her. Tap tap, every footstep of Green made Sansa's heart beat faster. He lowered his body and clamped her cheek with one hand. How funny, the father is a rebel, and the daughter betrayed her father. Are they worthy of the same blood? Sansa wanted to shake her head to deny, but Green's hand was like a clamp, and her head could not move. No, 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 Sansa desperately denied it. She remembered that Earl Green was a very good person. Why did he treat her like this and accuse her of a crime? Sansa begged weakly, please, please let me go, I really don't know anything, Miss Sansa, your current appearance has calmed my anger a little. Green's hand released Sansa's cheek and continued, without Lord Ned, who'll care about your feelings. Green's ears moved, and he slowly stood up. He looked down at Sansa and said coldly, this is your current situation. Do you understand? Sansa glanced at the unfamiliar Green cautiously and said in a trembling voice, I know, tell me, where's Arya Stark? How did she know where Arya ran to? Sansa felt that it was too unfair. Why should everything be blamed on her? Seeing Sansa silent, Green's face turned cold. Sansa had already determined to be a lady, as gentle as the queen and as strong as her mother, but the Green in front of her scared her and her body couldn't help shaking. Please, let me go, I really. The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting Sansa's crying. Green turned his head and saw Cersei Lannister walking in, followed by Borros Bronn and Meryn Trant of the King's Guard. Ser Borros from the Crownland and Ser Meryn from the Stormlands were both members of Robert I's King's Guard. It was rumored that they had secretly defected to Cersei when Robert I was still alive. And Lancel at the back waved to Green, indicating that he definitely did not complain. Green saluted, good day, Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei glanced at Green, she walked over, helped Sansa up, and held her in her arms. Queen Cersei's tenderness made Sansa choke up, Your Majesty, please believe me, I really don't know anything. Queen Cersei patted Sansa's back gently and comforted her, my poor child, how could I not believe you? After that, she looked at Green. Queen Cersei blamed him, Lord Green, how can you interrogate Lady Sansa privately? She is not a prisoner, Green said helplessly. Your Majesty Cersei, I just want to ask Lady Sansa about something. The surprise sent by Lord Eddard makes me restless. Queen Cersei showed a look of contempt on her face, and murmured, the little trick of running wolf is really clumsy. As she said that, she stroked Sansa's hair and said, Lord Green, I believe Sansa is innocent. I don't want this child to be frightened unnecessarily. Green glanced at Queen Cersei and said respectfully, yes, my queen. Sansa was very relieved at this moment, and stayed in Cersei's arms obediently. Okay, you have a good rest first. Red Castle, Dungeon. Eddard saw the young Robert, tall and handsome, wearing a deer helmet, holding a warhammer, riding on a horse like a horned giant. Robert's hearty laughter came from the darkness, and his eyes were as blue and clear as a lake in the mountains. 7 layers of hell, Robert seemed to be sighing. Ned, we defeated the Targaryens together and won the Iron Throne. You are imprisoned here, and I was killed by a wild boar. How could we end up like this? Lord Eddard couldn't open his mouth or to make a sound. He could only shout in his heart, Robert, my friend, my brother, I'm sorry for you, I deceived you, concealed the truth, and I killed you. You stubborn fool, I'm asking for death, and you're asking for death too. Eddard found that Robert could actually hear his voice. Robert cursed, Ned, you are just arrogant and unwilling to listen. Can self-esteem be eaten? Can a sense of honor protect your children? Eddard, you are right to curse, I am a hopelessly stupid guy. Robert, I think we will meet soon. Go away, don't bother me and Lyanna. Damn you, I don't want to see your stinky face yet. Your old friend wants to leave, but you can't stop him. Robert. Lord Eddard woke up from his dream, and after a long time, he gradually came to his senses. Where is this place? There is no light here, and the straw under him is full of urine. Lord Eddard reached out and touched the cold stone wall. He is now no different from a blind man, or a dead man. The king eats and the prime minister shits. When the king dies, the prime minister is buried with him. Lord Eddard thinks this is a good place to bury himself, very suitable for him, a damn fool. He lost this Game of Thrones, and his men paid for his stupidity with blood and life. In the Game of Thrones, if you don't win, you will only die. He vaguely heard Cersei's mocking voice, and Lord Eddard's eyelids became heavier and heavier, as if an irresistible weight was pressing on him. My child. Lord Eddard trembled his cracked lips slightly and fell into coma again. The small hall of Meaga Tower. Lancel saw that Grim had no intention of making things difficult for him, and he remembered their past friendship, so his heart gradually calmed down. Lancel regained his brave image in front of Cersei. Queen Cersei stood in front of the window, behind her were Grim and Lancel, and 2 king's guards were on guard in the distance. Grim glanced at Lancel, who was immersed in the game of playing knights, and then lowered his eyes and did not move. After a long while, the voice of Queen Cersei came over. You heard it too, Janos Slynt is dead. As she said that, Queen Cersei turned around and looked at Grim with a pair of green eyes. Grim's eyes trembled slightly, and he said respectfully, Queen Cersei, Lord Slynt has betrayed your trust. Queen Cersei showed a satisfied look. Lord Green, why do you say that? You have planned everything. If it weren't for his recklessness, he should be waiting for your reward and helping you win over the hearts of the Gold Cloaks. Queen Cersei was slightly stunned, but soon returned to her normal expression. Queen Cersei walked in front of Green and said, Green, will you satisfy me? Green touched his chest, and his voice trembled a little. Your Majesty Cersei, I am only loyal to you. Lancel was very jealous when he saw the Queen Mother's closeness to Green. After hearing the conversation between the two, he felt that Green was stupid. The Queen Mother clearly asked whether she was satisfied, but he only expressed his loyalty. Before Lancel could finish being proud, he was stunned by what he heard next. After hearing Green's answer, Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and curled the corners of her lips. Lord Green, from today on, you are the commander-in-chief of the city guard, Gold Cloaks. Green knelt on one knee, suppressed his excitement, and said, Your Majesty Cersei, Crab will always remember your kindness. Lancel looked at this scene in disbelief, and he temporarily forgot to close his open mouth. Queen Cersei turned around, walked to the table in the small hall, sat down, and pulled out a blank parchment. Get up. Cersei picked up the quill pen and dipped it in ink. As she wrote, she said, Lord Green, do you have enough soldiers and horses? After Green stood up, he nodded slightly in the direction of Cersei. Your Majesty Cersei, at most 10 days, you will control 8,000 swords. Swish, swish, swish. Queen Cersei stopped talking. After Green finished writing the appointment letter as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Queen Cersei signed at the end, Protector of the Realm, Queen Regent, Cersei of the Lannister family. The next day, the meeting room of Meaga Tower. The long table in the hall was piled with papers and candles. Queen Mother Cersei was sitting at the head of the table, Sansa was standing beside her, Grand Maester Pycelle and Chief of Intelligence Varys were sitting on both sides. Cersei's tone was full of regret. Sansa, this is what we found on the Stark guards. The recipient was Stannis Baratheon, the younger brother of my late husband, and your father invited him to seize the throne. The letter on the table was torn to pieces and stained with dried blood. Sansa found the Direwolf family emblem. The sudden panic made her feel dizzy. Pycelle slightly opened his sleepy eyes. We heard with our own ears that Lord Eddard swore to King Robert that he would protect the little prince and treat him as his own son. Who would have thought that as soon as King Robert died, he would immediately summon important ministers and attempt to steal the throne that should have belonged to Joffrey? Varys showed a look of fear. I didn't expect Lord Eddard to rebel for power. It's unbelievable. Sansa was confused and terrified. Your Majesty, please, ask my father to come. He will explain to you that he is King Robert's friend and would never write such a letter. Robert thought so at the time. If you were still alive, this incident would break his heart. Fortunately, the gods were merciful and didn't let him see it before he died. Queen Mother Cersei sighed lightly, and said, Sansa, my dear child, I know this matter is a bit heavy for you. But you must also know how difficult this matter is for us. We all understand that this matter has nothing to do with you, but you are the daughter of a rebel after all. How dare I let you marry my son, the daughter of a rebel? Sansa heard this from Green yesterday. Will she be judged? Can she still marry Joffrey? Sansa was sobbing, Queen Mother, but I love Joffrey. Things shouldn't be like this. Did the Queen Mother agree to her marriage with Joffrey? She even dreamed of the two of them getting married. Because of what her father did, she and Joffrey had to be separated abruptly? My child, stop crying. Queen Cersei looked at Pycelle and Varys in embarrassment and said, Pycelle, Varys, what do you think about Sansa? Varys showed an expression of reluctance, and he whispered, what a poor child. Your Majesty, this is such a pure love. It would be too cruel to not agree to her. But then again, her father committed such a big crime after all. Alice, what else can we do? Pycelle said slowly, Your Majesty, since Sansa Stark is the seed of a rebel, I am afraid that the rebellious nature has taken root in her heart. She is a lovable and good child now, but what will happen in 10 years? He shook his head slightly, looked at Sansa, and finally said, No one can say for sure. No, Sansa said in horror, I won't. I will never betray Joffrey. I love him, I swear I really love him. Varys sighed, oh, it's so sad, but in the final analysis, it's always hard to rest assured. After all, oaths are not as reliable as blood. Sansa looked to the Queen Mother for help. Queen Cersei was obviously worried about her, but Sansa found that the Queen Mother's clear green eyes showed her love for her, which ignited her hope. Your Majesty, I definitely don't have the blood of a rebel. I have always been obedient. Just ask Septa Mordane. I promise that I just want to be Joffrey's loyal and good wife. Queen Cersei looked at Sansa, who had a sincere face, for a while, and said gently, My child, I believe you are telling the truth. Sansa laughed and cried, Your Majesty, thank you, I will never betray Joffrey, I swear I really love him. Queen Cersei nodded with a smile. She turned her head and looked over, Pycelle, Varys, the two king's ministers. This child Sansa is about to break my heart. In my opinion, after all, it was the behavior of Duke Stark alone. If Sansa's family and Winterfell are willing to swear allegiance to Joffrey's Iron Throne, then we don't have to worry about her. Chapter 166, Vigilance. Meagher's Tower, Council Chamber. Cersei Lannister looked at the 4 letters written by Sansa Stark with satisfaction and ordered Varys to stamp them with the direwolf seal of Lord Eddard. The recipients of the 4 letters were, Sansa's mother, Lady of Winterfell, Catelyn Tully, Sansa's brother, heir to Winterfell, Robb Stark, Sansa's aunt, Lady of the Eyrie, Lysa Tully, Sansa's grandfather, Lord of Riverrun, Hoster Tully. Pour me some wine. Queen Mother Cersei took the wine glass handed over by the maid, and the corners of her lips raised revealed her pride and joy at the moment. She took a sip of summer red and said, My Sansa, you have worked so hard. Varys stamped the document and said with a smile, The innocent girl has saved her father. He glanced at Queen Mother Cersei and continued, She is still looking forward to marrying our King Joffrey in the great September of Baelor, so that the whole King's Landing can witness her wonderful marriage. Queen Mother Cersei's mouth curled up in contempt but did not speak. Mr. Pycelle's voice contained a little worry. For the sake of family affection, I hope they will make a wise choice and come to King's Landing to attend the coronation ceremony and swear allegiance to King Joffrey. Varys clasped his hands together, and he seemed very relieved. They will soon know that Sansa is being well taken care of by us and everything is safe. They will definitely be very grateful for the kindness of Her Majesty the Queen Mother. After a pause, Varys stood up and nodded to Cersei, his voice full of excitement. Your Majesty, you not only quelled the rebellion, but now, with just a few pieces of paper and a pen, you can quickly stabilize the chaos after the death of Robert I. Your wisdom is really. I have to admire you. After Varys finished speaking, the old Mr. Pycelle glanced at Varys with a smile on his face, and quickly stood up and nodded. Queen Cersei raised her chin with a proud look. Some victories are won with swords and spears, while others are won with paper, pen and ravens. This is what Lord Tywin taught his children when he was in Casterly Rock. At that time, Cersei was still a girl. Queen Cersei's eyes moved, and she asked, Has the wolf in the black cell woke up? Varys said, He has woken up, and he is said to be in a bad condition. The jailer said he didn't touch the food, or maybe the food was too hard to swallow. Queen Cersei sneered and mocked, Is he confessing to the gods? After a pause, she said coldly, Let the wolf taste a feeling of hunger. Just give him some water every day. Just don't die there. Varys nodded. Yes, Queen Cersei, Mr. Pycelle echoed from the side. Your Majesty, this is a good idea. A weak wolf is always harmless. Queen Cersei's eyes trembled slightly. She remembered the cruelty of Lord Eddard and must not let him live comfortably. Tell the jailer to give him a glass of water every day. Varys nodded again to accept the order. After a moment of silence, Queen Mother Cersei said thoughtfully, After Joffrey's coronation ceremony, it would be best to publicly try Lord Stark for his treason. Mr. Pycelle pondered, and then slowly said, "It would be best to let Lord Stark take the initiative to admit his treason in public, which would help establish the reputation of the new king." Queen Mother Cersei frowned slightly, paused, and said, "Stark is a stubborn guy. And Sansa may not be able to help him with this kind of thing." Pycelle's cloudy eyes moved, and he said, "Your Majesty, perhaps you can let the little girl meet her father. You must give her a chance to correct her mistakes. If we promise her the opportunity to wear black clothes, I think the good daughter will convince her father." Queen Mother Cersei was somewhat moved by what she heard, and she thought Pycelle's suggestion sounded good. However, Varys objected. "Queen Mother Cersei, it is too risky to let the little girl meet her father." Queen Mother Cersei and Mr. Pycelle looked at Varys at the same time. "We can't ignore the stubbornness of the Northerners. If we let the father and daughter meet, I'm really worried. Will they do something we can't imagine? For example, death? For the sake of honor, Lord Stark will never cherish his life." After a pause, Varys said, "When that time comes, it will be our turn to be embarrassed." Pycelle said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Lord Stark attaches great importance to his family." Varys glanced at Pycelle and said, "Queen Cersei, both father and daughter are in our hands. There is no need to gamble." Queen Cersei thought for a while and said, "Varys, tell me your plan." Varys had a faint smile on his fat face. "The little girl should continue to maintain her innocence, and don't let her see the terrible scene. Otherwise, it will be too cruel to her." After that, Varys shook as if he was afraid. Queen Cersei said impatiently, "Enough, get to the point." Varys shrank his neck and quickly said, "Queen Cersei, you can leave this matter to me. I promise to make Duke Stark plead guilty." Pycelle's face was slightly dissatisfied. "Lord Varys, didn't you just say that Duke Stark is a stubborn person? Don't forget how he viewed us when he was Prime Minister." As he said that, Mr. Pycelle looked at Queen Cersei, and continued, "Your Majesty, Duke Stark at least cares about the safety of his daughter." Varys shook his head and said, "Mr. Pycelle, this is exactly what I want to use." Varys turned to Queen Cersei, his smile deepened. "The charm of fear is the unknown. A good father will eventually compromise for a good daughter." The sunlight shone into the room. Queen Cersei's beautiful hair was like sunlight, and her smile was mocking. "Varys, I trust your tongue for once." Varys smiled. "Queen Mother Cersei, thank you for your trust." Mr. Pycelle regained his sleepy eyes and said nothing quietly. Queen Mother Cersei tapped her chin, took a sip of wine, and suddenly snorted, saying, "Varys, Pycelle, my late husband's two brothers have not surrendered yet." With a thump, Queen Mother Cersei put down her wine glass and continued, "Their ambitions are not small at all, and those two people are our biggest enemies." Varys' smile remained unchanged. "Your Majesty, at least those two people will not form an alliance. This is something everyone knows. The feelings between the Baratheon brothers are deep," and Varys' words were recognized by Queen Mother Cersei. Queen Cersei glanced at Varys with her beautiful eyes. "Varys, you are so clever." Varys nodded slightly respectfully. "Queen Cersei, I am just a little bit of your dazzling light. It is a great honor." Faced with Varys' sweet words, Queen Cersei accepted it calmly. To her, Varys was just telling the truth, and it was not worth making her happy. Queen Cersei's green eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Pycelle. "Pycelle, you arrange for people to send these letters as soon as possible." Pycelle walked over tremblingly and began to collect the letters on the table. Seeing the letters sent to the Eyrie, Pycelle paused, and looked at Queen Cersei with turbid eyes. "Your Majesty, should we keep the letters from the Eyrie for the time being? I heard that the valley is not peaceful now." Queen Cersei frowned slightly, and she looked at Varys. Varys said respectfully, "Queen Cersei, my little bird told me that because of Lady Lyssa's murder of Prime Minister Jon, the nobles of the Vale formed the Alliance of the Righteous. They said they would use all necessary means to bring the murderer to justice." Pycelle nodded and continued, "I think they will soon seek the support of the Red Keep, which is beneficial to us." "What a ridiculous name." Queen Cersei first sneered, paused, and said, "Pycelle, then don't worry about the Eyrie for now. We will wait for them to come." Cersei stood up and said, "Varys, keep an eye on Stannis and Renly." After that, she left the council hall surrounded by maids and king's guards. A week later, the black cell of the Red Keep. Because he couldn't see anything, he couldn't even make marks on the wall. Whether he opened his eyes or closed them, everything made no difference. Lord Eddard didn't know how long he had been lying there. Lord Eddard slept and woke up and slept again, not knowing which was more painful, sleeping or waking up. When he fell asleep, he dreamed, dark and disturbing dreams. filled with blood and promises that could not be kept. When he woke up, there was nothing to do except think, but what he thought in his heart was more terrible than a nightmare. Thinking of his wife Catelyn was as painful as lying on a bed of nettles. Lord Eddard imagined where she was at this moment and what she was doing, but he didn't know if he would ever see her again in this life. Thinking of the children, he just wanted to cry out loud, but the tears would not fall. Even at this point, he was still a Stark of Winterfell, his sadness and rage frozen in his body. Time passed, day by day. Lord Eddard at least felt that way. The only sound in this place was his own breathing. In order to keep himself from going crazy, he began to make a plan to build a castle of hope in the dark. Robert's two brothers, Stannis and Renly, should be preparing their armies at Dragonstone and Storm's End respectively. Once Lord Beric and Ser Graydon have dealt with the old men at Grindelwald, they will lead their soldiers back to King's Landing. If there is no accident with Grim, he will definitely be waiting for an opportunity outside. Once Catelyn receives the news here, she will call on the northern vassals to march south, and the Riverlands and the Vale. The Vale, he has not had time to try Lysa Tully, who poisoned Jon. Whenever the jailer brought him water, Lord Eddard told himself that another day had passed. At first, he asked the person who came to ask him to tell him the news outside, but the jailer with a rat face never paid attention to him. He thought that this person might have no tongue. After a few days, Lord Eddard's stomach was cramped with hunger, and he thought, maybe the Lannisters planned to starve him to death. He himself denied this possibility. If Cersei wanted to kill him, he would have been chopped down in the throne room along with his guards. That woman wanted him alive. No matter how weak or desperate he was, she would spare his life. Clank, the sound of iron chains colliding came from outside the cell, and the cell door suddenly opened. The strong light of the torch made Lord Eddard squint his eyes. After a long time, Lord Eddard got used to the light, and he found a big head as smooth as an egg. Lord Eddard murmured hoarsely, "Varys." Varys smiled and saluted. "Good day, Lord Eddard. I haven't seen you for a few days." Lord Eddard leaned against the wall weakly, and he murmured again, "Is it daytime now?" Varys' expression was full of concern, and he handed over a wine bag. "Drink it quickly, Lord Eddard." Lord Eddard took the wine bag with some difficulty, gulped several mouthfuls, and the red wine flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's summer red. Lord Eddard never liked the sweet taste of summer red, but today it tasted especially good. Lord Eddard began to feel dizzy, and it took him a long time to recover. "It seems that there is no tears of bliss in it." Lord Eddard's words seemed to hurt Varys. "My lord, poisoning a duke. I don't have the courage, I'm just a small person." Lord Eddard took another big sip of summer red, and he was in a much better condition now. "I'm just a prisoner now," Varys comforted. "Lord Eddard, your north still looks to you." Lord Eddard actually couldn't wait to ask some questions, but he has now learned to be wary of people he doesn't trust, and Varys is one of them. Lord Eddard exhaled and said, "How is Sansa?" Varys did not hide it. Queen Cersei kept Lady Sansa by her side. She pleaded with the Queen Mother to save you a few days ago. It's a pity that you were not there, otherwise you would have been deeply moved. Lord Eddard's eyes trembled slightly, and he paused and said, "What about Arya?" Varys shook his head. "Your little daughter escaped. My little bird has not been able to find her until now, and the Lannisters have not found her either. This is more or less the mercy of the gods." Lord Eddard was relieved that there should be no accidents with Green. "The gods are merciful," Lord Eddard muttered, then took a sip of wine and secretly celebrated the good news. "Where is my illegitimate son, my Lord Duke?" No one would be bored enough to pay attention to illegitimate son of low status. Lord Eddard said calmly, "Where's Green?" Varys' eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Earl Green is trusted by Queen Mother Cersei. He was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks by Queen Mother Cersei." Varys stared at Lord Eddard's face quietly, and then said, "That half-wild noble has made King's Landing panic-stricken. It is said that King's Landing is almost died read by him." Varys was just exaggerating. Lord Green had to kill people in the barracks in order to rectify the corruption within the Gold Cloaks. After Green became the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Varys' relationship with him became a little subtle, and his vigilance increased greatly. Lord Eddard did not believe Varys' words. He said in a cold voice, "The guilty should be killed." Chapter 167 Green's Good Temper. Varys did not refute. He nodded frankly, "Lord Eddard, you know that boy very well. He has indeed not harmed any innocent person." Eddard Stark's grey eyes trembled slightly. "This is the character that a knight should have, and now it has become something that people praise." A meaningful smile appeared on Varys' face. Varys sighed and said, "When I was a child, to be more precise, before I was castrated. At that time, I followed the troop touring the free trade cities all day long. They taught me one thing, that is, everyone has a role to play, both in and out of the play. Later, when I came here as the chief of intelligence, I found that," after a pause, he continued, "it's the same in the Red Castle. The Lord Chancellor of Justice needs to be ruthless, the Lord Justice needs to be ferocious, the Lord Chancellor of the Exchequer needs to be thrifty, the Captain of the Kingsguard needs to be brave, and the Chief of Intelligence, of course he should be cunning and good at flattery, and he must be omnipresent." Duke Eddard said coldly, "Varys, you've found a good excuse for staying out of it." Varys seemed not to understand the sarcasm in Duke Eddard's words. He smiled and said, "Duke Eddard, a courageous intelligence chief is as useless as a cowardly knight." Duke Eddard frowned. He didn't like Varys' sword games. No matter how nice the words were, they could not change Varys' hypocrisy. He took a sip of wine and said, "Varys, are you going to slit my throat for Cersei?" Varys' smile froze and he shook his head. "I can't do such a thing." Lord Eddard's voice was full of sarcasm. "It can't be to let me go, right?" Varys shook his head again, as if he was regretting, "Maybe in the past, maybe I could really do it, but Petyr Baelish suddenly disappeared from the heavily guarded black prison not long ago. Now, the supervision here has become very strict, not to mention you, who the Queen Mother values the most." Lord Eddard paused with his hand holding the wine bag and said, "Littlefinger escaped." Varys nodded slightly. "Lord Eddard, I'm sure that eunuchs have no honor, but I don't have to lie to you." After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard said, "Forget it, I can't do anything now." He added, "It's rare for you to tell the truth. Varys, just tell me the purpose of meeting me." "My Lord Duke, I come for peace." Varys nodded, clasped his hands together, and said seriously, "If there is anyone in King's Landing who sincerely wants to save Robert Baratheon's life, it is me." Lord Eddard. Varys showed a helpless smile, sighed, and continued, "For 15 years, I have tried my best to protect Robert I from harm by his enemies, but in the end he could not avoid being killed by his old friend." He looked directly at Lord Eddard. "What crazy ideas are in your mind that made you run to tell Queen Cersei that you knew the 3 children were not of royal blood, and gave the Lannisters enough time to arrange for Robert I to suffer a so-called accident?" Lord Eddard seemed to be mocking himself. "A crazy idea of kindness. There is only this one answer. Lord Eddard, you are a man of noble character. I often forget this because I rarely meet people like you in my life." He looked around the dark and damp cell and continued, "When I saw what kind of end kindness and honor brought you, I finally understood why." Lord Eddard asked, "Did you find out anything about the wine Robert drank?" "I investigated secretly. Those strong liquors were given to Lancel by Queen Cersei. She had planned this day a long time ago. Lancel was praised by King Robert. He might like the feeling of being drunk. Hunting when drunk is dangerous. Sooner or later, accidents will happen. This is what Queen Cersei hopes for." Varys' eyes flickered, and he looked at Lord Eddard, who lowered his head slightly. He added, "Without your provocation, Queen Cersei might have continued to wait for a while. Alice, even if the pig didn't kill Robert, he would have fallen off his horse and been seriously injured. Or an arrow that missed, or a poisonous snake that suddenly bit. The hunting ground was already full of traps, just waiting for the drunken king to jump. So, it was not wine that killed Robert I, but your kindness and honor." Lord Eddard closed his eyes in pain. "Gods forgive me." Seeing that Lord Eddard was immersed in grief, Varys comforted him. "Lord Eddard, if there are gods in the world, I don't think they will blame you. When you were in Winterfell, Queen Cersei had already hidden the murderous intention to get rid of Robert I." Lord Eddard suddenly opened his eyes, and the wolf's eyes became as sharp as the bloody battle in the throne room that day. "Varys, you are deliberately disturbing my mind." Varys took a step back in fear, and he acted both scared and innocent. "Duke Eddard, you cannot misunderstand the kindness of a small man." Duke Eddard stared at Varys. "Tell me your real purpose. I don't want to hear any more nonsense." Varys raised his hand and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. "Lord Eddard, actually I came here today to tell you that Queen Cersei will visit you soon." Lord Eddard said coldly, "Why does she want to see me?" Varys glanced at the prison door and whispered, "Queen Cersei is afraid of you." Lord Eddard showed an impatient look. "Varys, I haven't forgotten that I am a prisoner and she can execute me at any time." Varys hurriedly explained, "Maybe I didn't express it accurately. It should be said that she is afraid of the power behind you." the troops of the Stark and Tully families. Have the North raised an army? Varys nodded first, then shook his head, and said, your wife and eldest son are gathering the vassals of the Stark family in Winterfell. It is said that your wife has sent ravens to Riverrun and the Eyrie. The content of the letter is not difficult to guess. After a pause, Lord Eddard asked, is there no movement in Casterly Rock? Varys shrugged. I heard that Lord Mace of Highgarden has gathered 20,000 soldiers on the border of the Reach and the Westerlands in the name of catching bandits, and is having a banquet there with his vassals. The Reach in the east, plus the Riverlands in the north. I think Lord Tywin will find it very difficult now, the borderland of Dorne. The Martell family still bears a grudge for the death of Princess Elia and her children, and they will never let go of the opportunity for revenge. What has made Queen Cersei uneasy are Robert I's two younger brothers. Especially since Stannis' right of succession is legitimate and he is a good warrior. What will Stannis do on Dragonstone during this time? I bet he is gathering soldiers, not collecting shells. He controls the royal fleet. When will he charge into King's Landing? Everyone knows that Lord Stannis is not a soft-hearted person. Varys finally sighed. There are too many enemies for the crown and the Westerlies to face. Lord Eddard was puzzled. Why did Varys tell him the outside intelligence? This was not good for Cersei. Varys, who do you serve? Varys smiled lightly, his eyes sincere. Lord Eddard, I serve the peace of the kingdom. I swear on my lost life. All my efforts have only one purpose, that is to avoid war and maintain peace in the kingdom. Lord Eddard did not believe Varys' words. It was not because of his prejudice against eunuchs, but the intuition of the wolf. He felt that Varys must have other ulterior motives. Lord Eddard closed his eyes. He was a little drunk. Lord Eddard's honor was unshakable. He said bluntly, Varys, I will not support Cersei's child. Stannis is Robert's true heir. I welcome him to sit on the Iron Throne. Oh, Varys exclaimed at first, and then approached Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard, I assure you that Queen Cersei does not want to hear these words. If you don't control your tongue, even if Stannis takes the Iron Throne, he will probably have to welcome him with a rotten head. Lord Eddard said in a deep voice, Varys, I am not afraid of death, but, Varys seemed to be begging Lord Eddard, have you forgotten your innocent daughter? Sansa tried so hard to plead for you, but she is so pitiful. A chill surged in Lord Eddard's heart, and he opened his eyes suddenly. Don't involve my daughter, Sansa is just a child. Varys looked reluctant, and he whispered, Lord Eddard, except for you, who would care whether she is a child or not? In the eyes of Queen Cersei, Sansa is a bargaining chip against you. She knows that a tamed wolf is much more useful than a dead wolf, so Sansa can still be alive. Lord Eddard's voice was filled with anger. If Cersei dares to hurt Sansa, the Starks and the Tullys will never let her go. Varys sighed and said, Queen Cersei is not a rational woman, and everyone knows it. Lord Eddard could not hide his concern for his daughter, and he was a little overwhelmed. Varys glanced at Lord Eddard and continued, Prince Rhaegar's daughter, Princess Rhaenys is also a child, isn't she? She is a lovely little baby, younger than your two daughters. Did you know that she has a little black cat? Its name is Balerion. Princess Rhaenys likes to treat it as the real Black Death Balerion. But I think they quickly let her know the difference between a kitten and a dragon on the day the Lannisters broke down her door. Varys seemed to be immersed in sad memories. After a pause, Varys sighed tiredly, the High Septon once told me that we suffer because we are guilty. If this is true, Lord Eddard, please tell me, why is it that in the power game of you nobles, it is always the innocent people who suffer the most? Peace is actually very simple. You only need to promise the Queen Mother that you are willing to confess your rebellious crimes, make Winterfell respect Joffrey Baratheon as the king, and promise not to reveal her secrets even if you die. Then I believe she will agree to you wearing black clothes, and Sansa will not be harmed. The most important thing is to avoid a war, and the people can continue to live a stable life. Varys walked to the prison door. He turned around and nodded slightly to the silent Lord Eddard. If you are willing, think about it carefully before Queen Mother Cersei arrives. Lord Eddard, I suggest you don't overestimate her patience. After speaking, Varys stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. The Capitol Guard, Golden Cloaks, are the garrison and law enforcers of King's Landing. They have two military camps in the city. The eastern camp is close to the Dragon Gate, and the western camp is close to the Shoemaker Square. The Golden Cloaks' eastern camp, the commander-in-chief's tent. Green sat at a table, on which was a detailed map of King's Landing. Green withdrew his gaze from the map and said, Leighton, go and have a rest. It was already dawn, and Green and his little butler had been busy all night. He missed Mr. Al and Samuel, who were far away in the Whispering City. Leighton raised his head from the pile of documents, and his dark circles were very deep. My master, there are not many left. I estimate that it will be completed this morning. After saying that, Leighton couldn't help but yawn, and he quickly covered his mouth. Green smiled. The corruption within the Golden Cloaks is too serious, but it also gives us a good excuse. Leighton, thank you for your help. Leighton scratched his head embarrassedly. After a while, he put away a letter and said, My lord, Steward Roselle has made an appointment with the merchants in King's Landing. They are waiting for your reception tonight. Green nodded his chin. Leighton was referring to the merchants who had cooperated with Green during the hunting in King's Landing last year. My lord Green, Sir Lancel Lannister wants to see you. Suddenly, the voice of a messenger came from outside the door. Green raised his eyebrows. Has Lancel been canonized as a knight? Lancel stood in front with an arrogant look. Green rubbed his hair. This kid must have had problems with Pua. Earl Green, Her Majesty the Queen Mother Regent ordered me. Lancel's words were interrupted by Green. Kneel down and speak. Lancel looked at Green with disbelief. I represent. With a whoosh, Green's long sword flew past Lancel's cheek and finally stuck into the wooden pillar of the tent, with a hilt shaking there. Lancel was so scared that he knelt down on the spot. You, Green tilted his head, his tone was full of doubt. Lancel, have you forgotten my warning? Lancel blushed. I am a knight. Green stood up from his chair, walked over, lowered his body in front of Lancel, and the two looked at each other. Tell me, what does my warning have to do with whether you are a knight? Lancel's handsome face twisted. Don't forget, you have no evidence. With a bang, Lancel curled up on the ground in pain. Green had already stood up, and he said leisurely, Why do you feel that you must have evidence? Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if Joffrey knew about this? Chapter 168 Green's Friendship. Lancel Lannister said in horror, No, don't, nothing. I didn't. Glyn Crab raised his eyebrows and said, Don't what? Nothing. Lancel crawled over and tightly grasped one of Glyn's calves, and said in a sad voice, Glyn, believe me, I didn't take the initiative, I was ordered. Lancel's lips trembled, and he couldn't think of a good excuse for a while. Glyn looked down at Lancel with red eyes, and said coldly, On orders. Lancel, do you mean that the noble Queen Cersei took the initiative to open her legs for you at night? Lancel's eyes lit up. This is the fact. Glyn is really smart. He nodded heavily. Glyn looked at Lancel's clear blue eyes, and he moved his legs and shook off Lancel's hand. Sir Lancel, how dare you slander Queen Cersei? Slander with words cannot cover up the truth. I believe Queen Cersei must have been forced by you using dirty means. Lancel began to cry. How dare I? Green interrupted Lancel. Forget it. I'd better hand you over to His Majesty Joffrey for disposal. Lancel was already in tears, his voice trembling. For the sake of our friendship, please, Lord Green. Green refused coldly. Sir Lancel, you save these words for His Majesty Joffrey. I remember that he likes people to beg for mercy the most. Thinking of the scene of being interrogated by Joffrey, Lancel trembled with fear. Lord Green, I will never dare to go against you again. Please don't hand me over to King Joffrey. Green's face was a little hesitant. You want me to help you deceive His Majesty Joffrey? Lancel said quickly. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will leave King's Landing immediately. I swear. Green stared at the pitiful Lancel for a while, and a little bit of pity appeared on his face. He sighed lightly, leaned down, and reached out to help the frightened Lancel up. Lancel, you have just been knighted, and I don't want to see your bright future ruined like this. Green patted Lancel. I haven't forgotten our friendship. You should stay. Lancel looked incredulous, and the sudden joy made him burst into tears again. Lancel choked and said, Gee. Green. I'm really damned. Green picked up the wine jug on the table, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Lancel. No one will know about your affairs. You will continue to stay by Queen Cersei's side, maintain her trust, and meet any of her needs at any time. Well, for our unchanging friendship. Lancel wiped his tears and carefully took the wine glass. He looked at Green in confusion. Sir Lancel, hide our firm friendship, continue to play your role, and continue to be jealous of Queen Cersei's trust in me. Lancel lowered his head and thought for a while. He seemed to understand the hidden meaning in Green's words. Glenn, you want me to? Glenn tapped his chin and patted Lancel's arm. This is a good thing. Queen Cersei will rely more and more on the two of us. Lancel, you won't be satisfied with a small knight title, right? Lancel looked at Glenn with sparkling eyes. He was a little excited. Glenn, you are still smart. I understand. I will do whatever you say. I swear. Glenn raised his glass and gestured to Lancel. He said, Sir Lancel, for our friendship and for our bright future, let's drink. Lancel raised his glass and drank happily. After a pause, Lancel hesitated for a moment and said, Glenn, then, in the future, the Queen Mother still wants me. Glenn's brown eyes moved slightly and looked at Lancel, whose face was getting redder and redder. Lancel, do what you did before, and do it in the future. Be happy. Queen Cersei is a great beauty. The Regent Queen Mother is very hard, she needs joy, and everything you do is for our kingdom. Lancel nodded blankly. Green put down his glass and said, Sir Lancel, tell me now why you came to me. Lancel first glanced at Green, then lowered his head and whispered, I asked the Queen Mother to arrange a position in the Capital Guard. What did you say? What did Queen Cersei say? Lancel didn't dare to breathe. He answered honestly, I said, the gold cloaks can't all be in the hands of people who are not Lannisters. He raised his eyes to look at Green, and seeing that Green was not angry, he continued, the Queen Mother said, let me go directly to you, no more. Lancel nodded quickly. After a moment of silence, Green's eyes trembled slightly. Lancel, it seems that the Queen Mother still trusts you very much. You must remember the favor. Lancel showed a puzzled expression. He couldn't help scratching his head. In addition to the kingdom's political affairs, Queen Cersei will definitely need someone to help her deal with some of her personal affairs. She will feel more at ease if she leaves some of these matters to you, a fellow Lannister. Green added in his heart, and you are easy to control, or easy to handle. Hearing Green's words, Lancel couldn't help but curl up his lips. Green's eyes moved slightly. Lancel is now prone to losing control. In order to make Lancel more reliable, he decided to find an opportunity for Lancel to have more contact with Joffrey, so as to consolidate their friendship. Lord Green sighed secretly. Originally there was only Pycelle, and now there's Lancel. He is worried about them. Sir Lancel, I appoint you as the captain of the Red Keep Guard of the Gold Cloaks, and you will protect the safety of Queen Cersei together with the Lannister Red Cloaks. Lancel puffed out his chest with excitement. Yes, Lord Green. Green smiled and said, Lancel, the Red Keep and the Queen Mother are left to your protection. Remember to do your best to complete some of the Queen Mother's private affairs and never let her down. Lancel nodded heavily. Glyn, I understand. I will definitely remember it. Green's face was gentle, and he put one hand on Lancel's shoulder. Lancel, we are good friends. I will support you. After a pause, he said, also, you must remember that Robert I is dead, and you must not make Queen Cersei pregnant, otherwise the gods cannot save you. Lancel blushed and whispered, Glyn, the Queen Mother doesn't allow me. Every time on her belly. Green raised his eyebrows, and he understood immediately. A wonderful belly. Green sighed, and then said, just don't forget the consequences, my friend. Hundreds of swamp marigold flags fluttered in the training ground of the East Army camp of the capital garrison, and the soldiers' armor and weapons sparkled in the sun. On the high platform, Green raised his hand slightly, paused for a moment, and then fell. The heads of dozens of people including the former Commander-in-Chief's adjutant Yallardim rolled down. After Green became the Commander-in-Chief, the scene of heads rolling down the training ground would occur every day. These people were the last batch of confidants of the former Commander-in-Chief and the biggest beneficiaries of the corruption of the Gold Cloaks. Green deliberately kept them until today and executed them in full view of the public. Lancel, one of the captains of the Gold Cloak Guards, froze there, motionless. When the execution was over, Lancel glanced uneasily below. Whether it was the blue square or the golden square, it was so quiet that it made people panic. Lancel was standing beside Green at this time, and his voice was trembling. Green, aren't you worried about the mutiny? Green's eyes moved and looked at Lancel. Lancel, Queen Mother Cersei only gave me 10 days, and, Green's mouth corners curved slightly, and continued, if we don't deal with these people, how can we subsidize the wages of ordinary soldiers, and how can we arrange higher positions for those who voluntarily surrender? Ordinary soldiers in the Gold Cloaks are paid at least 2 gold royals per year, and officers are paid according to their ranks, but most of the soldiers and low-level officers' wages are withheld by the former Commander-in-Chief and his confidants. The Gold Cloaks are not only the garrison of King's Landing, but also the law enforcers of King's Landing. The gold cloaks whose wages are withheld continue to reach out to the people, thus forming a vicious circle. When Cersei promised to appoint him as the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, Chapter 136, Green had already regarded the Gold Cloaks as his own property and began to plan how to take over. Before leaving, Petyr Baelish worried that Green would be powerless in King's Landing alone, so he handed over his intelligence-gathering subordinates to Green. In return, Green promised to look after Petyr's property in King's Landing. After receiving Petyr's intelligence personnel, Green found that he and Petyr were good friends. It turned out that they both had their eyes on the Gold Cloaks, or, it should be said that Petyr had long been eyeing the largest armed force in King's Landing. After the death of the former commander-in-chief Janos Slynd, the Gold Cloaks could be said to be acting on their own, and Green had 2,000 crab blue cloaks in his hands, plus accurate intelligence, and it was legitimate. Green quickly eliminated the former commander-in-chief's team. When those people were executed, their property was also taken by Green, with a total value of nearly 300,000 gold dragons. Lancel smiled reluctantly and said, "I definitely couldn't do it. In fact, the key is still the gold dragons." Green's eyes moved to the place where the gold cloaks were lined up. Green first took out 50,000 gold dragons to subsidize the gold robes. The nearly 1,000 gold robes standing here were the second group of people to receive Green's gift. Boxes full of gold dragons were carried over. Green would personally supervise the distribution of subsidies to the soldiers like last time. Why only 50,000 gold dragons? Lord Green raised his eyebrows and refused to answer. After Lancel left, Green called Joffrey, King's Landing, captain of the Survey Corps, who was standing not far away. "Joffrey, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lancel Lannister. Red Keep, Throne Room. Greetings to His Majesty, Joffrey I, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, of the Houses Baratheon and Lannister. Greetings to His Majesty's mother, Cersei, the Light of the West, Protector of the Realm, Queen Regent of the House of Lannister." Sir Barristan Selmy, dressed in brilliant silver armor, walked in front, while Sir Aerys Oakard escorted Queen Cersei, and Sir Boros Blount walked beside King Joffrey. King Joffrey walked to stand in front of the Iron Throne. He was wearing a black velvet coat embroidered with red thread, a glittering high-collared cloak with gold threads on his shoulders, and a golden crown inlaid with rubies and black diamonds on his head. King Joffrey raised the corners of his lips, looked around at the people under the Iron Throne, and then slowly sat down. He said loudly, "It is the king's duty to punish traitors and reward loyal men. Grand Maester Pycelle, I command you to read my sentence." As Joffrey finished speaking, Maester Pycelle stood up and nodded slightly in the direction of the Iron Throne. Maester Pycelle was dressed very richly today, wearing a heavy red velvet robe with an ermine collar, a bright gold sash, and low sleeves covered with gilded scroll work. Maester Pycelle unrolled a roll of parchment and began to read out a long list of names: Duke and Duchess Stannis Baratheon and their daughter, Lord Renly Baratheon, Lord Mace Tyrell and all his descendants, Lady Lysa Arryn and her son, Prince Doran Martell of Dorne and all his descendants, Lord Valder Frey and his heirs, Lord Hoster Tully and his brother Sir Brynden, his son Sir Edmure, Catelyn Tully, Robb Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickon Stark, Arya Stark. The list that Maester Pycelle read out included most of the important nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. In the name of the king and the council, those on the list are to come to the Red Keep immediately and swear allegiance to the king. If they do not comply, they will be regarded as rebels, and their territories and titles will be taken back by the royal family. Buzz! Everyone in the throne room exclaimed almost at the same time. Grand Maester Pycelle rolled up the parchment with a list, and then unfolded another parchment. Maester Pycelle cleared his throat and read, "In order to replace the rebel Eddard Stark, in accordance with the wishes of the Queen Regent and His Majesty the King, Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, will take over the position of Hand of the King and govern the affairs of the kingdom in the name of the King." Finally, the beloved King Robert I passed away unexpectedly, and the King's Council believed that the safety of King Joffrey's life was the top priority. Pycelle looked at Queen Mother Cersei. Queen Mother Cersei nodded her chin lightly, and she slowly stood up. "Captain of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan Selmy, at your command." Barristan, who had been guarding the Iron Throne, walked over and knelt on one knee in front of Queen Mother Cersei. "Your Majesty, Barristan Selmy awaits your command." Queen Cersei glanced at Barristan with her emerald eyes, and her voice was cold. "Please stand up, Sir Barristan. You may take off your helmet." Although Barristan was confused by the Queen Mother's order, he stood up and took off his tall helmet. The old knight held the helmet in one hand and looked at Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, "Sir Barristan, you have served the kingdom for a long time and have been loyal to your duties. Every good man and woman in the Seven Kingdoms is grateful to you. However, I am afraid that your service must come to an end now. Our king and the King's Council hope that you can put down your heavy burden." Chapter 169 The Lost Knight's Heart. Barristan Selmy's brows were knitted together, and his eyes were a little confused. "Burden? Queen Mother." Varys walked out lightly, and he smiled lightly. "Old sir, the Queen Mother means that your position as the captain of the King's Guard has been relieved." Barristan's expression became dull, and the white-haired man seemed to be fixed in place. He spoke with difficulty. "Your Majesty, the King's Guard swore an oath for life, and only death can relieve the sacred mission." Cersei Lannister's eyes moved slightly, looking at Barristan, who was pale. "Old sir, may I ask whose death is it? You, or your king?" Joffrey's voice came from the Iron Throne, and his tone was like an accusation. "My father is dead, and you are too old to protect anyone." Barristan seemed to become old in an instant, and he looked at the high and mighty King Joffrey. "Your Majesty, since I first held the sword, becoming a King's Guard has been my only wish. At the age of 23, I gave up my inheritance to Harvest Hall. I do not need fiefdoms or heirs. I will devote my whole life to my country." Sir Gerald Hightower, known as the White Bull, captain of the King's Guard of Ares II, was a witness when I took the oath. "I swore to protect the king to the best of my ability until my death. Before I served your father, I guarded King Ares, and his father Jaehaerys. I have served 3 kings," Varys interrupted. "Alice, they are all dead." "How sad." Queen Cersei looked impatient. "Old seer, your duty ends here." Barristan moved his lips, but no sound came out. Queen Cersei raised her chin and continued, "The small council has decided that Sir Jaime Lannister will take over your position as captain of the King's Guard." As she spoke, she glanced at Barristan with her beautiful eyes and said with sarcasm, "My son needs young and strong people around him." "The King's Lair." Barristan first said Jaime's nickname contemptuously, and then said sternly, "Is that the hypocritical knight who stained his sword with the blood of the king he swore to protect? Is he going to taint the position of captain of the King's Guard now?" There was a hint of anger in Queen Cersei's voice. "Old sir, please watch your words. Sir Jaime is my beloved brother and Joffrey's uncle." Barristan reached out and unbuttoned his shoulders, and the snow-white cloak that represented a sacred mission fell to the ground. "The white robes of the King's Guard are no longer pure, so naturally I am no longer attached to them." Pycelle glanced at Queen Cersei, who was furious, and he stood up. "Barristan Selmy, you are no longer a King's Guard. You are now a superfluous knight. This hypocritical knight." As soon as Pycelle finished speaking, everyone present burst into laughter, including his 5 brothers and the King's Guard. The laughter was too harsh, and the brave old man stood there with his face flushed, too angry to speak. With a swish, Barristan drew the long sword from his waist. Suddenly, there were shouts of surprise, and Sir Boros and Sir Meryn of the King's Guard hurried forward to confront Sir Barristan, but they were frozen in place by the old knight's sharp eyes. "Sir Boros, Sir Meryn, there is no need to be afraid. Your king is safe, but this is not because of your strong protection." Even now, Barristan's sharp eyes swept across the King's Guard, and he continued, "I can still cut all 5 of you down like cutting cheese. If you intend to serve the King's Lair, then none of you deserve to wear this white robe." With a clang, Barristan threw the sword in his hand to the bottom of the Iron Throne. He looked up at Joffrey, who was high above him, and said, "Take it, kid. You can melt this sword and put another sword on the Iron Throne. In that case, it may be of greater help to you than the swords in the hands of these 5 people." He turned and took a step. Noblemen and women stepped aside to let him pass. His footsteps hit the floor loudly, and the echoes reverberated in the throne room. Until the gold cloaks closed the oak and bronze door of the throne room again, Joffrey's angry voice came from the Iron Throne. "How dare he call me a kid? I'm going to arrest him." The Tower of the Red Castle. Green Crab folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the wall. Opposite him was Jaime Lannister, who looked a little melancholy. Green joked, "Sir Jaime, you look like a lost child." Jaime glanced at Green, but said nothing. Green pointed in the direction of the throne room, and said, "I heard that you are going to be appointed captain of the King's Guard." "Congratulations, Jaime." Another silence. Green sighed and said, "I said, sir, If I remember correctly, it was you who came to find me." After a pause, Jaime's green eyes looked at Green and said, "How did you know that I would be appointed captain of a Kingsguard?" Green shrugged and said, "Everyone knows that there are no secrets in the Red Castle. Those who should not know already know, but those who should know are not aware of it." At this time, with the sound of hurried footsteps, a figure in a golden robe appeared in sight. "Lord Green, Sir Barristan asks to leave the Red Castle. When a petition is made in the throne room, the gates of the Red Castle will be closed and no one is allowed to enter or leave until the end." Green and Jaime looked at each other, and just as he was about to speak, another golden robe trotted over in a hurry. "Lord Green, the Queen Regent has ordered the arrest of Barristan Selmy." Green waved his hand and said, "Let the respected old knight leave. And, tell Sir Barristan to be careful of our pursuit." "Yes, Lord Green." After the golden robe left, Jaime said, "Lord Green, aren't you afraid of the blame from Queen Cersei?" Green spread his hands and said, "Sir, I'm helping." "Well, I'll tell Queen Cersei that you let him escape." Jaime's eyes moved, and he said, "It seems that you really intend to hunt down Sir Barristan, and you are not pretending." Green nodded his chin lightly, and said, "I have given him a chance. Don't forget, he's the fearless Barristan." Jaime sighed lightly, stretched out his hand and patted Green's arm, and said, "Lord Green, thank you for your help. Be happy, Mr. Warden of the East and Captain of the Kingsguard." Jaime shook his head slightly. He looked into the distance, his eyes were a little complicated. "Although Sir Barristan doesn't like me, I respect him very much. We were brothers in the Kingsguard, but now, this is not the result I want to see, and this is not what I want." Green's eyes flashed. Cersei's recent actions made Jaime confused. "Sir Jaime, are you planning to leave King's Landing? Or to stay away from Queen Cersei for a while?" Jaime turned to Green, a look of surprise. "No wonder Tyrion told me that you two are the smartest minds in King's Landing, sir. We know each other well, it's not hard to guess." Green shrugged, and said, "I hope your excuse is not about finding your lost self." Jaime, Green guessed right again, and Jaime was speechless. Jaime planned to leave Cersei's side, indeed to regain his lost knight's heart. Last time in the throne room, Wolf released Jaime as a prisoner, and Wolf's men could be said to have laid down their weapons, but Cersei ordered them to be executed. Jaime watched the brave warriors who gave up resistance fall in a pool of blood one by one. Did he become an accomplice in deceiving these people? Jaime admitted that he hated Robert Baratheon, but he wanted to stop Cersei from executing Robert's illegitimate children because they were just innocent children. Why did Cersei insist on doing this? Of course Jaime knew the real reason. Last night, Cersei suddenly told him that he would be appointed captain of the Kingsguard, and Sir Barristan would be expelled from the Red Castle. Why was Cersei so eager to expel Sir Barristan, who kept his oath? Of course Jaime knew the real reason. He's an oath breaker, he is a Kingslayer. What qualifications does he have to take over as captain of the Kingsguard? The Kingsguard, which shoulders a sacred mission and represents the highest honor of knights, gradually turned black because of him. He suddenly felt that he was a ridiculous existence. For the sake of loving Cersei, what level of hell would he go to? The wonderful dreams that Jaime had woven for himself were shattered piece by piece. Leaving or escaping, he needed to go to a strange place, and he needed to think carefully. Jaime tightly grasped Green's shoulders. He stared at Green and said solemnly, "Lord Green, I entrust Cersei's safety to you. This is my request." Throne room. The royal master of ceremonies had a loud voice. "The king listens to the petitions of his subjects. Report if you have something to say, and keep quiet if you have nothing to say." The hall gradually quieted down, making Sansa Stark and the crowd even more nervous. "Gods, please give me courage." Sansa told herself that she must do it now, she must save her father. Right now. Sansa exhaled, and she walked out slowly. Sansa stopped under the Iron Throne, and the Master of Ceremonies sang, "Miss Sansa of the Stark family, your majesty." Sansa lifted her skirt to Joffrey. Sansa raised her eyes quietly, and she saw Joffrey looking at her with a smile. His smile gave her the greatest courage. "If you have something to report, please keep quiet." Sansa knelt down. She looked at Joffrey, who was high above, and said, "Your Majesty, I want to petition for my father, the former Prime Minister, Duke Eddard Stark, and ask you to forgive his crimes with mercy." Mr. Pycelle's voice came first. "Miss, your father has committed a heinous crime." Varys sighed. "Alice, what a poor child." "My lords, she is just a child. She doesn't know what she is asking for. Sansa was trembling with fear. She didn't know what to do. She could only cast a pleading look on the Iron Throne, where her lover was sitting. Joffrey did not disappoint Sansa. Joffrey's voice came from the Iron Throne in time. Let her speak. I want to hear what she says. Sansa nodded with emotion and gratitude. Yes, my majesty. Pycelle shook his head, and his tone seemed to be sentencing. The crime of rebellion is like a poisonous weed. It must be eradicated and killed, otherwise the rebels will spread everywhere, Varys said with a gentle face. Miss Sansa, do you deny the crimes committed by your father? Sansa has thought of a way to save her father these days, or an excuse to shirk her crime. She said cautiously, Your Majesty, and my lords, I do not deny it. Buzz. The whispers in the hall suddenly rose and fell. Silence. 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 When the silence was restored, Joffrey's voice rang out, Miss, please continue. Your Majesty, I know very well that my father must be punished. All I ask is to show leniency and give him a way out. My father must have regretted what he had done. He was a good friend of King Robert during his lifetime, and he truly respected King Robert. I believe everyone here knows very well that before King Robert spoke, he had never thought of becoming the Prime Minister. He must have been bewitched by Duke Renly or Duke Stannis, otherwise he would not. King Joffrey leaned forward, looked at Sansa below, and said, He said I'm not the king. Why did he say that? Sansa had already secretly prepared the answer to this kind of question. Hearing Joffrey's question, she almost blurted out, My father was deceived by the person he trusted. He loved King Robert deeply, so he also trusted King Robert's brother. Varys clasped his hands together, and he whispered, This is due to the child's confidence in his father. How simple and naive, but, don't people often say that wisdom often comes from the mouths of children? Pycelle shook his head stubbornly. Lord Varys, no matter what the reason, rebellion is rebellion. Joffrey frowned and thought for a while, then said, Mother, what do you think? If the Lord Stark is willing to confess his crimes? Queen Cersei looked at Sansa for a while. She sighed. We can be sure that he has repented, and I hope he will not let Sansa down. Joffrey stood up from the Iron Throne and glanced casually at the people below. Sansa looked at Joffrey. She did not dare to speak again. She kept begging in her heart, Please, please, you are the king in my heart, the kind, noble and good-hearted king, please. Perhaps Joffrey heard Sansa's inner begging. Joffrey nodded his chin towards Sansa. Joffrey's voice was very gentle. Miss, do you have anything else to say? Joffrey's gentleness gave Sansa full courage and made her see the hope of saving her father. Please, please, for the sake of your love for me, fulfill my wish, my prince. Joffrey looked down at Sansa, paused, and nodded slightly, as if telling Sansa that everything would be fine. Miss Sansa, your heartfelt words touched me. I can fulfill your love for your father, but your father must first bow his head and confess his guilt and acknowledge that I am his king, otherwise I will not be able to show mercy. Quotation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 True Dragon and True Dragon. Essos, Viserys, formerly known as Cantus, Governor's Mansion. Today is the 14th named day of Daenerys Targaryen, the Princess of Dragonstone, the Breaker of Chains, Stormborn, the savior and protector of Cantus. Daenerys was meeting many strangers in the small hall who came to bless her. Daenerys's dress was ivory silk, and she only wore a simple but elegant silver necklace. She sat upright on the chair with a decent smile on her face. The two sisters Asanna and Barona guarded Daenerys faithfully on her left and right. Dear Dragon Princess, I am a merchant from Lys. I was entrusted to bring you a gift. May you receive the blessing of the Lord of Light. After the Lys merchant finished his greetings, he turned sideways and waved his hand. Two slaves immediately carried a bronze-decorated cedar box and walked forward quickly. After the box was opened, Daenerys' pupils shrank suddenly, and she saw 3 huge eggs. This was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, with patterns so rich that she thought the surface was covered with jewels. It took 2 hands to hold an egg, and Daenerys picked it up carefully. The surface of the eggshell was covered with tiny scales, and as she turned it with her fingers, it reflected the afterglow of the setting sun and exuded a metallic luster. She thought it was made of fine ceramics, enamel or glass, But it was much heavier than that, as if it were made of hard stone. The 3 eggs looked different. One was dark green with various brown spots, another was light milky white with golden stripes, the last one was black, like the midnight ocean, but with vibrant dark red waves and whirlpools. Daenerys realized that she had lost her composure and didn't understand why she suddenly behaved like a demon. She gently put the eggshell back into the box, and looked at the respectful Lys merchant with her violet eyes. "Thank you for your gift, guest from afar." The Lys merchant humbly touched his chest and saluted. Daenerys touched the black eggs with her white fingers and said, "They are so beautiful. I'm curious, what are they?" "These are dragon eggs from the Shadowland east of Ashay. They have become fossils after thousands of years, but they are still bright and beautiful." Daenerys had heard all kinds of rumors about dragon eggs, but she had never seen them with her own eyes, and she never thought she would have the opportunity to see them. The Lys merchant brought a priceless gift. Daenerys withdrew her hands, folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen, and straightened her waist. She smiled and said, "Your gift is too precious." The Lys merchant nodded and smiled. "Your Highness, I am only entrusted by someone." Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly. "I am very grateful. Please tell me who that kind person is." "He is in the west of the Narrow Sea. He is a supporter of the real dragon." As he said that, the Lys merchant raised his eyes and continued sincerely, "He is hiding under the fear of the usurper. He will meet you at the right time and continue to serve the dragon family." Daenerys' eyes trembled slightly, and she tapped her chin lightly. "Please tell me that I will treasure them forever." In the bedroom, Daenerys looked a little tired. She sat almost motionless for a whole day, repeating almost the same words with different people. Daenerys turned around and looked at the 3 dragon eggs placed in the room, but she blinked. A ray of red sunset shone in through the window and reflected on the dragon eggs. In an instant, thousands of blood-red sparks flashed before her eyes. "It's just a stone." Daenerys thought it was just an illusion. Maybe she was exhausted. Daenerys stretched out her hand. She placed her palm on the black dragon egg, her fingers gently covering the curve of the eggshell. The stone was warm, even a little hot. She whispered, "Sunlight, it must be the sun that warmed them." Daenerys sat down next to the dragon egg, stroking the dragon egg with one hand. She looked out the window. Dragons are extinct. Viserys once told Daenerys that the last dragon of the Targaryen family died about a century and a half ago, during the reign of Aegon III, and was therefore called the Dragon Disaster. If Viserys could have a dragon. Thinking of her brother, Daenerys sighed secretly. Viserys has always been eager to return to Westeros and take back the Iron Throne, but now he is getting more and more anxious. In order to appease Viserys' impatient heart, when he insisted on renaming the city-state of Cantis to his own name, Daenerys did not object. Cantis is a name with a long history. Although no one agrees with the new name of the city-state, Viserys is very happy, too happy, yes, too happy. Daenerys' kind consolation, or concession, was regarded as surrender by Viserys. He felt that everyone surrendered to the wrath of a sleeping dragon. Why did Daenerys sigh? She was worried about her brother's safety. In fact, Daenerys knew very well that although Viserys was the true king of the 7 kingdoms, he was not strong, and it was easy for him to make enemies. Daenerys was worried that one day an unexpected enemy would cut her brother's throat. The partition of the governor mansion. Viserys made a random judgment. The resentment of the people was spreading, and Daenerys found many terrifying hateful eyes in the crowd. For the safety of her brother, Daenerys suspended the petition of the governor's mansion and strengthened the guards around him, but Viserys regarded her kindness as her seizure of power. She had loyal guards, and Viserys, who had awakened the dragon's wrath, could not hurt her. But Daenerys felt wronged. Daenerys' eyes turned red, and she suddenly missed Green so much. At this moment, she wanted Green's company, she wanted to hear his gentle voice, and she wanted to see his warm smile. Daenerys gently wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and her petite figure stood in front of the window. Under the setting sun, the whole sky seemed like a beautiful painting, colorful and intoxicating. The setting sun shone obliquely, and the loyal guard seemed to be covered with a layer of golden veil. Loyal guards. Daenerys was still worried about her brother's safety. She suddenly thought of the Kingsguard created by the Targaryen ancestor Aegon the Conqueror to protect the royal bloodline. They did not grant land, marry, or have children, but loyally guarded the king. King Viserys needed the Kingsguard to loyally guard him, at least. Daenerys shook her head. The Kingsguard proved with practical actions that they were not reliable. The white robes and silver armor of the Kingsguard in the ballads are always noble, Brave and true, but her father, Ares II, died at the hands of one of them. Now people call that handsome boy the Kingslayer, and the fearless Ser Barristan served the usurper. Daenerys couldn't help but wonder why the praised King Squidward could be so hypocritical. Daenerys learned from Ser Jorah Mormont that the Dothraki cows have followers called Bloodriders, who are the cows' guards, brothers and companions. The cows and Bloodriders call each other blood of my blood, and they swear to live and die with a cow and protect the cow from danger. It is rumored that according to ancient tradition, when the cow dies, his Bloodriders will also die with him. Daenerys decided that when Viserys sits on the Iron Throne, she must prepare loyal guards like the Bloodriders for her brother to protect him from the persecution of the Kingsguard schemes. The noise outside the room interrupted Daenerys' thoughts. Daenerys vaguely heard Viserys' voice, and a smile appeared on her face. Today is Daenerys' name day, but Viserys was angry because the petition was suspended, so he never showed up. Is he not angry anymore? Today is a special day. Her brother is her only relative. She is actually eager to get her brother's blessing. My brother still loves me. Daenerys quickened her pace happily, and she opened the door with a smile on her face. Viserys Targaryen was stopped by the guards. When he saw Daenerys, he said with a drunken smell, "Dany, my good sister, you are really my good sister. How dare you take away my power and let people monitor me? You are so brave." Daenerys' smile froze, and her eyes suddenly became hot. Viserys screamed at Barona and others who were blocking her way, "Get out of the way, don't stop me, can't you see that Dany has come out?" Daenerys weakly grabbed the small round table next to the door, and the beautiful vase on the table shook. Daenerys wanted to explain. She didn't want her brother to continue to misunderstand her. She said tiredly, "Barona, I want to talk to my brother." Barona turned her head to look at the weak Daenerys, nodded slightly, and stepped aside. A strange smile climbed up on Viserys' handsome face, and he strode over. Daenerys was about to speak, but found that Viserys was about to put his hand into her collar. Daenerys pushed Viserys away without thinking. Viserys stared at Daenerys, his lavender eyes full of disbelief. Viserys' face twisted, and he screamed, "How dare you push me? Are you going to awaken my dragon's wrath?" Viserys stretched out his hand, and his fingers pinched into Daenerys' arm. It hurt so much that Daenerys felt as if she had become the little girl who was so scared that she retreated in panic when she saw her brother was angry. Daenerys raised her hand to stop Barona's action, and her other hand grabbed the vase. With a bang, Daenerys smashed the vase in Viserys' face. Viserys screamed in pain and fell to the ground. His face was immediately covered with blood. Daenerys said angrily, "Viserys, don't awaken my dragon's wrath." Viserys' face was bleeding, but he seemed to feel no pain. He sat on the ground and didn't move. He looked at Daenerys with a look of resentment. Daenerys' eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, but she did not choose to give in. She looked directly into Viserys' eyes without fear. "If you want to take the 10,000 troops from me to take back the Iron Throne, I don't want it to happen again." Viserys got up and said hatefully, "Little bitch, you will regret it when I return home." After that, Viserys left with his injured face. Not long after Viserys left, Ser Jorah came over in a hurry. The strong man looked at Daenerys with concern and said, "Princess, are you okay?" Daenerys shook her head slightly and said, "Sir, did you see that Viserys was injured? That was what I did. I awakened my brother's sleeping dragon's wrath." Ser Jorah had confirmed that Daenerys was not hurt, and his face became a little more relaxed. He comforted, "It's not your fault. Can you wake up the dead?" Daenerys looked at Ser Jorah, and she showed a puzzled look. After a pause, Ser Jorah said, "Your eldest brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, can be said to be the last true descendant of the dragon, and he has died on the banks of the Trident. Excuse me, but our King Viserys is not even as good as the shadow of a snake," Daenerys murmured, "but Viserys is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. He is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms." Ser Jorah sighed and said, "Your Highness, even if King Viserys takes back the Iron Throne, do you really think he can sit firmly in that position?" Daenerys' face was a little pale. "He would not be a good king, right?" Seeing that Daenerys' face turned very bad, Ser Jorah hesitated for a moment, but still said bluntly, "Your Highness, there are kings worse than King Viserys, but not many." Daenerys remembered that Green had said similar words when they were in Pentos. She asked, "Sir, will the people of Westeros secretly sow dragon banners, and pray that King Viserys will lead his army across the sea to rescue them as soon as possible?" Ser Jorah replied, "Your Highness, the people pray for good weather, healthy children, and a never-ending summer. As long as they can live and work in peace and contentment, it doesn't matter how the princes and nobles play the Game of Thrones, he finally added, but they never get their wish. After Ser Jorah left, Daenerys was a little unsteady, and Barona immediately supported her. Daenerys whispered, "Thank you, Barona, I want to rest." Barona shook her head and said, "Princess Daenerys, I know a good place." The full moon was high in the sky. Daenerys looked at the lake full of reeds and said uncertainly, "Barona, is this the good place you mentioned?" Barona nodded and said, "Yes." Then she scratched her head again and continued, "Your Highness, I think you need to relax. This place is very suitable for swimming." Daenerys smiled gently and said, "Thank you, Barona." Barona smiled and patted the long sword at her waist and said, "I'm nearby, don't worry." In the quiet night, the moonlight sprinkled on the lake, sparkling, and the air seemed to be filled with a peaceful atmosphere. On the shore with the green grass, Daenerys took off her clothes and put them on the ground, and carefully stepped into the water. Daenerys walked gently into the lake. She felt the soft mud squeezed between her toes and the coolness brought by the lake water. The lake water fully surrounded her body, and she swam in the lake, enjoying the tranquility here. The stars in the night sky twinkled, as if bathing with her. At this moment, Daenerys' mind relaxed and she temporarily forgot her troubles. Chapter 171: A War That Cannot Be Lost. Red Keep, Throne Room. Grand Maester Pycelle stood up tremblingly, his maesters jingling softly. He whispered, "Your Majesty, the kingdom's finances are in a bad state. Representatives of the Church and the Iron Bank have expressed their concerns. We need to find a capable finance minister as soon as possible." Jaime Lannister left suddenly with only a letter, which made Cersei Lannister in a bad mood, so she was easily angry, and others were cautious when dealing with it. She frowned and said, "When will Garth Tyrell of the Golden Rose arrive?" Varys clasped his hands and said, "Queen Cersei, my little bird told me that the man has not made any movement since he arrived at Bitterbridge." Pycelle glanced at Varys and said, "Your Majesty, I think that man's actions represent the attitude of Highgarden. The Golden Rose should be waiting and watching." Cowardly Golden Rose. After that, Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, "Varys, is there any news about Petter?" Varys shook his head slightly. "Littlefinger is good at bribing people. None of us knows who he has bribed. It could be a groom or a small jailer. In short, anyone may have been bribed by him, a small person, or a big person, making him disappear like a ghost in the heavily guarded dungeon." Maester Pycelle interrupted, "Your Majesty, are you going to pour me some wine?" Hearing this, Lancel Lannister, who was standing behind Queen Cersei, immediately picked up the wine jug and poured her wine. Queen Cersei shook her wineglass, took a sip of summer red, and said, "We can let him serve as Chancellor of the Exchequer again." Varys was surprised and said, "Your Majesty, most people now know that Littlefinger helped Lady Lysa poison Jon Arryn." Pycelle rarely agreed with Varys and advised, "Your Majesty, this is a crime of murdering the Prime Minister. Littlefinger cannot be forgiven even if he is an accomplice, let alone letting him serve as the Lord Chamberlain." Queen Cersei interrupted their suggestions. "Enough. You recommend a candidate for Chancellor of the Exchequer as soon as possible. I don't want to hear nonsense." After a moment of silence, Pycelle suddenly said, "Your Majesty, perhaps we can ask Prime Minister Tywin." With a thump, Queen Cersei placed the wine glass in her hand on the table. "Pycelle, my father is in Casterly Rock, and I am sitting here now. Are you senile?" Pycelle shook his body and nodded quickly. "Before the next royal meeting, you recommend me suitable candidates. Next topic." Cersei's voice was filled with anger. "What is Green doing?" Varys sighed. "Queen Mother Cersei, my little bird told me that as soon as the rumor surfaced, the Gold Cloaks arrested the rumor spreaders, but the effect was not good." Maester Pycelle's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the angry Queen Mother Cersei, and said, "Your Majesty, there are hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing, and the Gold Cloaks have only a few thousand. Arrests alone cannot extinguish the intentional actions of those with ulterior motives." "I even heard," Queen Mother Cersei said coldly. "What did you hear?" Maester Pycelle hesitated, and said, "It is said that you, the Queen Mother, poisoned Robert I." Varys' eyes flashed. "Oh, are my little birds lazy? Such unfamiliar rumors, these people are so vicious." As he said that, he looked at Maester Pycelle, and then said, "Grand Maester, where did you hear the news from?" Maester Pycelle looked back at Varys and said, "Lord Varys, you can ask your men to go and investigate near the Mudgate. It is said that the rumor came from there." Varys smiled and nodded in thanks. Maester Pycelle said slowly, Your Majesty, this kind of rumor that doubts the royal bloodline is encountered by almost every new king. The arrest of Earl Green is also very timely. The unfounded slander will soon dissipate." After listening to Mr. Pycelle's analysis, Queen Cersei's eyes trembled. Queen Cersei stood up from her chair and said, "I want the rumor-mongers who slandered Joffrey to cry and sing to the stranger, praying for the kiss of death." After that, Queen Cersei left the throne room with a sullen look. After Queen Cersei's figure disappeared, Varys smiled and looked at the old Mr. Pycelle. "Mr. Pycelle, I was scared to death just now. The roar of the lioness was so terrible. Count Crabbe really has to thank you. If it weren't for you, he would definitely be angered today." Pycelle paused for a moment while sorting the documents. While rolling up the parchment, he said, "It would be great if Janos Slynt was not dead." "Lord Varys?" Varys asked in confusion. "Grand Maester, what do you mean?" Mr. Pycelle sighed. "There is only one person who can hold the golden cloak steady now. We have no choice." Varys' eyes moved slightly, and he smiled and said, "Mr. Pycelle, are you worried that the Queen Mother will remove Green Crabbe from his position in a rage?" Pycelle glanced at the octopus spider with his sleepy eyes and shook his head slightly. "Lord Varys, I'm worried that the mobs will break into the Red Keep. Some problems need to be delayed, at least until our new Prime Minister arrives in King's Landing." Varys showed a look of admiration. "Mr. Pycelle, you are worthy of being the King's Grand Secretary. You are indeed far-sighted." Pycelle's sleepy eyes widened slightly. "Lord Varys, I'm just an old and confused man. I just want to spend the remaining few years in peace." After saying that, he paused, and suddenly said, "Why would those rumor-mongers spread rumors about the royal bloodline? Lord Varys, no one will really believe such unfounded speculation. The people will at most treat this as a pastime." Varys approached Mr. Pycelle, and the smile on his fat face was somewhat meaningful. "What if there is some basis?" The rolled-up parchment fell from Pycelle's hand onto the table. His hands covered with age spots were shaking. "Varys, what do you want to say?" Varys clasped his hands together, nodded slightly to Pycelle, did not answer, and left with a smile on his face. Outside the throne room. "Regent Queen, please leave this matter to me." Queen Mother Cersei paused and looked at Lancel beside her with her green eyes. With the departure of Jaime, Lancel's status can be said to have risen. He is not only the captain of the Red Keep Guard of the Gold Cloaks, but also the Lannister Red Cloaks and the Red Keep are under his command. It can be said that he alone holds all the defenses of the Red Keep. "Can you do it?" Lancel straightened his chest and said, "Your Majesty, they are just small people who like to gossip. I will pull out all their tongues until no one dares to spread rumors anymore." Queen Mother Cersei was very satisfied with Lancel's method, but she was still a little hesitant because she did not trust Lancel's ability to do things. Seeing that Queen Mother Cersei was still hesitating, he hurriedly said, "Regent Queen Mother, Green also has only 2 hands and 2 feet, we are the same. I just need a chance to prove myself, please." Queen Mother Cersei saw a layer of mist in Lancel's eyes, and she frowned slightly unconsciously. Cersei doesn't like weak men, but Lancel does need a chance for others to see his ability. Snap! Lancel covered his cheek in horror. "Why did the Queen Mother hit me?" Queen Mother Cersei's white fingers pinched Lancel's chin. She curled the corners of her lips and said, "Lancel, don't let me see you like this again. Remember, you are wearing armor, not a skirt." Lancel replied with a tremor, "Yes, Regent Queen Mother." Queen Mother Cersei's voice was cold. "My Lancel, I can give you a chance, but don't let me down." After that, she gently stroked Lancel's red cheek. North, Winterfell. In a short period of time, the Stark vassals in the north brought their own troops together at Winterfell. Due to the frequent in and out of the city, Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell, ordered all the gates of the inner and outer walls to be raised. There were swords and axes clashing, carts rumbling, and hounds barking everywhere in Winterfell. A long column of heavily armed lancers was crossing the moat. They wore black half-helmets and black wool cloaks with white sunburst patterns. They were the army of the Karstark family, led by Earl Rickard himself, and his sons Harion, Eddard, and Torhun rode side by side with him. The Karstark family was a branch of the Stark family. They were all tall and strong, with a fierce look, thick beards on their faces, hair longer than their shoulders, and cloaks made of bear, seal, and wolf skins. Other lords had arrived at Winterfell with their troops one after another. They were the last batch of troops. Robb is 15 years old this year. He has a strong body and his appearance has inherited the blue eyes and reddish-brown hair of his mother's family. Robb has heard various news brought by different people, and each one is more terrible than the other. No one can be sure of the truth. For example, Lord Eddard killed King Robert and became a wanted criminal on the run. The heads of his father's guards were impaled on the tip of a spear and hung on the wall of the Red Castle to rot. The army of the Baratheon family is besieging King's Landing. Lord Eddard and the king's brother Lord Renly fled to the south together. Arya and Sansa were both killed by the Hound. Lord Tywin Lannister led his troops to the Eyrie. Rhaegar Targaryen has been resurrected and is ready to take back the Iron Throne, etc. Robb has not yet digested these disturbing news. A raven brought a letter written by Sansa and stamped with his father's seal. The cruel facts no longer seem to surprise him. Mr. Lewin read, King Robert is dead. Mother and brother should rush to the Red Keep to swear allegiance to King Joffrey. We must promise never to betray. I will ask Joffrey to forgive my father, Catelyn Tully said angrily. This is a letter written by Cersei, not Sansa. She must have been coerced by the Lannisters. Lady Catelyn grabbed her eldest son's hand. Her son summoned his father's vassal. He was calmly and politely winning the hearts of the vassal. She could no longer treat him as a child who had not grown up. Catelyn was both distressed and relieved. Robb. The real meaning of this letter is exactly what Sansa didn't write. What Lannister family took care of her. This is actually a threat. They held Sansa as their hostage and bargaining chip. Robb couldn't help showing a sad expression. Mother, there is no mention of Arya in the letter. Catelyn tried her best to hold back her tears. She didn't dare to think deeply about what this meant. Mother, I have written 3 letters to Aunt Lysa in the Eyrie, asking for help from the Knights of the Vale, but I have not received a reply yet. Catelyn felt Robb's anxiety and nervousness. Catelyn comforted him, Don't worry, my child, I will go to the Vale in person and bring you reinforcements. Thank you, my mother, I am just worried. The calm and powerful heir to Winterfell suddenly disappeared, and Robb turned back into a big boy of 15 years old. He hoped that his mother could provide an answer. Catelyn found tears in Robb's eyes. She knew that her son needed encouragement. The commander could not shake his confidence. She spoke gently, Robb, can you tell me what you are afraid of, eh? He opened his mouth. Robb, like his father, was used to suppressing everything in his heart and bearing it alone, but Sansa's handwritten letter made him unable to hold back any longer. Robb took a deep breath and continued, If I lead my troops south, even if we win, Father and Sansa are still in the hands of the Lannisters. They will be killed, right? Should I? Robb, look at me. Robb looked up at his mother. Catelyn said firmly, That's what the Lannisters want us to think. You mean, Robb, I only know that you have no choice. If you go to King's Landing and swear allegiance, it will be difficult to leave there. If you run back to Winterfell with your tail between your legs, the respect that the Stark bannermen had for you will be gone, and some will even defect to the Lannisters. At that time, the Lannisters will have no worries and can deal with the hostages at will. Our greatest hope, or our only hope, is that you can defeat the Lannisters on the battlefield. If you can capture Lord Tywin or the Kingslayer alive, then we can use them to exchange for our families. In fact, exchanging hostages is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, as long as you use your strength to prevent the Lannisters from acting rashly, Ned and your sister will be safe. Cersei is not stupid. She knows that if the war is not good for her, she will take the initiative to use them in exchange for peace. Robb said, What if the war is not bad for her, but for us? Catelyn held her son's hand tightly and said, Robb, I will not hide the truth. If you lose the battle, then we will have no hope. The Lannisters never show mercy to the defeated. You must remember what happened to Rhaegar's children, the young wolf said in a deep voice. Mother, I will defeat the Lannisters. Chapter 172 Bread and Blood. Catelyn stood on tiptoe and gently touched her son's forehead. Robb, I believe you. Catelyn Tully had seen the vassal's difficulties with the young lord, and she remained silent at the time and chose to believe her son. It can also be said that she did not dare to come out to defend her son, because her appearance would make the vassal treat Robb as a young boy, so Robb could only rely on himself to win the respect and even fear of the vassal. At that time, she clenched her hands under the table tightly, and quietly watched the vassal who tried to test the young lord in their own way. Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort asked Rashleigh to let him lead the army. Although Robert Glover of Deepwood Motte was more gentle, he also aimed at the command of the army. Maggie Mormont of Bear Island said bluntly that Robb was old enough to be her grandson and had no right to boss her around, but she also said that she happened to have a granddaughter who could marry him. Meki Severn of Severn brought his chubby daughter directly. She was about 30 years old and sat on her father's left hand. She focused on her plate from beginning to end. Harry's Hornwood of Hornwood did not bring his daughter, but he brought many gifts to Robb. Today he gave him a horse, tomorrow he gave him a large piece of venison, and the next day he gave him a beautiful silver-edged horn, and he did not want anything in return, except that he hoped Robb would help him seize a small piece of land from his grandfather, the hunting rights to the north of a ridge, and the right to build a dam on the White Knife River, etc. Finally, John Umber of Hearth City claimed that if he was asked to walk behind the army of the Hortonwoods or the Severns, he would immediately lead his troops home. Robb responded calmly and politely one by one, and gradually won the hearts of the vassals. Catelyn was proud of her son, but she also missed her husband more. What are you going to do next? There are 20,000 soldiers gathered here. As the commander, you need to make a decision as soon as possible. The army her son assembled was neither the standing army of the free trade city-state nor the guards who followed the lord for meals. Most of them were ordinary civilians, farmers, fishermen, shepherds, the sons of innkeepers, businessmen and leather workers, plus a few hired knights, free riders and wandering knights who were eager to plunder. When their lord issued a call, they came to serve, and they had their own needs. Robb nodded. Uncle Edmure is gathering the bannermen from the Riverlands. I want to go south to join him as soon as possible, Lady Catelyn murmured. Family, responsibility, honor, your uncle will help wholeheartedly. Mother, the home is left to you. Lady Catelyn shook her head slightly and said, I will go south with you, and it would be best if I leave before you. I want to go to the area and meet Lyssa in person. Robb hesitated. His mother's decision was rational, but he was worried about his two younger brothers who needed their mother's company. Catelyn seemed to understand Robb's concerns. Robb, you are my child too, you need my help too. I want to help you win the war, Mr. Luwin interjected softly. Lady Catelyn, Lord Robb, I will take good care of Bran and Rickon. Thank you, Mr. Luwin. Thank you, Mother. Lady Catelyn smiled gently and said, I will set out early tomorrow morning, and the rest is up to you. Robb, I hope you can remember that they are vassals of the Stark family, not your friends, and they are obliged to obey your orders. Near Shoemaker Square, the west camp of the Gold Cloaks, the commander-in-chief's tent. Lord Green, I'm worried that King's Landing will soon run out of food. My lord, I have the same worry. It's reported that there are almost no grain merchants from other places in the city. Really, if there is a shortage of food, the sheep-like untouchables will bite people. Do you mean that the untouchables will riot? Obviously, of course, I'm just guessing. I agree with you. No one will wait to starve to death. The place I'm most worried about is Fleabottom. I propose to strengthen the manpower there. The alleys in that place are as complicated as a maze. Unless we mobilize all our manpower, but you should also know that it is impossible. Do we also need to strengthen the manpower in Blacksmith Street? You are such a stupid idiot. Don't underestimate the blacksmiths. The number of golden dragons hidden in their homes is no less than that of the nobles. The White Walkers will not believe that they will starve. Green stared at the map on the table in silence, allowing the gold-cloaked officers to discuss, but when he heard the golden dragon, one of his ears moved slightly. Let's continue talking about Fleabottom. We all know that it is a place where morality has been lost. Don't they have brown soup? God bless you, haven't you seen that thing? I have seen it a few times with my own eyes. I don't want to recall it. God forgive me, that's why I said he is a fool. Fortunately, you will never be the Prime Minister. Dong dong. Green knocked on the table lightly, and the people standing around the table stopped arguing and looked at him. I heard your concerns. I will report this issue directly to the Queen Regent and the Imperial Council. After a pause, Green continued, our responsibility as the Gold Cloaks is to maintain the stability of King's Landing, so we naturally have to pay attention to every potential threat to stability. But, Green glanced at everyone and continued, we also have thousands of mouths. Will we be hungry? Can the hungry Gold Cloaks maintain the stability of this city? When Green's voice fell, the account suddenly became quiet. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, Lydon, how many days can the food on the West Camp last? Lydon nodded slightly and said respectfully, my lord, we usually receive the next 7 days of military rations every 7 days. Now there are 3 days before the next batch. So, our food reserves are only 3 days long. Buzz. The Gold Cloak officers understood what Green meant. The result of food shortages is that the price of food will become outrageous. At that time, can the military rations still be delivered to them on time? Green slowly said, everyone, will hungry soldiers care about who riots? Or can hungry soldiers quell riots? Lord Green, what should we do? No one paid attention to the situation in Flea Bottom anymore. In their opinion, the gold cloaks were the top priority. There will be no unrest in King's Landing in the short term. Even if there is unrest, the Red Castle will never ignore us, but we still need to reserve military rations in advance to deal with unexpected situations. My order, everyone must do their best for this. After leading everyone away, Leighton said softly, my lord, I think no one, at least our gold cloaks, will not pay special attention to the flea pit. Green leaned back in his chair, rubbed his eyebrows, and said, bread and blood, let the fire spread gradually. Bitterbridge is the territory and home castle of the Caswell family in the River Reach. It is the key point where the Rose Avenue crosses the Mander River. The River Reach, Bitterbridge. Lady Elena Redwine clicked her tongue and said, Robert has 2 sons, and Rinley has a brother. How can he ask for that ugly iron chair? Lord Mace Tyrell rubbed his hands together, smiling, Mother, Robert I's 2 sons are just children, and Stannis. You should know how much he hated me. Back then, Lady Olenna said impatiently, if you want to brag about your achievements again, get out of here immediately. I'm tired of hearing about it, old woman. Lord Mace smiled and said, don't mention it, don't mention it. Lady Orana resisted the urge to roll her eyes, slowly walked to the chair and sat down. Did Renly come to the conclusion that he should be king because he knows how to dress, how to smile, and how to talk? The Baratheons always have some ridiculous ideas, which I think are inherited from their Targaryen blood. Lady Orlena slapped the armrest angrily, and then said, after you help Renly put on the crown, what can our family get except kneeling to him endlessly and being led by him by the nose? Duke Mace said in confusion, Mother, Renly has promised to let Margaery be his queen. Duke Mace's expression became complacent. He touched his beard, and said, Renly has agreed, so I am willing to support him. Lady Olenna wished she could find a wooden stick to knock her stupid son's head open. Before Lady Olenna could get angry, the Duke of Mace continued in a flattering tone, Mother, are you very relieved? Our Golden Rose family is finally going to become the Queen's family, and this Queen is your favorite granddaughter. Lady Olenna took a deep breath. She felt that she was the biggest fool for being angry with her stupid son. My Duke of Highgarden, I am not senile yet. Are you sure Renly can give Margaery an heir to the throne? The smile on the Duke of Mace's face did not diminish. He nodded and said, the child of the 2 of them will definitely be the heir to the Iron Throne. Lady Olenna shouted, you stupid pig, I mean, can Renly make Margaery pregnant? The Duke of Mace's smile froze, and he said in disbelief, Mother, no way? This will not do him any good. As he said that, the Duke of Mace suddenly stopped talking. Lady Olenna's voice was full of sarcasm, you are not that stupid. The people of the Baratheon family have a stubbornness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. You know that, right? How does it feel to be led by the nose? My Duke of Highgarden, the Duke of Mace looked a little flustered, and said anxiously, Mother, what should I do? I have sent out a raven to summon the vassals. Lady Olenna snorted coldly and said, what else can I do? You can send another order for them to go back to their homes. The Duke of Mace was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Mother, how can that be done? They will laugh at the Golden Rose behind her back. Lady Olenna snorted again, but why do I feel that those vassals will only laugh at their stupid lords? The Duke of Mace sat there for a while, looked at his old and thin mother, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. Mother, Lady Olenna, please help me. Lady Olenna slapped her son's hand away with disdain and said, don't come near me, sit down. The Duke of Mace sat back in his chair with a smile. Whether it was her husband or her son, Lady Olenna was no longer angry. What made her even more angry was Renly, who plotted against the Golden Rose. Duke of Mace, how many troops have you gathered? In addition to the 20,000 troops stationed on the western border, there are 80,000 troops gathering here, a total of 100,000 troops. Lady Olenna couldn't help but sarcastically said, Duke of Highgarden, you are really dedicated. If I were Renly, I would be moved to tears. Duke of Mace chuckled. Lady Olenna finally calmed down. Write to Renly immediately and tell him. I'm waiting to kneel down and salute him at Bitterbridge. If you don't mind an old woman like me, please ask him to set out to see me immediately. Duke of Mace hesitated and said, Mother, Renly is gathering troops at Storm's End and may not be able to get away for the time being. After Duke of Mace finished speaking, He noticed his mother's gaze, which was a very familiar gaze to him. Well, his mother looked like she was looking at a fool. Well, he was used to it. Duke of Mace was calm and composed. If you don't want to be led by the nose, do as I say. Duke of Metz, the Golden Rose cannot be passive. Mother, I will send out the raven today. Lady Olenna nodded her chin, waved her hand, and said, go and arrange it. The Duke of Metz did not move, but hesitated to speak. Lady Olenna said impatiently, my Lord of Highgarden, is there anything else you want to do? Lord Mace smiled, Mother, I want to know what to do next. For example, Renly came to see you immediately after receiving the letter, or he did not leave immediately. Well, it's time for you to prepare in advance, so that you don't do something irreparable again. Lady Olenna stared at Lord Mace with her deep eyes for a while, and then said, Renly's coming, which means he still has some sincerity. I, an old woman, will directly ask him for a request. If he is really the future king, he will get the full support of the Golden Rose, and the armies of the Riverlands and the Stormlands will march to King's Landing together to help him sit on the Iron Chair. Lord Mace nodded slightly. This was exactly his original plan. The thousands of gold robes in King's Landing could never stop the coalition forces of the Riverlands and the Stormlands. Lord Mace touched his beard. He seemed to understand his mother's intention. The Golden Rose supported Renly with conditions, and the issue of heirs was one of them. Lord Mace could not help but ask, what if we don't see Renly's sincerity? Lady Olenna snorted and said, then you lead the 100,000 troops of the Reach to besiege Casterly Rock for me, and let Lord Tywin give my 2 grandsons an explanation. Isn't it the Lannisters' duty to repay a debt? Chapter 173 Bread and Blood 2. Ding ding ding, the bells of the Beeler Cathedral echoed melodiously, as if they had fallen from the sky. Flea Bottom. Gaunts, please be kind. Why does this bell keep ringing all day long? Is the little devil king dead? The king is not dead. When the king dies, every bell in the city will ring. If it's not the king, then who died? This is the gathering bell of the cathedral. Gaunts, please be merciful. Are you going to give us bread? Bread, don't listen to his nonsense. The bastard king won't care about us. Shut up, or the red-robed ghost will pull out your tongue if he hears it. You'll starve to death sooner or later, and you won't let me. Stop chatting. Let's go over there. I heard that the Golden Robe wants to chop off the Prime Minister's head. Don't believe him. Go over there and get the bread. Ding ding ding, the bells seem to be getting louder and louder, jingling and calling everyone. They are taking Hans Stark to the Great September of Beeler. Didn't they say he was dead? Soon. Come on, I bet a silver deer they will chop off his head. That rebel should have been beheaded long ago, fool. They won't chop off his head here. The Great September is not a guillotine. They are not going to make him a knight, are they? I heard that it was this Stark who killed King Robert. He cut King Robert's throat in the forest. When he was discovered later, he pretended to be nothing and lied that the king was killed by some old wild boar. Alice, that's not the case. The one who killed his majesty was his own brother, Renly, who had golden antlers on his head. Stinky woman, shut up. Stop talking nonsense here. Lord Renly is an upright and good man. Why did I hear that the king's other brother, Stannis, was the real murderer? Oh, I think that bitch is the murderer. Don't you want to die? In the Great September of Beeler, a group of knights and nobles gathered on the high platform of the white marble square. Glyn Crabbe and Lancel Lannister stood on both sides of Cersei Lannister. Glyn was wearing gilded armor and a blue cloak embroidered with the family crest. He glanced at the crowded crowd below, which was endless. Glyn leaned over and whispered in Queen Cersei's ear, Queen Cersei, the crowd below is too close to us. This is very dangerous. Queen Cersei wore a black dress to express mourning, and she wore a black diamond veil on her hair. A hint of pride appeared on Cersei's face. This is what Joffrey meant. Our king will try the Starks in public. He wants everyone to feel his justice. Lord Green, do you understand? Green advised, Your Majesty, please allow me to mobilize some of my soldiers to guard you. Queen Cersei frowned slightly. Her tone was a little impatient. Enough. A lion is never afraid of the flock. Lancel glanced at Cersei and Green, and said proudly, Lord Green, I think you are too worried. I have arranged 100 Lannister Red Cloak soldiers and 200 gold-cloaked guards around. These people are enough to protect the safety of the Regent Queen and the King. Queen Cersei tilted her head slightly, glanced at Lancel, and she smiled. Seeing Cersei and Lancel exchanging glances, Green said coldly, Sir Lancel, there are tens of thousands of people gathered below. May the gods bless everything to go well today. Lancel's face flushed. He wanted to say something, but seeing Green's cold face, he dared not speak. Queen Mother Cersei seemed to be comforting one person, or both of them were comforting. I feel at ease with you here. Green turned his head to look at Sansa Stark, who was standing with the ladies. She was wearing a sky blue silk dress, her long curly red hair was let down, and she wore 7 silver bracelets on her wrists. Sansa's little face could not hide her good mood. She might be thinking that her father would be free soon. Green glanced at the royal law enforcer Island Payne, who was carrying the ice giant sword, and then retracted his gaze. A long row of golden robes with spears across the road separated Eddard Stark from the high platform by the Lannister red robes. The High Bishop walked slowly to Joffrey, touched his chest and nodded. The High Bishop was old, with gray hair and a short, fat body. He wore a pure white robe and a huge crown made of gold foil and crystal on his head, which shone with colorful rainbow light in the sun. Your Majesty, the trial can begin. Joffrey was dressed in a bright red silk and satin outfit, embroidered with leaping stags and roaring lions, and wearing a golden crown on his head, which made him the most conspicuous among the crowd. The Hound, who was wearing a pure white cloak, and the other Kingsguards surrounded Joffrey. King Joffrey nodded slightly and said, "Begin." The bell stopped, and a silence slowly enveloped the entire square. The High Bishop looked at Lord Eddard, who was kneeling on the ground with his head down, and he said solemnly, "Lord Eddard of the Stark family, please confess your crimes in front of the gods." Lord Eddard looked up, his face was covered with dirt and dust, and his hair was messy and stuck together, looking greasy. He seemed to want to find someone, but he was firmly pressed there by the red robe and could not turn his neck. He could only see the crowd below. The High Septon repeated, "Lord Eddard of the Stark family, please confess your crimes in front of the gods." Joffrey leaned against the armrest of the chair. Seeing that Lord Eddard was slow to speak, he angrily said, "My dog, make him speak quickly." Hearing this, the new captain of the Kingsguard, Sandor Clegane, threw his long white cloak and strode over. His voice was a little hoarse and harsh. "Stark, your good girl is waiting for you to go home." Lord Eddard hurriedly said, "Sir Sandor, please let me see Sansa. I am not a knight. I don't like lies." After saying that, Sandor no longer paid attention to Lord Eddard and turned away. The High Septon patiently repeated again, "Confess your crimes." Lord Eddard's lips curled up imperceptibly. He was very grateful to Sandor Clegane. He had confirmed that his eldest daughter was safe. For his family, for the daughter he loved, Ruin Wolf was not afraid of sacrifice. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I am the Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark." "What is he saying?" "Louder." "Can't hear, we can't hear," the crowd below shouted loudly. A red robe stabbed Lord Eddard's abdomen with the scabbard of his sword. "Louder." Lord Eddard clenched his teeth tightly and didn't scream in pain. He closed his eyes in pain. His most precious honor was about to be gone. He would always bear the stigma that didn't belong to him. He only hoped that his daughter could return home safely. He would spend his whole life repenting for this time of tarnishing his honor. Lord Eddard's lips were bitten at some point, and blood was flowing. He said loudly with a painful face, "I am the Lord of Winterfell and the Prime Minister, Eddard Stark. Today I come here to confess my rebellious crimes in front of the gods in heaven and the mortals on earth." He spoke louder and louder, and his voice echoed in the square. Buzz! The crowd began to yell and curse, and the air was filled with all kinds of mockery and swear words. A tear fell from the corner of Lord Eddard's eyes, and he raised his voice again. "I betrayed my king, my best friend. I betrayed Robert's trust and entrustment," he shouted. "I swore to protect his children, but I plotted to depose his son and support others as king. Now, please ask the High Septon and the 7 gods to bear witness to the truth I said. Joffrey Baratheon is the only legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. In the name of the gods, he is the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the whole realm." Curses suddenly rose up. A stone flew out from the crowd, smashing a deep wound on Lord Eddard's forehead, and blood flowed down. More stones followed, but the target was not only Lord Eddard, who was kneeling on the ground. A stone almost brushed the ear of the High Septon. The gold robes raised their shields to block in front. After a long time, the gold robes, monks, and nuns finally calmed down the excited crowd. The High Septon adjusted his crown, leaned down in front of Joffrey, and said, "We suffer because we are guilty." Eddard of House Stark confessed his crimes in the sacred place before the gods and mortals on earth. The High Septon raised his hands high, his voice deep and low. "The gods are just, but they are also merciful. Your Majesty, How should this rebel be dealt with? After a pause, King Joffrey walked out from behind the shield of the king's guard. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at the young king. Joffrey sighed softly and said, "My mother wanted me to let Lord Eddard wear black, and Lady Sansa also pleaded for her father many times." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Sansa behind him and smiled. Before Sansa could show gratitude, Joffrey turned to the crowd below. "But that's just because of their weak women's hearts. As long as I am king, all rebels will be severely punished," Joffrey shouted. "Sir Alan, cut off the head of the wolf for me." Queen Cersei stood up in shock. Her tone was very stern. Joffrey walked over with an unhappy look on his face. Queen Cersei suppressed her anger, and she made her voice as gentle as possible. "Joffrey, if you kill the wolf, we will not be able to negotiate with the North." "I hope," Joffrey rudely interrupted his mother's words, "then just kill them all." Green looked up at the sky, and Lancel followed suit. "Joffrey, Stannis and Renly are ours." Joffrey looked impatient, and his tone was stubborn. "Mom, I am the king. I have the final say, and I will never forgive the crimes of the wolf." "You, Mom, stop it. I have shown mercy. If you obstruct me again, I will cut him into pieces and skin him, and he will never die a simple death." The nobles and knights made way, and the royal law enforcer Sir Alan walked out step by step. Sansa knelt on her knees and sobbed hysterically. Sir Alan Payne made a gesture, and the Lannister red robe pressed Lord Eddard's head on the stone platform. Sir Alan drew out the ice giant sword from his back, and his deep and pale eyes seemed to be admiring the Stark sword. Queen Mother Cersei finally chose to give in, and Joffrey turned around and showed a smug look. Puff, a pile of feces suddenly hit Joffrey's face. Joffrey screamed, "Who threw it?" Joffrey pulled his hair back and shook off a handful of feces, his face full of rage. "My dog, catch the one who threw the filth." Sandra the Hound immediately jumped off the platform with several red robes. People nearby squirmed and pushed to make way, while people far away wanted to squeeze in to watch the excitement, making it impossible for him to pass through the heavy wall of flesh and blood. The regicide's cousin, the bastard king, cousin, bastard, bastard, bastard. The shouts and curses were as turbulent as a storm. "Death to the bastard king, bastard, 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 die, die." The people's emotions were getting more and more intense, and the anger seemed to fill every corner of the air. After Joffrey roared a few times, he showed a timid look and hurriedly hid behind the shield of the king's guard. This atmosphere filled with anger and hatred made people feel terrified, as if a spark could ignite everything. With a puff, a sharp arrow shot deep into Sir Alan's eyes, and blood gushed out of his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. Sir Alan fell down in pain, his body curled up in a ball due to the severe pain. The people around were stunned by this sudden scene. After a few seconds of silence, all kinds of panicked screams broke out. For a moment, people lost control, pushed and squeezed each other, and became extremely chaotic. The thunder of anger, fear and hatred rolled from all directions, and the people who lost their minds seemed to swallow up all the people dressed in luxurious clothes. Bastard, beast, woman, bastard, incest. Some shouts began to mix in the abuse. "Long live Stannis, long live Renly, long live Winterfell, long live the Eyrie, long live Riverrun, long live Highgarden, long live Sunspear." The Gold Cloaks struggled to maintain their defenses, as rocks, feces, and all kinds of filth flew overhead. "We want bread, bastards." In an instant, thousands of voices shouted together, "Bread! Bread! 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 Bread!" Green calmly put on his helmet, his eyes moved, and he blocked a flying stone with a sword. "Queen Cersei, please don't leave my side, I will take you away safely." After saying that, Green pulled down his visor. Queen Cersei's face did not show panic, she immediately came over and tightly grasped Green's other arm. Chapter 174 Bread and Blood 3. The ragged, hungry crowd pushed and stepped on each other, sweeping in. For them who were hungry and losing their minds, the fat archbishop who could not walk became a target that could not be ignored. The archbishop and the monks beside him, wearing gold and red robes at the front, were submerged in the surging crowd. "Gods, someone save us, stop those untouchables!" The nobles who came to the stands to watch Stark's trial screamed loudly, and the situation suddenly became chaotic. There were densely packed heads in the direction of the Great September of Beeler and the Street of Silent Sisters, and going east was the Flea Pit. Green Crab glanced at the several blue-robed crab beside him and shouted, "Gather! Go north, Queen Cersei, Hold on to me. Green's sword suddenly swung, directly knocking away the unknown object flying over, and the blue cloak swung, covering Queen Cersei. Follow me. Green led several guards and strode forward. Under the order of Queen Mother Cersei, there was only one glass of water and an occasional piece of black bread as hard as a stone every day, which just kept Eddard Stark from starving to death in the black cell. His hands were tied behind his back again. Although the guards beside him had disappeared, Eddard Stark had no strength to escape in the chaos. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this moment, he was both desperate and fortunate. Maybe ending his life in this way would be more honorable than being beheaded by Lannister. Duke Eddard was soon surrounded tightly. He watched the mob strip off his grey velvet jacket embroidered with a white wolf. Duke Eddard anticipated his own end. He was extremely desperate. He would rather be beheaded by Lannister. No, Run Wolf kicked his legs desperately. He wanted to fight to the death. He didn't want to become a naked corpse. A middle-aged man with a dirty face whispered in his ear, "Crabble will never forget." Duke Eddard froze, his pupils shrank, and his tense body relaxed, allowing himself to be carried by them. Duke Eddard murmured, "Honor is immortal," and then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Grimm shouted, "Lancel, draw your sword." Grimm directly pushed away Lancel Lannister, who wanted to hide beside him, and continued to move forward. Cersei Lannister originally grabbed one of Grimm's arms, but now she was almost hanging on Grimm's body. Puff. 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 1, 2, 3. Grimm raised his sword and fell, blood flew everywhere, and his footsteps did not stop. The panicked nobles and soldiers gradually approached. Bang! Montan Weasley's fat body, holding a large round shield, slammed into the crowd, and blood seemed to explode on the spot. Lord Green, Montan picked up the ice giant sword on the ground and threw it directly over. Green raised his hand and just caught the hilt of the sword. The blade, forged from Valyrian steel, was as dark as black smoke. What a good sword! Lord Green was more pragmatic. He always required a heavy sword. He didn't want to have troubles like a curled blade or a broken blade just after getting involved in a battle one day. Green naturally knew that the sword forged from Valyrian steel didn't have such troubles, but it was too rare. For ordinary people, the weight of the ice giant sword was not suitable for a long battle. Green simply waved the ice giant sword. Not bad. There was only a slit on the visor of the helmet, which affected the observation from the outside. Green pulled up the visor. He first lowered his eyes to look at Queen Cersei. She remained calm. The Lannister lioness didn't seem to be afraid. She was very brave. This was very Cersei. Green then looked around the chaotic surroundings. He raised the sword with one hand, and the tip of the ice giant sword pointed to the sky. Protect the Queen Mother. The brave are fearless. Protect the Queen Mother. The brave are fearless. Protect the Queen Mother. The brave are fearless. Many red and gold robes have gathered around and gradually stabilized their positions. They followed and shouted loudly to dispel the uncontrollable fear. The brave will win. The brave will win. The brave will win. Borowas Blount of the Kingsguard held behind the sworn brothers in a panic. His position was actually safer than Joffrey Baratheon's. Coward! With a bang, Sir Borowas was kicked to the ground by Green. Mom, Joffrey, who was pale, soon found Queen Cersei coming from behind, as if he had seen a savior. Joffrey, Queen Cersei let go of Green and hugged her son tightly. But not long after, Queen Cersei frowned. She pushed Joffrey away, and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Joffrey, you are the king, and the king must win. Green glanced at the things on Joffrey's face, and his eyebrows raised. At this time, Lancel appeared beside Green, and his body was stained with a lot of blood. Lancel's face was excited, and his voice was trembling. Green, I killed an enemy. After that, he showed Green the blood-red longsword in his hand. Green suddenly felt that Lancel needed to leave King's Landing for a while like Jaime, so that he might be able to return to normal. Now, Lancel's brain circuit can only be described as strange. Lancel, follow me. Oh. Okay. With a flash of cold light, the ice giant sword passed by, and the place where it passed directly turned into a bloody space. The cold light flashed, and after Green swung the ice giant sword in his hand for more than a dozen times, it finally made the irrational crowd fall into extreme panic. Green's gold-plated armor has turned blood red, and the place where he seems to have become a hell on earth. Amid all kinds of heart-wrenching screams, the crowd retreated desperately like crazy. The people in front wanted to flee backwards, while the people behind who were unaware still rushed forward, and soon a violent conflict broke out. Queen Cersei and Joffrey followed closely behind Green, with Lancel guarding on the side. "Keep going, forward. Forward. Forward, forward. Forward. Forward." Sansa Stark cried out in fear, "I have no bread. I have no bread. I have no bread." She hugged several girls tightly together, and Sir Santiger, who had been protecting them, lay beside them. There was blood under his head, and he was no longer breathing. Although the Golden Cloaks and Knights tried their best to guard in front, there was always someone who could break through them. Various desires made more and more mobs flock to the place where dozens of girls gathered. A black hand grabbed Sansa's ankle and tried to pull her away. Another hand grabbed the hem of another girl's skirt. A young nobleman dressed in gorgeous clothes was about to rush over to rescue them, but was hit on the side of his head by a flying stone and fell straight down. "Gods, save us!" With a swish, Sansa's sleeves were torn, and a white and fat girl was pulled down from the platform while grabbing her sleeves. "Catch me!" Sansa immediately reached out to grab the girl but caught nothing. The scenery in front of Sansa changed. She loosened one hand to save people, but was unable to resist the force that grabbed her ankle. Sansa was also pulled down from the platform. "Mother!" Sansa screamed, and she was surrounded by suffocating darkness. Woo woo woo. She could only cry in despair. In the distance, hundreds of swamp marigold flags were fluttering, war drums were rumbling, and horns were loud. Under the flags, 1,000-man army composed of blue and gold was advancing with shields raised. The surging crowd in front of them was shattered at the touch. Green exhaled, handed the ice giant sword to the clan soldier beside him, and took off his helmet. The players on the power table were all fiddling with King's Landing, a city full of sacrifice and sin. The undercurrent that Green secretly pushed turned into a huge wave. Green threw his helmet on the ground. He thought he was far-sighted, but he miscalculated the power of incitement and the scale of the riot. Chaos may be the ladder for all power players to rise, and the secret pushers exceeded his estimation. Green closed his eyes and took a deep breath, reminding himself not to treat the game of power as a one-person game. Green turned around and took a step. Lord Green, indomitable. The king's guards surrounding Cersei and Joffrey saw Green approaching and separated to both sides. Green touched his chest and saluted. "Queen Cersei, King Joffrey, please rest here for a while, our support will arrive soon." Queen Cersei nodded slightly. Although she still held her chin high, she could not hide her embarrassment at this time. A group of noble ladies and ladies gathered not far away. Their crying made Queen Cersei frown, which made her look contemptuous and impatient. Joffrey kicked Sandor Clegane and shouted angrily, "Where have you been, you useless dog?" Sandor stood there motionless, without saying anything to explain, and let Joffrey punch and kick him. After a moment of silence, Queen Cersei waved to Green. Green's eyes moved slightly and he walked in front of her. Queen Cersei looked Green up and down and said gently, "Lord Green, are you not hurt?" Green shook his head slightly and said seriously, "Queen Cersei, please let me guard you when you travel in the future." Queen Cersei's eyes were gentle. "I will, only you can make me feel at ease." Queen Cersei suddenly became gentle to you. There must be something to arrange. This is Green's work experience. There was no pride of saving the Emperor on Green's face. He remained humble. "Queen Cersei, it is my duty to protect you." Queen Cersei's beautiful eyes stared at Green, her voice filled with anger. "The atrocities of this group of untouchables will affect Joffrey's prestige. How do you think we should fight back?" Queen Cersei, in order to restore law and order, we need to implement a curfew as soon as possible, and extend the curfew as long as possible. What else? We need to get food. You can discuss the specific methods at the king's court. Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, "There are only two idiots in the king's court now. It was the stupidity of those two people that caused today's riots and put my son in danger." After a pause, she said, "What happened today has made me fed up with the stupidity of Pycelle and Varys. In the future, I will directly exercise the power of the Regent Queen for important matters." Joffrey, who had vented his anger, walked over and said, "Mom, I'm going to punish Pycelle and Varys." Queen Cersei looked at Joffrey, who was angry, and said with a smile, "They are cowards. Joffrey, you will scare them." Joffrey snorted coldly and said, "Don't let them make mistakes again. I don't want to encounter a scene like today again." Queen Cersei nodded her chin slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned to Green. "Lord Green, I need you to do the same as you did with the Queen's quarters." Joffrey looked around and suddenly said, "Have you seen Sansa?" Queen Cersei couldn't help but stand up, glanced around, and said, Isn't she being watched by Coach Alan and Seer Mandon? Queen Cersei and Joffrey looked at Mandon Moore, the king's guard who was guarding nearby. Seer Mandon replied expressionlessly, when the chaos happened, the first person I thought of was the king. Queen Cersei nodded, and she looked to the other side. Ser Boros, Ser Meryn, go and find the Stark girl. Ser Boros did not move his feet. He said leisurely, Regent Queen, our white robes can easily anger the mob. Cersei shouted, Boros, you do as I order, otherwise take off the white cloak. Remember your oath. Joffrey added, by the way, you two should check how the wolf is doing. I think he is dead. Someone saw him torn to pieces by the mob. A week later, in the throne room, Tyrion Lannister limped in and interrupted the royal meeting convened by Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei said with disgust, who let you in? Tyrion walked and said, I finally know where Joffrey learned his good manners from. It's really changed here. Tyrion sighed, walked to a chair and climbed up. Queen Cersei's voice was faintly angry. Get out, this is not the place for you. Tyrion grinned, Cersei, I like your welcome ceremony so much, my dear sister. After saying that, Tyrion took out a letter from his pocket and threw it to Varys. Lord Varys, my dear sister must like you the most. Queen Cersei put down the quill in her hand, and her beautiful eyes looked at the letter in Varys' hand. What are you playing at? This is the King's Council, not the women's court you often go to. Tyrion smiled and said, I think it's all the same. The King's Council is also responsible for making people laugh. Well, maybe the reward will be less. After a pause, he continued, smart sister, don't play dumb. You have seen the familiar mark on the letter, right? Tyrion met Cersei's cold gaze and said, yes, our most amiable father has written to his dearest son. Chapter 175 Tyrion, hand. Cersei Lannister. Varys picked up the letter and looked at it, and said with emotion, Queen Mother Cersei, I think Lord Tyrion did not deceive you. You see, he pointed the letter to Queen Mother Cersei, pointed at the seal on it, and continued, only the letters of Lord Tywin will use golden seal. I have to say that he is very thoughtful. This allows us to recognize his handwritten letters at a glance. Pycelle stretched his neck tremblingly to take a look at the letter, and nodded slightly to Queen Mother Cersei. Queen Mother Cersei's beautiful eyes stared at the ugly dwarf, but her hand reached out to the octopus spider. Varys quickly got up from the chair, walked over and respectfully placed the letter in Queen Mother Cersei's hand. Queen Mother Cersei glanced at the golden lion seal, then opened the envelope and read it. Tyrion first glanced at the long table of the royal council, and then looked at his elder sister Cersei who was sitting in the king's seat. He heard that his nephew, the king, rarely attended the royal council like Robert I. He looked at the empty chair of the prime minister on Cersei's right hand. His father was indeed very thoughtful. The lonely sister needed a well-behaved brother to accompany her. Tyrion couldn't help but smile, and then he looked at Lancel Lannister who was standing beside Cersei. His well-behaved cousin looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, just like. Tyrion scratched his head. He remembered. It seems that he looked like this after getting up from the women's branch. Several lions of the Lannister family like to look in the mirror. It has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Hey, my cousin, please give me a glass of summer red that the Queen Regent loves the most. Lancel glanced at Tyrion with contempt, who was smiling, and ignored him. Tyrion's lips curled up immediately. The royal council is indeed cautious. In this place, a deaf man is naturally more reliable than most people. My poor cousin. Varys turned his face away and chuckled. Pycelle seemed to have fallen asleep. Lancel's face flushed, and he gritted his teeth and said, I am not a waiter, nor am I deaf. I am a knight now. Tyrion's smile did not change. He nodded in agreement and said, okay, Knight Lancel, please give me a glass of wine. Lancel quickly glanced at the people present. He suppressed his anger and whispered, I said I'm not a waiter. Tyrion looked at Varys, who was watching a show, and said, why is Knight Lancel still alive? Tyrion looked like he was whispering, but his voice was the same as usual. Varys' eyes moved slightly, and he smiled and said, the Queen Mother is merciful. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly, but why do I see that he looks like he is drunk and dreaming? I mistakenly thought it was the last revelry, but it turned out to be a celebration of survival. Tyrion's voice fell, and Varys turned to look at Lancel, and Pycelle, who seemed to be asleep, also looked over. Tyrion smiled and said, my knight cousin, which branch of the women's house did you go to? Let's go together next time. Cersei almost tore off a corner of the letter paper. She said without raising her head, Lancel, Tell him to shut up. Tyrion's words made Lancel's face even paler. He looked at the hilt of the longsword at his waist and the golden wine pot in panic. Tyrion glanced at Queen Mother Cersei in surprise. Did she give in because of the content of the letter? But this is not the usual style of the lioness. Not long after, Lancel walked over with his head held high. He placed the wine pot and wine glass on the table in front of Tyrion with disdain. Lancel turned to leave. Tyrion said with a smile, "Knight Lancel, do I need to pour my own wine?" Lancel paused. He glanced at Queen Cersei, who was reading a letter, and picked up the wine jug angrily. "Thank you, Knight Lancel." Tyrion squinted his eyes and took a sip of wine. "A small victory, a good start." "This is impossible." Queen Cersei finished reading the letter and slapped it on the table. After a pause, Queen Cersei picked up the letter again and read it again, but it made her more and more angry. "This is outrageous." The letter was slapped on the table by Queen Cersei again. Varys whispered, "Queen Cersei, what happened?" Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair, took a deep breath, and then said, "My father ordered Tyrion to the Red Keep to take over his position. He told us to treat Tyrion as the true hand of the king until he comes to the Red Keep in person." Grand Maester Pycelle twirled his white beard, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "Lord Tywin must have made careful arrangements to do so. It seems that the King's Council will have to formally welcome Hand Tyrion." Queen Cersei said angrily, "I disagree. Putting a dwarf on the Hand's chair is a joke in itself." Tyrion smiled slightly and said, "Sister Cersei, I like your welcome ceremony so much." Queen Cersei clenched her fists under the table. "If Renly's troops are at the gates of the city, or Stannis crosses the sea from Dragonstone to attack, what use will you, a dwarf? What I need is someone who can destroy them, not someone who will make them laugh to death." She added, "Also, the Prime Minister is chosen by the King himself and can only be appointed after the consent of the Council of the King. Joffrey appointed my father, not you, so you are not qualified." Tyrion smiled and raised his glass to take a sip of summer red, saying, "Sister, our Prime Minister father appointed me. Father has no right to do so unless he can get Joffrey's consent." Tyrion shrugged and said, "You can only ask those questions to my kind father in person, but he is far away in Casterly Rock and is busy gathering troops. I guess he won't have time to deal with you in the short term." After that, Tyrion restrained his smile. He said politely, "Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Varys, and everyone else, can I have a few words with my sister in private?" Everyone exchanged glances quietly, and they lowered their eyes tacitly, waiting for the order of the Regent Queen Mother. Tyrion grinned, "My sister's sweet voice is nostalgic, and I also like sweetness." "Enough, you can go out first." Cersei interrupted Tyrion's words with disgust. Varys stood up slowly and nodded goodbye. Pycelle stood up tremblingly, touched his chest and saluted before leaving. Knight Lancel glanced at his cousin viciously before leaving. After the King's Guard left, only Cersei and Tyrion were left. "Has the old lion lost his mind? Tell me, did you forge the letter?" Queen Mother Cersei clenched her fist and crushed the letter from Lord Tywin. "I want him to come here in person. I am the Queen Regent of Joffrey. I have issued a royal decree to him." Tyrion silently waited for Queen Mother Cersei to vent, and then he sighed. "Queen Regent, we should be realistic. Renly and Stannis will come to the city sooner or later. The old lion can only contain those people by leading the troops outside." As he said, Tyrion grinned and continued, "To be honest, you have found a lot of opponents for our old father. You are indeed his good daughter. He must love you to death." Cersei pursed her lips and showed anger. "My brother, if I say this letter is false and ask them to throw you into the dungeon, I promise that no one will dare to disobey me." Tyrion's smile remained unchanged, but his heart trembled. His sister would definitely do such a thing. He knew Cersei's willfulness very well. Tyrion nodded, "Of course, I have no doubt about it. If I hadn't held my father's letter in my hand, I think I would have been crying pitifully for your forgiveness in the dark dungeon." Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly, and a look of contempt appeared on her face. After a pause, Tyrion said seriously, "Cersei, you and Joffrey both need the old lion's army. You shouldn't easily shake your father's trust in you." Queen Cersei's pupils shrank slightly. Tyrion hit the part she was most worried about. The royal meeting before Tyrion came had already let her know that there were enemies everywhere. She was not afraid, but she didn't want to lose. Therefore, she couldn't do without the support of the old lion. Queen Cersei deliberately showed an indifferent expression. "I have seared Jaime and Earl Green," Tyrion said with emotion. "Thank the seven gods that you didn't say Lancel's name." Cersei suddenly stood up, stared at Tyrion, and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. Why did he suddenly get so angry? He climbed down from the chair and walked over like a trot. His flattering expression was like a jester in the Red Castle. "The roar of the lioness is really scary, charming sister. Please don't be angry. We are all Lannisters. Without your support, I can't sit firmly in the position given to me by my father." Queen Cersei shook off Tyrion's hand and sat back in the chair. Tyrion quickly picked up the wine pot to pour wine for Queen Cersei. Seeing that her face looked better, he poured himself another glass of wine. After doing all this, Tyrion climbed onto the king's handchair next to Cersei. Tyrion squinted his eyes and took a sip of summer red. He felt that the king's handchair was more comfortable than he had imagined. Although he relied on flattery, he finally sat on this chair, which was a good start. Queen Cersei put down her wine glass, and her voice was full of warning. "Remember your words, without my support, no one will take you seriously." Tyrion nodded in a friendly manner, expressing his agreement. Tyrion did not show it on his face, but he found something suspicious in his heart. The lioness showed abnormal behavior twice because he mentioned Lancel. Tyrion's lips curved imperceptibly. His curiosity was aroused, but he could put it aside for now. Now he had to deal with his sister, the Queen Mother, who hated him. Tyrion spoke sincerely. "We just talked about Jaime and Grim. Let's talk about Sir Jaime first. He will be a good helper for father to lead the troops outside. The old lion loves him the most, doesn't he? As for Grim, he has to help you guard King's Landing, doesn't he? I heard that Stannis is building warships on Dragonstone. Will he suddenly appear outside the city one day to say hello to us?" Cersei thought she was smart and sophisticated. But Tyrion grew up with her since childhood and knew her personality very well. For him, reading the expression on her face was as easy as reading his favorite book. There was less anger on Cersei's face, and more uneasiness about the situation, or she didn't know what to do now. Only after venting her anger could his lioness sister regain some of her brains. After a pause, he continued, "Cersei, as long as you support me, I promise you that you and Joffrey will be safe." Queen Mother Cersei sneered, "Just you? Can you lift a sword? Can you help me eliminate the enemies who threaten Joffrey's throne?" Tyrion grinned. "At least my old and confused father chose to believe me, didn't he? Someone has to work for you. This is no loss for you, my dear sister." After a long silence, Queen Mother Cersei said coldly, "I can give you a chance. Don't let me down, my good brother." Tyrion was moved and grateful. "Please rest assured, I will do my best to serve you, my majesty." Tyrion's eyes turned slightly. He thought the old lion had the same idea as him. Cersei and Joffrey were too talented in making enemies. The mother and son were the biggest opponents of Lannister. The smile on Tyrion's face deepened. Maybe before the old lion could eliminate one enemy, the mother and son would probably make two new enemies for him. Fortunately, the old father was always in good health. Therefore, his most important task after becoming the prime minister is to sideline Cersei and Joffrey as soon as possible. Tyrion picked up the wine glass and gestured to Queen Mother Cersei. "Earl Green is a problem. It can be said that Queen Mother Cersei controls King's Landing through him. As long as Earl Green is still the commander-in-chief of the Gold Cloaks, it will be difficult to sideline Cersei's power. Although Sister Cersei is stupid, she is not stupid. She will not give up the position of Earl Green easily. Trust is the key. How can it be shaken? Or who is more likely to be shaken?" Tyrion took a big sip of summer red, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The tradition of the Crab family. Tyrion put down the wine glass, and he looked at Queen Mother Cersei in a good mood. The Queen Mother is the Queen Mother, not the Queen. Queen Mother Cersei looked at her ugly brother and rarely smiled. Dwarf, ugly and deformed monster, dwarf prime minister, the source of sin and suffering, what a good thing to introduce to calm the public anger. Cersei felt that she understood the old lion's deep meaning. As expected, she was Tywin's true heir. Cersei felt sorry for her father because she had no. Tyrion was stunned by her smile. Cersei blinked innocently. Her smile was very charming. Cersei smiled. Tyrion saw a girl as beautiful as summer. Only when she smiled could he find out how beautiful she was. Tyrion smiled too. The elder sister was so charming. He almost felt sorry for planning to undermine the power of the beauty. Tyrion coughed lightly and said, "My dear sister, tell me about Pycelle and Varys." Cersei's green eyes moved slightly, and said, "What do you mean?" Tyrion spread his hands and said, "Let me put it this way, Are these two ministers of the royal court useful? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.